السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. I request brothers inshallah to
Nagkilo asis ni kalaktik ginawa ko doon.
if we pull it out. You need a key, that's fine. I'll go on.
Kali push karo.
Yeah.
Nijet.
I need to. That's it. No, I need to say.
Moti chak.
That's it. I need to get. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Request all brothers inshallah to participate. کر وقت آ پڑا ہے مایوس کیوں کھڑا ہے اللہ بہت بڑا ہے اللہ بہت بڑا ہے گھر وقت آ پڑا ہے مایوس کیوں کھڑا ہے اللہ بہت بڑا 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 ہے together inshallah اللہ بہت بڑا ہے اللہ بہت بڑا ہے اللہ بہت بڑا ہے اللہ بہت بڑا ہے مانا کہ ظلمتوں کے ہر سمت ہے بسیرے مانا کہ ظلمتوں کے ہر سمت ہے بسیرے لیکن کبھی تو ہوں گے انصاف کے سویرے لیکن کبھی تو ہوں گے انصاف کے سویرے مہکیں گے غنچے اور پھول مہکیں گے غنچے اور پھول گائے گی کوئی بلبل حالات کی صدا ہے اللہ بہت بڑا 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 ہے پتھریلی وادیوں میں وہ دیکھ گر نظر ہے پتھریلی وادیوں میں، وہ دیکھ گر نظر ہے چوری تلے پہ سر ہے، ایک خواب کا اثر ہے، چوری تلے پہ سر ہے، ایک خواب کا اثر ہے، چوری نہیں چلی کیوں، چوری نہیں چلی کیوں، گردن نہیں کٹی کیوں، کس کا حکم چلا ہے، اللہ بہت بڑا 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 ہے، گھر وقت آ پڑا ہے، مایوس کیوں کھڑا ہے، اللہ بہت بڑا ہے، اللہ بہت بڑا ہے۔
السلام علیکم ورحمۃ اللہ وبرکاتہ. MashaAllah, good to see so many ulama ikram, students here, and so many afal alimas. I love you all for coming down. یہ شیخ حمزہ ماشاءاللہ یہ پروگرام پہلے بھی لندن وغیرہ جگہوں پر ڈلیور کر چکے ہیں اور بہت سکسیسفل رہا. امید ہے کہ یہاں کے حضرات بہت کچھ سیکھ کر جائیں گے. جو ہمارے ماڈرن ڈے پرابلمز ہیں تو ان کو سالو کرنے کے لیے ان کو بہت مواد ملے گا. آپ حضرات علماء ہیں، آپ نے درس نظامی میں یو اسٹڈی شریعت آئی، یو اسٹڈی بخاری مسلم، so you go all the tools, all you need is the know-how. آپ حضرات انشاءاللہ شیخ سے بہت کچھ سیکھیں گے، پھر اپنے یہاں when you go home you can pass it on to your students in مدرسہ دارالعلوم مکتب and it will be extremely beneficial. یہ علم کلام کی بحث ہے. پچھلے زمانے میں امام راضی امام غزالی لوگ کرتے تھے، تو اس زمانے میں ایشو آتی تھی امام غزالی امام راضی. یہ سب چیزوں کو آپ نے ختم کرنا ہے. تو شیخ انشاءاللہ اس بارے میں ماہر ہیں اور ہمیں ہر فن کے ماہر سے استفادہ کرنا چاہیے. آج شیخ نے ہم کو موقع دیا، ہم شیخ کا شکریہ ادا کرتے ہیں. ہمارے سعید بھائی بھی تشریف لائے ہیں ٹورانٹو سے، اور یہ انہوں نے یاد دلایا کہ آپ کی وہاں ملاقات ہوتی رہتی ہے. مجھے خود بھی بات نہیں یاد آیا کہ ہاں مالکن مسجد میں سعید بھائی سے ملاقات ہوتی رہی ہے. اللہ سعید بھائی کو بھی جزائے خیر دے. شیخ حمزہ کے ساتھ ان کی جو مذکورات بھی آئی ہوئی ہیں وہ they will help the ladies on that side as well. So جزاک اللہ to Sheikh Hamza as well, Saeed Bhai as well, and all of the Sira team and all the organizers. جزاک اللہ to all of you for coming now. Inshallah I will pass on the mic to Sheikh Saab to get started.
یہ آپ کو پہننا پڑے گا، یہ وہ انٹرنیٹ کے لیے.
بسم اللہ والصلاة والسلام علی رسول اللہ وعلی آلہ وصحبہ ومن والہ. سب سے پہلے تو اگر کوئی آیا ہے اس امید سے کہ کسی شیخ سے کچھ پڑھیں گے تو آپ کو دھوکہ دیا گیا ہے. And I'm a student of knowledge, I'm a talib al-ilm, and I have some experiences that I would like to share with you, and I hope that I can benefit from you as well. And I hope that you will engage and tell me what you think if you disagree. And I'm honored to be here. I'm honored to be here in the presence of Maulana Abdul Rahim and in the presence of all of you. And I'm the least of you. And I'm reminded as we begin our session today, I'm reminded of the hadith of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, "Man tawada'a lillah rafa'ahu Allah." And Maulana Abdul Rahim, it was from his humility that he introduced me in this way, and that he's hosting this majlis. And this is something that I will personally learn from, and I have benefited from him. And inshallah, all of you have already benefited from him. So thank you for having me, and thank you all of you for coming. and I hope that we can have a beneficial session together where we can all learn from each other. I was also very, inshallah, the way that we began, reminded of the hadith of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. الدنيا ملعونة ملعون ما فيها إلا ذكر الله وما والاه أو عالما ومتعلما. That the dunya is mal'oon, it's far from the mercy of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, it takes us away from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, except for the dhikr of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala loves. And somebody who is a alim, and somebody who is a muta'allim, and somebody who is learning. And I'm a muta'allim, and inshallah we can all go on this journey today together. These hadiths are important because we're going to come back to them at the end of today's session when we look at the evidence that the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam is a real messenger from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We're going to see that these kinds of statements, this kind of teaching, it does not come from somebody who is an imposter, which is what people imagine him to be. And that's one of the lines of reasoning that we're going to see, that he is a genuine messenger from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So what we are engaged in right now is the dhikr of Allah, because my intention is, so just two weeks ago, maybe a little bit more, we had we've just released a book. I'll tell you more about the book, inshallah. It's meant for parents to read to their children, tell them stories, and through these stories, show them why Islam is true, why Allah exists, why the Prophet is really God's messenger, what is an atheist, why is he wrong. And the stories are written in a way that there's a 7-year-old child, he goes to school, he meets Christians, atheists, he comes home, he talks to his parents, and his parents, they explain to him using the things that you're going to learn, inshallah. But just as we were about to release the book, the first person who asked for it was a mother, and she lives in America, and her oldest son went to university, and he said to her that I don't want to be Muslim anymore. And she has a 7-year-old child. So she is in a situation where she said, I don't want to kick my child out of my house, because how is he going to come back to Islam? He loves me. But I have my 7-year-old child, and I have to explain to him, what happened. So I hope, and so she's the first person we sent. As soon as we published the books, they're just out, we sent them to the mother, and so this is something that is I want to if we have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people on the ground who can help mothers like this, who can help children like this, this is one of the greatest needs that we can fulfill, because we began with Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu anfiqu. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu. Iman is the beginning of everything, and without Iman, nothing else counts. And if we have Iman, then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, His forgiveness is unimaginable. So we're learning here. I don't like philosophy, So I've read philosophy and a little bit. I don't like it. But what we're doing here is we are learning something that is in the Quran, and that's what I want to show you. I want to show you that the arguments that we're learning and the arguments that our scholars of Kalam they taught, they have their origin in the Quran. And the tafsir of Imam al-Razi, he brings out all of the arguments and he relates them to the Quranic verses, and that's what a lot of what we'll be learning today is. We're going to see it returns to. So this is what we're doing. We're trying to serve the ummah of the Prophet ﷺ, help people have Iman, help people who are struggling with Iman, help, and this is the dhikr of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So with that, we're going to, today's session, we're going to have some interaction. We're going to be getting into some groups and doing some activities, and I want to hear from you, and I want to hear all of your questions, all of your objections. I I want people to disagree with me. I don't want people to agree with me. So it's and if you're not convinced, I want you to tell me I'm not convinced. Okay? Because it's that conversation. That's where the learning happens. Because the questions that are on your minds are on other people's minds, and they're going to be on the children's minds. So I hope we can have a back and forth. In the what I'm doing here is it's a result of a long long journey, and about 7 years ago I had a group of students, young students. They were 16, 17, 18, some of them, boys and girls. And I had 2 years with them. And their parents asked me to teach them, to prepare them to go to university. And so these were some of my first students, and they continued. And one of them is, her name is Maryam Khan, and she's on the ladies' side. So Maryam will be helping me on the ladies' side. We have a teacher training program. What we're doing here is an intensive, just one day. Inshallah, I hope that you learn a lot. But if some of you wants to continue, we have a longer program where we train you how to teach these arguments. This training happens online, and then it's once a week, 2 hours for 10 weeks, and then you actually go out into the field and you teach your own students, and we help you. And then when you do that, then you learn that's when you really learn. So Sister Hajra is here on the sister side. She's been through the teacher training program. And so she will also be helping on the ladies' side. And so if on the ladies, if you have any questions, I encourage you to ask Maryam, ask Sister Hajra, spend time with them and benefit from them, inshallah. And they can also, you can ask questions, you can pass on your questions through Maryam to me. She can send them to me on the phone. So this is the plan for today. So the first thing we're going to start off with, right from the beginning, is I want to hear from you. I want 10 reasons why people say you shouldn't believe in God. So could I have like an assistant who over here who can write down, can just write these things down? What was your name again? Muhammad. Okay, Muhammad, our Qari. So Muhammad's going to write them down. So I'm going to tell you which ones to write down. Okay, so what's the reason? What's anyone? Why is it that yes?
They often say there's no empirical evidence of the existence of something which is outside of it.
Yeah. So there's no scientific evidence for the existence of God, or that's a complicated way to say it. A simpler way to say it is that I can't see God, right? I can't see God, so how do I know He exists? So let's write that down. So another one over here, yeah. Suffering. How can God exist when there's so much suffering in the world? There's people who are dying of in wars. There are people who are being bombed. There's a genocide going on. How can God exist? Because that's the second question. What else? Anyone? What have you heard? What do your students say to you? Yeah, go ahead.
Why do we need God? Effective God will give us comfort.
Okay,
Not
so
something else we don't need comfort.
So what's the benefit of believing in God? What's the usefulness of believing in God? I can get the same usefulness doing something else, probably more. But in fact, if I believe in God, they'll say that He just gets in the way, right? So what's the benefit? And another way to say to Maryam, and we'll add those to the list as well. Maryam, you can WhatsApp me. Everybody else, just think of one thing and write it down. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Clicker, this is fine. I don't need anything else. Jazakallah khair. Okay. Okay, so good. So these are some good ones. So Muhammad, if you could add these. Why doesn't God accept why does God accept people's evil prayers? Okay, so people make bad du'as and they're answered. Another one is, if everything is already decided, what's the point of trying to earn paradise? So write that down. Another one is, if there are so many religions, how do we know which one is true? Okay, you got that? And so what did you guys get? So somebody at the back, do you have anything? Anything to add? Yeah. How does articulate that? So if there's what does somebody say? Like if somebody says, I don't believe in God because what? What do you mean, like regarding that? Can you give me an example?
Like when they say, I spoke to someone when I said regarding God being, I said that I don't think of God as a being. The argument with me saying that Buddhists have this and that. So you're saying I would say regarding God as a being something.
Yeah. So this is like, okay, fine. I believe in God. Why should I believe in your God? Okay. So why should I believe in your God and not the God of somebody else? You know, why not the God of a Buddhist? Why not the God of somebody else? Let's put that down. Anyway, yeah.
From the premise sitting on the mind, so if God created everything, who created it?
Okay, let's write that. That's a good one. If God created everything, who created God? One more, yeah.
As a reason replaces the need for God.
There's evolution, so you don't need God. Okay, evolution disproves God. How many do we have? 9. One more. Let me see if the sisters have something. Okay, what's the difference between God and fairies? Let's add this one. And so we have 10. And we'll do one more. This is actually good. Why are some non-Muslims better than Muslims? Okay. So let's have those questions. So okay, that's good. So we'll take a photograph of that. I'll take my phone, I'll send it over there. And then we're gonna do, so what we're gonna do now is, we're going to learn an argument for the existence of God that will answer all of these questions. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to teach you the argument, and then you're going to work out how to answer each of these questions using this argument. That's going to be your task. So I'm going to put you into groups. I'm going to give a group this one. So your job is to use this argument to respond to this. Okay? So this is what we're going to do. And the argument is this. It's called the argument from contingency, Dalilul Imkan. It's in chapter 3 of your book. So if you turn to chapter 3 of the book that you have, mashallah, there were a lot of people who came. We don't have enough books for everybody. We'll find a way to get them to people who don't have it. But if you go to chapter 3, there is, one second. Okay, good. So, no, not here. Okay, yeah. So, chapter 3, page 23, it has fact 1, fact 2, and then therefore. So, these, this is called in mantiq. So, everything that's in this book is based on mantiq and kalam. But it's used to communicate in an effective way today. So what you have here, this is called it's a qiyas mantiqi. We say a syllogism. So it goes like this. Everything in the universe is contingent. Everything that is contingent needs a necessary being to make it the way that it is. Therefore, everything in the universe needs a necessary being to make it the way that it is. So these are big words. I'm going to be explaining this to you. But what I want you first to see is that this argument is on a form. It has a form. In Arabic, we say surah. There's a surah. The form is like there's a structure. And the structure is A is B, all B is C, therefore A is C. A is B, all B is C, therefore A is C. So I can make many arguments on this form. So I can say, for example, Zayd is Muslim. A is B. All Muslims go to Jannah. All B is C. Therefore, Zayd goes to Jannah. A is C. I can say sugar is sweet. A is B. All sweet things make you happy. Okay? All B is C. Therefore, sugar makes you happy. A is C. This is the way the mind works. Okay? So, Muhammad, can you give me an example? Make something up. Maryam, Maryam Hazra, you can ask some of the help people over there, make a couple, and yeah.
Example would be I'm a Muslim.
Yeah.
Muslims fast in Ramadan. So as a conclusion, I fast in Ramadan.
I am a Muslim. All Muslims fast Ramadan. Therefore, I fast Ramadan. Good. And somebody else. Yep. All men are mortal. I am a man, or I am a human being. All human beings die, therefore I will die. Okay. One more? Anything? Okay, I'll give you one. Zayd is a driver. All drivers are angry. Therefore, Zayd is angry. Is this right or wrong? Who says it's wrong? Raise your hands. Who says it's right? Why is it right? Because you're making the assumptions already. Okay. So so you can say it's right, you can say it's wrong. We say that in terms of the surah, in terms of the form, it's correct. Because if I say that Zayd is a driver, A is B, all drivers are angry, all B is C, therefore A is C. That means that if the first premise is true and the second premise is true, the conclusion has to follow. And that's what I want you to see. I want you to see that if the first premise is true and the second premise is true, the conclusion has to follow. And so the conclusion doesn't follow. But why? And so why doesn't it follow? Because the second premise is incorrect. Because it's not true that all drivers are angry. There's many drivers who are very happy, right? And so because the second premise is wrong, the argument is wrong, but formally it's correct. Now, it tells me something else. It tells me something else. What it tells me is that in this argument over here that I see, premise 1, over here, it says that everything in the universe is contingent. All A is B. What's A? Tell me, what's A? Can I ask you? Sorry, I don't know your name. I'm just pointing like bad adab. You're not supposed to point, but forgive me. What's your name? Abdul Alim. Abdul Alim. Where's A? Everything. So the first statement is A is B. All A is B. Where's the A? What's the A? All A is B, all B is C, therefore all A is C. So you have to find A, B, and C. Where's A? Everything is all. All A is B. Universe is A. Okay? All A, everything in the universe is contingent, B. Everything that is contingent, all B, needs a necessary being to make it the way that it is. That's C. Therefore, because if all A is in B and then all B is in C, that means A is in C. So if everything in the universe is contingent and everything that is contingent needs a necessary being to make it the way that it is, you don't have to understand this. You don't have to understand what this means. I just want you right now to see the structure. So if all B is C, then everything in the universe needs a necessary being to make it the way that it is. It has to follow. So whatever this means, if the first one is true and the second one is true, the conclusion has to follow. Kind of get it? Is it okay? And what that means is that if I say that this and this, therefore this, and you don't agree with me, if I go to somebody, I say you don't agree with me, that the universe depends on somebody who's wajibul wujud. This is necessary being. Everything depends on somebody who is wajibul wujud. And if you don't agree with me, you have to tell me you don't agree with this or you don't agree with this and why. You have to tell me. Because I've explained to you that this and this, therefore this. If you want to disagree with me, you can only disagree with me if you disagree with this or this. Otherwise, you can't. Right? And so what I do in this way is I trap my opponent. Tell me why. And then so what we do is we've organized our thoughts, and if I know what this means and how to respond to all the objections, and I know what this means and how to respond to all the objections, nobody can defeat me. Nobody can. And actually it's not about defeating, it's actually more about teaching, because when children or adults, they come and ask me questions, if I have this in my mind, I know what I'm doing to take people there. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to explain to you each one of these two premises, and I'm going to show you why the conclusion follows, and then we're going to do the activity. Anybody have any questions so far? Any questions? If the sisters have questions, you can send me something, or you can also just ask Maryam or Hajra. Any questions? Yeah.
You said if they disagree, then ask them for proof. What if they say the Muqtari?
No, not for proof. I'm going to prove to you. I'm going to prove to you one, I'm going to prove to you two. and therefore 3 follows. So I'm telling you, this is true because of this is true because of this, therefore this. Somebody says, I don't agree with you. I say, okay, well, fine, you don't agree with me, but you have to disagree with one of these 2 things, right? And I told you why they're true. You have to tell me why you disagree. Otherwise, like, you're not being logical, right? Because we want to use the mind, right? Yeah. What's your name again? Luke. Oh, mashallah. You seem so familiar. I'm so happy to see you. Welcome.
Is there any other logical structures you can get to the same conclusion, or is it
No, because formally it has to it has to be like the conclusion determines the premises. And so you want to say, so basically what happens is, it's actually the second premise where all the work is always, because if you want to say all this is this, you have to start with something that they know, A is something, and you say all of that is C, and then that's the trick. Yeah. Inshallah. Yeah.
Would you always start with this end argument, or would you sometimes build it up from maybe proving the first premise, proving the second premise, and then come to the conclusion? Have you found that the best way is always to begin with this final syllogism?
So the purpose of this syllogism is for teachers. So what happens is that when I'm a teacher, I have to know that this is how it works. Now what you're going to find is that when people come and ask questions, most people are confused. So they'll ask big questions, they don't understand. So what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to help them understand. And so you're going to use this as a tool to help them see something. So what we're doing is that this is the value of mantiq. The value of mantiq is that I understand how the thoughts work, and there's somebody coming and he's confused. I have to figure out that, okay, he didn't get this. So I say, okay, well, what about this? What about this is this? I say, oh, and he says, now I see, right? So this is a teaching tool. So I don't, sometimes so the way that I've done this, it's in debate, right? Because everybody gets excited. Everybody wants to defeat the atheist and debate the atheist and do all things. But you don't, that's just a classroom activity. But really, the thing, people have iman through spending time with them, helping them, talking to them. And I have the argument and I help them see something in a non-aggressive way. So let's, everything good, Maryam? Okay, somebody's asking what are the terms in Arabic. Okay, so we call, the premise 1 is called the Muqaddimah Sughra. The premise 2 is called the Muqaddimah Kubra, and the conclusion is called the Natija. And the whole thing is called the Qiyas Mantiqi. And this is a particular kind of qiyas. It's called qiyas iqtirani. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so the first thing we want to understand now is, now we understand at a high level, what am I doing? Now I'm zooming in. I want to understand this thing. The universe, everything in the universe is contingent. What does this mean? And why is it true? So I want to understand this. So I need to understand, what do I mean by the universe? And what do I mean by contingent? So the universe, so in Arabic you would say, al-alamu mumkin. Al-alamu mumkin. So universe, in our ulama, they said it's the name for everything apart from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But when I'm talking to somebody who I want to, that works if somebody believes in Allah. But if somebody doesn't, or I want to show them, I can't say that. What I have to say now in terms of universe is, the universe is everything that simple way is everything that I see around me. This is the universe. Everything that I can touch, taste, feel, this is the universe. It's a simple way of saying it. And so when you're talking to a child, and even most many adults are like children, you could say this. Some people need something a little bit more, and so you say the universe is everything that's made of mass and energy, and it's in space and time. Mass, energy, and space, time. So mass is something that has, this is mass, it has a weight. Energy, mass can turn into energy, energy can turn into mass. Energy changes from one form to another, and they say it's neither created nor destroyed. So you have mass and energy changing in each other. So when the sun is shining, the mass of the sun is turning into energy. And so this is mass, energy. And then the mass energy is inside space-time. Space-time. So space-time is expanding. So the universe is expanding. So you have mass, energy in space-time. So, and this is all of the universe. So all the stars and the galaxies and everything. This is the universe. So the sun is part of the universe. The wind is part of the universe. The ships that sail in the sea is part of the universe. إن في خلق السماوات والأرض واختلاف الليل والنهار والفلك التي تجري في البحر بما ينفع الناس وما أنزل الله من السماء من ماء فأحيا به الأرض بعد موتها وبث فيها من كل دابة. Universe. All of these things is things in the universe. So what I'm going to describe to you is actually, it is a tafsir of this verse and other verses as well. We're going to be learning like what this means. So this, all of these things are universe. They're part of the universe. The universe is so everything in the universe is contingent. Contingent, we say, mumkin. This is the technical term. What it means is needs something, and it's dependent. So even the atheist agrees with this, because when the atheist, he looks at the sky, he says, why is the sky blue? What made the sky blue? What does that mean? He says he knows the sky is needy. He knows that the sky is faqir. He knows this. The thing that he doesn't know is that it depends on Allah. That's the part that he doesn't know. But the fact that the sky is needy, he knows. Everybody knows, because if they didn't believe that the universe is needy, they would not do science. Science is all about why does the wind blow, why is the sky blue, why does the sun shine. They try to give you explanations. What does that mean? It means they know that it's needy. They know that it needs something. And this is what we mean by contingent. So contingent is mumkin. The simple way to say it's muftaqir, it's needy. This is what it is in the Quran. The iftiqar of the alam is its imkan. The imkan of the universe is its iftiqar ila Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I'm going to be explaining this in the argument. So everything in the universe is contingent. You might say, why are you using a big word contingent? Because people understand this. Christians understand this. They understand the term contingent. They have it in their own tradition. Philosophers understand this. So when we use the word contingent, then we can communicate with the outside world. And that's the benefit of using this term. So everything in the universe is contingent. So this is what this means. How is it true? Well, let's see. When I look at the things in the universe, they are variegated. It means they're different. I see variety. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He says, وَمَا بَثَّ فِيهَا مِن كُلِّ دَابَّةٍ. And all of the many different kinds of animals that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has scattered throughout the earth. In other words, you have millions of different kinds of animals. And even within one kind of animal, if you take a human being, mashallah, every single one of us is different. Every single one of us is different. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is badi'u as-samawati wal-ard. Badi'. And some of the mufassirun, they explain that badi' means that everything that Allah creates is different. Every single creation of Allah is different. Every snowflake is different. Every fingerprint is different. Every eye is different. That's why they do like retina scans now. Every grain of sand, if you were to go down and look at it on a microscopic level, it's going to be different. Everything is different. Allah badi'u as-samawati wal-ard. So when I see difference, so I look at the eye, right? The eye can be big, as you see on the slide, or it can be small. It can be brown, it can be blue. So what that means is, I see somebody with an eye that's like mine. And they come and they look at it and say, well, why isn't it like this? Why isn't it like this? Why isn't it like this? Why is it like this? What made it like this? What made it like this? What made my eye like this? Genetics, right? It's genetics. It's my DNA code. That's the thing that made the eye like this, right? Yes? No. Allah made it like this, not genetics, right? And so this is what we want to break. So what we're doing in this argument is I'm going to show you how to show people it's not genetics. It's not nuclear fusion. It's not laws of nature. It's Allah. That's what we're doing here. But before we get there, the first thing is you have to see it's needy. And so my eye, it needs something. It needs something to make it the way that there has to be a reason why it's brown. There has to be a reason why it's this wide. What made it that way? And everybody is programmed into thinking it's your genetic code. Our children go to science class, they say it's your genes. Why is it your genes? It's not your genes. It's not your genes. It's Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And so this is the foundation of atheism that spreads throughout society. When people are made to believe that the reason why things are the way that they are is because of other things, not because of Allah. And when our children, they have a science education, this is what they're programmed to believe. So what do we do when we're making this? When we say the universe is contingent, we're not saying it's contingent on something. We're saying it's contingent. So this is very important. So I'm saying the eye needs something. I'm not saying it needs genetics. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it needs something. I'm going to show you it's not genetics. Don't say it's genetics. Okay? So the moon, when it has all of these different phases, it needs something. The plants, they change. They need something to make them the way that they are. Water needs something to make it the way that it is. What is it? We'll get there. But first, let's start at the point of agreement. The point of agreement between me and the atheist is that everything in the universe needs something. That's the point. But don't say, so we're not saying, well, the eyes are because of the genes, and the genes are because of this, and this is because of this, and you need Allah far back, like at the end of the line. That's not what we're saying. No, Allah right there, right now. Right? And so, la hawla wa la quwwata illa billah. And so the first premise is that everything in the universe is needy. It needs something to make it the way that it is. That's the first premise. The second premise is that everything that is contingent needs a necessary being to make it the way that it is. So the way that we normally illustrate this is we take a line of people. So if the ladies could do the same thing, Maria, like I need like 5 people in the front of the line. If I could just get, let's see. So guys, just pick you guys. Thank you. 5 of you come over here. So. Jazakumullahu khairan. I hope you don't mind. What's your name?
Amir.
Abdul Kareem. Abdul Alim, we spoke. And Muzammil. Okay. So I'm going to turn off the mic, and actually, Mariam, you can do the same illustration over there. Is it mute? Okay, it's mute. Okay. So what we need is, I need you all in a line like this. Smallest in the front and biggest at the back. Heaviest at the back. You go at the back, yeah. You stand over here. You come here. Come here. You're nice and light. You come over here. Move back so everybody can see. Okay, that's good. Okay. Okay, so we have, Bismillah. Got it. Okay. So now we have people lined up. Okay, so what we now do is we want the first person to lean back and be supported by the second person. Okay, lean back. Okay, good. So no, this is very good. This is like one of the best things I've ever did, because normally what people do is they don't fall. Like they just go like, I'm going to lean back. I'm going to just a little bit, right? You know, because I don't know who this person is, and he might let me go and I'll fall and I'll break my head. So this was really good. Like lean back, do it again, like that. Okay, so now he is, so what's your name again? Abdul Karim and Muzammil. So Abdul Karim is being supported by Muzammil. Okay. So now Muzammil you have to be strong. Like, you know, like okay, so now he's being supported by Muzammil. So if Muzammil lets Abdul Karim go, Abdul Karim is going to fall. Who wants to see that? Okay, no, that's not part of the demonstration. Okay, so now Abdul Karim and Amir. Okay, so now Abdul Karim is going to lean back. Sorry, Muzammil is going to lean back, and Amir is going to support him. Go ahead. You ready? Come on, put up your hand like he's gonna fall. Okay, so now if Amir lets go, both of them fall down, right? Okay, so what is, we're not done. No, keep it. So now Abdul Karim, he's such a huge help, right? He's such a huge help because he's helping keep Muzammil is such a big help. He's keeping Abdul Karim up, right? Lean back. He's such a big help, right? Who agrees? Is he really helping the situation? He's not. He's making it worse, because poor Amir now has to support two people, right? So what this means is, this is very important. If the first person depends on the second, needs the second, and the second needs the third, then the person in the middle is not doing anything. He's not helping. He's making it worse. Right? And the person who is doing all the work is the person at the end. So now if Amir were to lean back, right? Now again, both the people in the middle aren't doing anything. Because if something depends on something and that thing depends on something else, then it's the thing at the end. So now let's say that you have a line of leaning people, and somebody says like, this person, he needs something to lean on. Well, who's doing it? Well, he's doing it. Well, actually he needs something too. So well, who's doing it? Is that other person needs it. Well, he needs something to, and so he said, just stop, you know, like it just keeps on going, it never ends. That's all there is. It's leaning people all the way. What's wrong with that? What can you tell me what's wrong with that?
Everyone depends on everything.
What's another way of saying that? Luca, what's wrong with that? Go ahead, you guys put it. You guys can sit down. Thank you. So Luca says they're all going to fall down to the ground. Somebody else? What's wrong with that? Taha, what's wrong with that? Yeah, so there's leading people, infinite. It does everything. Infinity solves the whole thing. You know, like you have infinite leading people. You're done, finished. You know, that's it. What's wrong with that? Why are they all going to fall down? Lucas says they're all going to fall down. But no, if they're infinity, they're not going to fall down. What's wrong with that? Yeah?
No necessary being.
There's no necessary being. That's another way of saying this. Yeah? They're all contingent. Infinite regress. Yeah? You need to have an end, almost there, but okay, so what's wrong here is that there's nothing for anything to depend on. There's nothing for anything to depend on. So the first person, somebody help me. Here, I'll help you. Somebody help me. I'll help you. Somebody help me. Right? They're all saying help, 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 help. So if you have an infinite number of dependent things, then you have an infinite number of things that need to be supported. And nothing is there to help anything. Because if the first needs the second and the second needs the third, the thing in the middle is not doing anything. And then if every time you add something, you're adding something that's leaning, you're saying, who's gonna help me? Like where is there? There's nothing. So this is so the best way, I used to teach this, and one of my students, they said, there's nothing real for anything to depend on. Okay, and that was the best statement. I forgot who it was, but may Allah reward whoever it was. I stole it. Right? So there's nothing real for anything to depend on, because everything is contingent, everything is dependent. So what that means is that when the scientist says, okay, well, why is it cold? Why is it cold outside? Oh, it's because of the air pressures. Okay, but the air pressures are contingent. Why are the air? Oh, it's because of the seasons, right? Okay, well, that's also contingent. Why do we get the seasons? Oh, it's because of the rotation of the earth. Okay, well, the earth is also contingent. Oh, it's because. So if the universe is contingent, and all you're doing is explaining one contingent thing with another contingent thing, with another contingent thing, with another contingent thing, if that's all you're doing, you haven't explained anything. You haven't explained anything. So in Istanbul, where I came from, there is a masjid. It's called the Suleymaniya, and it's the most beautiful masjid in Istanbul. And they have they have some really good ideas actually in Istanbul. They have tour guides in the Suleymaniya. The tour guides, they're not da'is, because you can't give da'wah, right? But they're tour guides, and they'll tell you about Islamic culture, and they'll take you for a cup of tea. And if you want to do the shahada, they'll help you take your shahada too. But they're not da'is, because of course you can't do da'wah. But so that's how they do da'wah there. And some of them we've trained them, and they use the things in the masjid. So in the dome of the masjid at the top, there's the verse of the Quran, Inna Allah yumsiku samawati wal arda an tazula. Verily, Allah keeps the heavens and the earth in existence lest it disappear. And that's what this is. When I say Allahu Samad, alladhi yusmadu ilayhi fil hawa'ij, the one who you go up to fulfill your needs, he's the one who fulfills all our needs, he doesn't need anything. Allahu la ilaha illa huwa al-hayyul qayyum. What we heard just in the beginning. He sustains everything, he doesn't need anything. This is wajibul wujud. We say necessary being is wajibul wujud. This is what it means. He is someone who doesn't need anything, and everything needs him. This is why, like the nasheed that we sang in the beginning, Allah bahut bada hai. This is the sense. This is the greatness of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The greatness of Allah is everything needs him, he doesn't need anything. And when I make my sujood, this is what I'm saying. What I'm saying in my sujood is, I need you, everything needs you, you don't need anyone. This thing is this is tawheed. And only Muslims have this. And this argument, it shows this. Because if it's true that everything in the universe is contingent, and if it's true that everything that is contingent needs a necessary being to make it the way that it is, then it has to follow that everything in the universe needs a necessary being to make it the way that it is. And this is direct. We're not saying at the end of the line. What we're saying is that when the atheists, they say all you have are contingent things, they say no, everything will be on the ground. That's not true. Contingent things need to be made the way that they are by something that doesn't need anything. So we call this dalilul imkan. The mutakallimun, they have two dalils. There's only two arguments for the existence of God. Dalilul imkan and dalilul huduth. And everything else, there's a problem with it. I'm going to tell you some. So argument from design is not a good argument for the existence of God. I'm going to tell you why today, inshallah. But the Dalil al-Imkan and Dalil al-Huduth, and so if you read Baydawi on the verse of in Surah Al-Baqarah, Inna fi khalqis samawati wal ard, he'll say that the heavens and the earth are a sign for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala because of their imkan, because of their contingency. Because all of these things, they need something to make them the way that they are. And this is an idea that runs through the Quran. So when I say Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen, means that if there's anything good, It's from Allah, so praise Him, don't praise anyone else. Because He is Rabbul Alameen. Rabb is He sustains everything, He makes it. This is exactly what this is saying. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. If the ba is for isti'ana, with the help of the name of Allah, why do I seek the help? Because I'm mumkin. I need Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So this is a very, very simple argument, but it's the core message of every prophet and messenger. And this is the thing that gets lost when you have shirk. This is why shirk is bad, because you lose this. So this is Tawheed. Before we continue, anybody have any questions or objections? Yes, Zakaria?
So the intelligent design argument can't be used as like a subsidiary of the contingency argument. Would you say that you can't use it at all?
The intelligent, you can use design, but not the intelligent design argument. There's problems with that particular formulation. Even the word intelligent, right? So the intelligent design argument proves the existence of an intelligent being that has a mind. No, like we say Allah has ilm. We don't say He has intelligence. We don't say He has a mind. All of these things are anthropomorphism, and we don't. So there's issues there, and there's a couple of other things. Inshallah, I'll explain what they are. So for now, what I want you to do is I want you to see the power of this. And I want you to understand this. Okay, so any questions on this? Yeah. Yeah.
So if you were to use these premises on the question that we started with.
Yeah, we're going to do that now. Yeah, we're going to do that. That's right. Before we do that, anybody has any questions on this? Yeah. So the technical term in the Arabic for contingent is mumkin, imkan. Dalilul imkan. When we, but the mufassirun, they'll talk about imkan and they'll explain that it's the faqr, iftiqar. So in terms of, the Sufis, they'll use terms like iftiqar. So what this does is this is the connection between tasawwuf and ilmul kalam. Because what this is showing is that everything needs Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I'm faqir. And I need Allah, everything needs Allah, which is the when I do dhikr of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that's what I want to have the constant awareness of. And so our spirituality is grounded in something that I can use my mind. So what this does is like I do this, for the average person I do this, and then after that I nurture their iman through dhikr and ibadah. Because dhikr and ibadah is basically what you're doing is you are making the meaning of this go from the mind into the heart. So we're looking at the level of the mind and we're setting the foundations for everything else.
Another thing is, because the eye of the ear, like is determined by genetics, but surely we can't say that the direct cause of something is genetics, although the original cause is Allah. Like, for example, if you got a disease like cystic fibrosis, the mother has it, the father has it, the child is going to have it. So can you not say the cause of genetics of that?
We're gonna do that. We're gonna work out how to look at science, inshallah. But for now, what we're saying is it's not the genes that made the eyes brown. Allah made the genes and Allah made the eyes brown. It's sabab and musabbab. But I'll go into it, but right now we're denying it. At this moment, because so you're saying, well, what about it always happens, everything? We'll get to that. But for now, understand this argument on its own. Anything that's contingent, if I take the long line of leading people, it has to be made the way that it is by something that doesn't need anything. And so what I do is I look at this and I go through it to the one who doesn't need anything, who is right now making everything this way. And I remember Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And that this has to happen. And then I make sense of science after that. But it can't be at the expense of this. Yeah? Zakaria?
So the difference between our contingency argument, the particularly Islamic contingency argument,
Yeah.
and the one that the Christians use, is it that they say that God is the first creator, and they say that the law of contingency goes all the way back and God just is the initial ruler, and we're saying that at each stage in the contingency process, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the
So yeah, the question is like, what's the difference between our contingency argument and the Christian contingency argument? And so and so yes, what you said is correct at a high level. It gets a little bit more complex, but basically the it's in the you can see the difference in the effect, meaning that nobody except Muslims are going to say that everything that is contingent is directly at every moment made the way that it is by a necessary being. And no contingent thing makes any other contingent thing that way. Nobody says that. So when you look at any other contingency argument that a Christian makes, you look at their conclusion. Their conclusion is not going to be like this. And so that means that there's something different, there's something wrong in the argument. So Christians, what they did was, when they made Jesus God, when they said Jesus is God, now it becomes very confusing. Because you've taken something contingent and you've said that it's God. This is shirk, right? And then when you do that, it's just all confusion. Because this means that the thing that makes things the way that it is not this wajib al-wujud, but it is, but it's not. And that's so it messes everything up. And everybody is there. Atheists do the same thing. So atheists, when they say there's something contingent that makes something else the way that it is, it's the same confusion. The confusion is always the same. And prophets and messengers, they bring people back. Okay, so now what I want to do is, now there is in the course we learned 4 arguments formally. And we're not actually going to go through a detailed formal presentation of all 4 arguments. I'm going to explain, because we're not going to have enough time, but I will explain them to you very quickly. And we'll have some activities. But over here, I want you to understand the value of looking at things in this way. Because what happens is that, so in the Why Islam is True course, which all of you have access to the accelerated version. You have all 4 arguments there. You can get a quick review. And I encourage everybody to go back and watch those videos. But what it does is, you have 4 arguments, and the conclusion is that La ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah. And you have premises and you have a conclusion. So now what that means is that whenever somebody has a doubt, then what I need to do is, as a teacher, I take that doubt and I hang it. I find somewhere to hang it, right? So it's like when I'm solving a fiqh mas'ala, right? Somebody asks a modern problem. So I go back to the words of the fuqaha and I try to find a place to hang it, so I can find from the fuqaha, an answer to the question that I have today. In the same way, in ilm al-kalam, in this science, somebody has a doubt, they have a question. If I have a structure in my mind, a logical structure of how to show that Islam is true, when somebody has a doubt, I look for a place to hang it. And I hang it, and when I hang it, I see how to answer the question. So, and this is the most difficult thing, because what happens is that most people, they aren't aware of these arguments anymore. And so people, they've tried to answer the question themselves, and sometimes it works, and they'll watch a YouTube video by somebody, and they'll read a book by somebody, and they'll just try to make things go. But a lot of the answers that are being given they're not correct. And so what we do is, you have to learn the discipline of learning these arguments, seeing why they're true, and always going back and using this to do this. So that's what we're going to do now. We're going to practice. So we have these 10 questions, and 1 second, Muhammad, if you could just take a picture. Over here, can I take a picture? Can you hold it up like this? Hold it up like this, so there's no shadow. Okay. Okay. Okay, so now what you have to do is, we have 10 questions, and I'm going to assign groups, and I've naturally spoken to the people in the first 2 or 3 rows. So the first 2 or 3 rows, now I'm going to ignore them. I'm going to start from the back. So I want everybody to be engaged. I need a 1 second. Taha. Yeah, could you help me? Could you go right to the back? Yeah. Go right to the back, and I need to make like 10 groups of 5. So just I want like 10 groups of 5, and then you guys will do it too. But we're going to hear from these 10 groups of 5. I hope you don't mind, I'm kind of picking on people, but I'm doing this for your benefit and also for everybody else's benefit. Because if we just come and we listen and we go away, you won't get it. You actually have to actually apply and try and make a mistake and then learn and then you understand. And so either you can make a mistake or you can watch somebody make a mistake. So when you make a mistake, then everybody else will watch you and they'll all learn. And so that will be your contribution to the iman of the ummah, inshallah. So please, I hope that you won't be. So we want 5 people in a group, the first group, and your goal is, I can't see God. I don't believe in God because I can't see Him. So there's somebody, there's a student who comes to your maktab, and he has in his mind whatever you say, well, I can't see God, so how can I believe in Him, right? And you're telling him to recite the Quran, to pray, but this is the thing that's on his mind. I can't see God. So what you want to do is, what I want you to tell me is that you go to somebody and you say to that person, listen, everything in the universe is contingent. Everything that is contingent needs a necessary being to make it the way that it is. Therefore, everything in the universe needs a necessary being to make it the way that it is. And the person says, I can't see God. How can I don't believe in God because I can't see Him. So there's 2 steps. It's 2 steps. So we could kind of pay attention to this. 2 steps. Step 1, is it related to any of the premises? So does this objection undermine any of the 2 premises? If it doesn't, then you ignore it. You don't engage it. You ignore it. And if it does, then which premise does it undermine and how do you respond to it? So this is the process, right? So there's an objection. Is it related? If it's not, you ignore it. If it is, then which one is it related to and how do you respond? So if Maryam and Sister Hazra, if you could do the same thing, you just need 10 groups and give each one of them this thing, and I'm going to turn off the microphone, and then the ladies will work with Maryam and Sister Hazra, and through this, and I'll work with the men, and we'll go this way. So the first thing is, I can't see God, and so how do I know that He exists? So if we could, in addition to the people at the back who I'll be working with, over here, like the 1, 2, how many people on the table? 3. Okay, so so from here all the way back, you're with the people behind you, and you're with the people behind you, and so 2 rows. So if you could turn your chair, and you're with these people, and then behind that, turn your chair. You're with those people, and so your task is this. Your task is, how do you've explained this argument to somebody, and somebody says, I can't see God. How do I know He exists? That's group 1. So we're going to start with the group that Taha has made, and then all of you are going to follow. The second group, which is maybe if you could turn around and be with the person behind you, and then the next person you turn around and be with the person behind you and talk. Your problem is, how can God exist when there's so much suffering? Or the second group over there. Taha, you made the second group there? Okay, just make sure everybody knows what their question is. So assign each group the question, and then I want you to stay there because they're the ones who are gonna answer first. So the second question is, how can God exist when there's so much suffering? So which one of these premises does it undermine? If so, and is it unrelated or is it related? And if it's related, which one is it related to, and how do you respond to it? Because you have to work out the answer. I'll walk through and I'm going to talk to you. I'm going to talk to a couple of guys. So the next one is,
Are you reading out the questions?
yeah, these are I'm reading out right now, right? So the first question was, I can't see God. How do I know He exists?
Okay.
So just make sure like there's a group there that knows.
Okay, fine. I've just numbered the 10 groups 1 to 10.
Okay.
So am I okay to just say
Yeah.
group number 1, question number 1?
Yeah. Inshallah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So number 3. Could you turn around and be with the next one, inshallah? Number 3 is, so in this row, and then could you turn around and be with the one behind you? Inshallah, you get to know somebody new from somewhere else. The third one is that you explain this argument, and then they say, well, what's the benefit of believing in God? What's the benefit of believing in God anyway? That's number 3. Okay, so number 4, maybe you can be with Luca. Thank you for coming. I want to spend some time with you, inshallah. Number 4, why does God accept people's evil prayers? So I guess there's somebody, they made a prayer and it's a bad prayer and it came true. So why does God accept people's evil prayers? Number 5 is, if everything is already decided, why do anything to go to paradise? So maybe you go behind over there with Mawlana Zakaria, and same thing with the person behind Mawlana Zakaria. Everybody finds somebody to talk to. Number 6 is, there's so many religions. How do we know Islam is true? You can turn around. That's number 6. There's so many religions. How do we know that Islam is true? Number 7 is, why your God and not the God of the Buddhists? Could you also just turn around with the person behind you? That's your thing. Okay, this one is good. This is for you. If God created everything, who created God? This is number 8. Number 8 is, if God created everything, who created God? So turn around, and somebody over there turn around. Number 9 is, evolution disproves God. You can turn around. Okay, what's the difference between God and fairies? This is Muhammad and the one behind. And I'll do number 11 myself. Question 1 is, I can't see God. How do I know He exists? Okay. Question 10 is, what's the difference between God and fairies?
Okay, can't see God and fairies.
How are you guys doing? Which one is what's your question?
If I can't see God, then who doesn't exist?
So how do you what do you think about it? Like how does it relate to any of those premises?
The fact that you're saying you can't see God doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. So it's a conclusion.
Question 6. So many religions. How do we know it's not true?
Yeah.
So you go to somebody, you say the universe is contingent, is dependent. And then you say, okay, we got that, I got that. And then you say to them that all dependent things need something that doesn't need anything. And why is that? Well, I take the line of leading people, and you have to see that. And that means that everything in the universe needs something that doesn't need anything. And you explain that to them. And they say, well, I can't see God, so how can I believe in him? So does that, so when they do that, does that undermine the universe is contingent? So you say I can't see God. You say, okay, the universe is contingent. Does it undermine that, Livan? Doesn't undermine it, right? And then they say the second thing is that everything that's dependent needs something that doesn't need anything. Does it undermine that premise? Does it undermine it, Livan? It doesn't, because I can see this and I know that it needs something, doesn't need anything. So when they say that I can't see God, it's unrelated to anything that you've said. So what that means is that I say to them that, listen, okay, you can't see God, I can't see God either. Right? We're both in the same boat. But the universe is contingent. All contingent things are necessary being. Therefore, there's a necessary being. What's your problem? You know? So I don't need to do anything with this thing, because he's not listening to me. I want him to listen to me, and I've already shown him why God exists. Does that make sense? Right? And so what we want to do is, like, because I have this, I can see that this is unrelated, and this is how I deal with it. You always bring it into the premise, because what you're doing is you're helping people see something for themselves, and this is the way to do it. So what they're doing is they're distracted. So you have to prevent that distraction and refocus it so that they can see it. But if you try to go and answer that, and you say that, well, like, you can't see atoms and you believe in atoms, and you can't see this and you believe in that, then what they've done is they've taken you down a wild goose chase, and they've forgotten what you're trying to tell them. So you have to kind of bring them back. Make sense? Inshallah. You can, like, you have the second one too, right? So you guys can think to the second one like this and tell me what you think. Okay. Let's go.
So I think we got question 10. What's the difference between God and fairies?
Okay.
So are we trying to put that into this syllogism?
Yeah. So this is what you're trying to do. You're trying to say, somebody comes to you, and so you or to somebody, and you say that the universe is contingent, and the universe is dependent. All dependent things need something that doesn't need anything. Therefore, the universe needs something. Therefore, there's a necessary being that exists. And you say, well, God is like a fairy. I'm not going to believe in a fairy. So what you do is you come to the first premise. You say, okay, wait a sec. Okay, God, maybe he's like a fairy, maybe he's not. Okay, let's think about that in a second. But first, let's look at this. Do you agree with the universe is contingent? Fairies or not, the universe is contingent. Is what you're saying, does it undermine this or not? It doesn't. Fairies or not, the universe is contingent. The sun is contingent. Everything is dependent, right? Okay. So next thing is all dependent things.
I didn't fully understand how it's undermining. It's not undermining this.
It's not undermining this.
So carry on with going to step B.
So you go. Then you say okay. Now you say okay. You go to the same thing. Okay. Fairies or not, all dependent things, they need something that doesn't need anything. Therefore, everything needs something that doesn't need anything. Do you see that? Fairies or not, believe in fairies, don't believe in fairies, whatever. So, yeah. So, okay. So, God's not like a fairy. Actually, so the answer is actually when they're saying that God is like a fairy, they're saying there's no proof for God. That's what they mean. You're just making it up. You're just imagining it. So, there is a proof. Here you go. It's like this. So what they're doing is it's
arguing with this
you have to kind of come back here.
because I was simply trying to put the fairy issue into this syllogism.
No.
So just come back to this.
Yeah.
Question 5, sorry.
Yeah. Do another one. Do the first one. Yeah.
We had a different question.
If everything is already decided, why is there paradise? What's the point of paradise? If everything is already decided.
We had a different question.
Yeah.
So you wanted to ask about fate. Allah has decided everything already. So then why create the universe, let the universe do what it's doing, and then send somebody to hell and say,
Why not send them all to heaven from the beginning and not make the ones that are going to go to hell suffer?
Okay, so that's a very good question. Very good question, right? And I'm actually wondering about it myself, right? But you have to go through it in order. So let's start from the beginning, right? Start from the beginning. The universe is contingent. All contingent things are necessary being. The universe depends on necessary being. Do you agree with me? Yes, I agree with you. Okay, so now let's say that there's fate or not fate, whatever. This necessary being exists. So based on your fate, you can't deny the existence of this necessary being, right? It's a confusion in your mind, but this is a fact. So now the way that we deal with this confusion, because what's happening with people is like you're saying God, and what's the point if we're all forced? I don't believe in God. No, you can't say that, right? You can't say that. You have to believe in God. God is fact, right? You don't understand this? This is a separate problem. So and I'll show you how to answer that. But right now we have to separate. And you have to say that regardless of all of your doubts, Islam oppresses women. Islam cuts off the hands of thieves. How can it be true? Well, it's really sad. Like I don't want to cut off. I hope I never have to cut off anybody's hand. And it's but universe is contingent. Everything is necessary being exists. Okay, so this is the strategy. Okay. Oh yeah. Are you guys okay? You have any questions?
Is it, are we meant to take it back to fairies are part of the universe?
You're supposed to somebody, when somebody says God is like a fairy tale, like fairies, it means you don't have the evidence for it. So actually what you're supposed to say is that he's not like fairies because we don't have any evidence for fairies, but we have evidence for God. Here you go. You'd say, okay, fairies, God is like a fairy. Well, I'm not sure if that's true. Maybe not. Good question, right? Let's get to it in a second. But first, the universe is contingent. Do you get that? You got that? Okay. So everything that's contingent depends on necessary being because of a long line of people. You got that? You got it? What that means is that the universe depends on necessary being. Okay? Fairies, no fairies. This is true. I want you to see this. That's it. I don't need to answer that. I just need to show them this. Yeah, like fairies. If you want to believe in fairies, believe in them. If you want to believe in them, don't believe them. It's not my problem. But this is true. You have to believe in a necessary being, and I have evidence for it. Okay. How are you guys? Any questions? Huh? Which one? Evolution. So what are your thoughts on that? So you have to take it back to the argument. So we don't want to respond to it. It has to come back.
If the humans evolved from the monkeys, and the monkeys must have evolved from something else. If the monkeys must have evolved from something else, which obviously goes back to duration of causes, anything from the contingency. So there must have been an initial necessary cause which became existent.
So this is we start like this. We say that okay. So I'm talking to an atheist. Atheist says, well, I believe that humans evolved from some ancestor, right? I say, okay, fine. I say, okay, that's what you believe. Okay, let's look here though. Like everything is contingent. You get that, atheist? Yeah, I get it. Okay, all contingent thing depends on a necessary being. Do you get that? I got that. Therefore, all contingent dependence. You see that? I see that. Okay, fine. So now, whether human beings evolved from something or not, okay, I believe they didn't, right? But whether they did or not, it doesn't change this argument. So you have to believe that the universe depends on a necessary being. We have to agree. So the fact that evolution is true doesn't disprove this. It doesn't disprove the existence of God. Okay? And then we build from there. So at this point, I don't need to disprove evolution. At this point, I just need to affirm this and get him on board and then take him step by step. That it doesn't relate to this argument. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
In regards to the first premise, the atheists could say that
Can I have the mic? Everything okay? Is everything okay? Okay, let's reconvene. So this is really good. Now, everybody, we're coming back, and we're going to go through the questions, and we're going to start with the groups that Taha numbered, and so the first group, it was, so this is the scenario. So if you can appoint a spokesperson and speak loudly, okay, speak loudly, and then we can, and if you have a question, ask your questions. This is the time for us to talk. And so the first is that you go to somebody, you say, everything in the universe is contingent. It needs something, because the sun needs something to make it shine, the sky needs something to make it blue, the wind needs something to make it blow. Everything in the universe needs something. And that's premise number one. and everything that is contingent needs a necessary being to make it the way that it is. So this is premise number 2. Do you see this? Okay, I see this. That means that everything in the universe needs a necessary being to make it the way that it is. Okay, so now what happens is that I have premise 1, premise 2, and I have the conclusion. I have the conclusion. So I say to somebody, this is why everything in the universe needs a necessary being to make it the way that it is. Okay, and then he says that, well, I can't see God, so how can I know he exists? So now we have to respond to them using this argument. And so what does group 1 say? Can I come there? Actually, I can. I'll come there. Where are they? Where's group 1?
They're at the back. They're saying they don't have anyone to answer.
Okay. So let's talk through it, inshallah. So where's group 1?
First.
Okay. Okay. So what are your thoughts?
He says that he doesn't believe in something because he can't see it.
Yeah.
Then I'd probably ask him.
Can I give you the mic? The sisters can hear too. Okay, inshallah. Yeah. So go on.
So if he's saying that he'd only believe in something if he can see it,
Yeah.
then I'd probably question why, if he believes in every other part of the world. For example, if he's been to China, if he's not, then I'd ask, have you seen China?
Okay.
And I'd question why he believes in that. And then based on that, I'd probably use whatever principles he used to believe in that.
Right.
And try to prove God through that. For example, if he says, I believe in China because of the evidences and people saying, etc.
Okay.
Then I know evidence is what evidence is. Then I need evidences to prove God and then
Excellent. Inshallah. You guys add something? Nothing? Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead. Nothing? Don't be shy. Are you sure? Okay. So first of all, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward you for your for speaking up, and we need to have these conversations, right? So now what I want to do is, so this is really good because what it shows is that people are actually they are hypocritical, because there's lots of things that they believe in that they haven't seen, and they accept, for examples, that atoms exist even though they never see any atoms. They accept that China exists even though they haven't seen that. But yet when it comes to God, they don't accept God even though they can't see him. So this is something that is true, and this is really how they are. However, what we want to do is we want to focus on the argument. So I want to put myself in this position where I'm teaching somebody and I'm saying that, okay, the universe is contingent. Do you see that? I see that. Okay, all contingent things need a necessary being. Do you see that? I see that. Okay, well, that means the universe needs a necessary being. He said, well, I can't see God. I say, okay, let's start again. You can't see God, I can't see God either. We're both in the same boat. Okay, I can't see God either. But the universe is contingent. Even though none of us can see God, do you agree with me that the universe is contingent? He says yes. So okay, great. Excellent. Okay, I can't see God, you can't see God. Right? Do you agree with me that all dependent things need a necessary being to make it the way that it is? And here's a line. Do you see that? You say, I see that. Well, then I can't see God, you can't see God, but the universe needs the necessary being to make it the way that it is. Right? So what happened, so what we did was, what I'm doing here is that I always want to take them down this path. I have to see all of the, and so when they ask an objection, I want to say, is he trying to distract me? Or is he really confused about something? And what we're going to find is that with most objections, they have nothing to do with the premises, right? They're absolutely unrelated. And so when they say that, you say, okay, great, and so it's like, this wasn't one of the questions. How can you be Muslim how can I believe in God when you say that Islam cuts off the hands of thieves, cuts off people's hands? So I say, okay, that's really painful. I don't want anybody's hands to be cut off. The cancer is contingent. The death of the child is contingent. So it's unpleasant, yes. I wish it didn't happen, yes. But it happened and it was contingent. What does it depend on? Depends on a necessary being. So all the suffering in the universe depends on a necessary being. So all the suffering in the universe is evidence for the existence of God. It's not evidence against the existence of God, right? So now this is very important. Because as Muslims, this is why when there's suffering, we make dua to Allah. We turn to Allah. This is why the people in Gaza that we watch, everything that they go to, they turn to Allah when all of these things happen. الَّذِينَ إِذَا أَصَابَتْهُمْ مُصِيبَةٌ قَالُوا إِنَّا لِلَّهِ وَإِنَّا إِلَيْهِ رَاجِعُونَ. We belong to Him because we're contingent. He sustains us. And so the Islamic response to this, it has to go through this. There's a wisdom. There's a wisdom to all suffering. There's a khair that comes out of it. But sometimes I understand it, sometimes I don't understand it. It has nothing to do with the existence of God. Actually, it does. It proves the existence of God. So this is an answer that when there's somebody who's struggling with belief in God, and we just focus on wisdom, but we don't bring them here, then they struggle because they say, I can't understand the wisdom. But if you come here, you get a completely different perspective. And it comes from focusing on this argument. And then you focus on the other arguments in this way too. Jazakallahu khair. What's the third group? Who's the third group? Over here? What was yours?
What is the benefit of believing in God?
Okay. What do you think? What's the benefit of believing in God?
So you start off, so everything in the universe is contingent. Everything that is contingent needs a necessary being. Therefore, the universe needs a necessary being. I think they're asking about premise 2. So everything that is contingent needs a necessary being. So without a necessary being, you'll have an infinite regress. Then you give the example of the people leaning, and there's nothing real for everything to depend on.
Mm-hmm.
So it won't work.
Okay, yeah. So what's the benefit? Meaning that how does the universe need God? That's how you understood the question. How does the universe need God? Well, the benefit of God is we can all exist and breathe and move and do everything. That's the benefit of God. Everything is a result of God. So that's very good. Because that's a good answer, because I was going to say it's unrelated. But this is a better answer. It's a better answer to say that what's the benefit of believing God? Well, the benefit of God is He's the one who makes everything the way that it is. And here's the argument. I showed it to you. That's quite a big benefit. So that's a good way to say it. Or you could say, some people say that, how will my life become better if I believe in God? So lots of atheists will say this. They'll say that, well, fine, but I'm happy the way that I am. How will my life improve if I believe in God? Right? So if that's how they say it, then we say, well, I'm not sure. Like maybe it'll improve, maybe it'll get more difficult. Maybe you'll have to do other things, right? Like maybe it will, maybe it won't. But the universe is contingent. All contingent things depend on a necessary being. The universe depends on a necessary being. Whether your life gets better or not, everything depends on a necessary being. So if you want to use your mind, then you have to accept this, right? What was the number 4? Who's number 4? Number 4 over here. What do you guys have?
So 4 questions is, why does God accept people's evil prayers? Well, first of all, their prayers can be good or bad. So they get accepted by superior beings, which is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And whether they are good or bad, they still have to be accepted by superior beings. So they're contingent on Allah's acceptance. So why does He accept them? He accepts them because first of all they're a test. To test the person who's making the dua and the person who's being made against.
Good. So how does the question relate to the premise? So if I say the first premise, the universe is contingent. Somebody says, why does God accept somebody's evil prayers? So you say, well, the universe is contingent. Does it relate to this premise? What do you think?
It does, because it's contingent on Allah accepting the prayers or not accepting it.
So the word contingent when I say that my feeling strong is contingent on me eating, right? So this is the way this is the way that we use the word contingent in our everyday language. But in this argument, when we're saying contingent has a special meaning. And the special meaning, you actually find this is a good way to, if you look in your books, at the end of chapter 3, there are some definitions, there's some key terms. So the key term is, a contingent thing is anything that could have been different. Everything in the universe is contingent. All contingent things need something else to make them the way that they are. So what does it mean for something to be contingent? It means that it needs something to make it the way that it is. So tell me, like, how is I don't know, like, so you have a cup of chai, right? How is that chai? It is brown, it is warm, it is sweet. Brown and warm and sweet. That's how it is. It needs something to make it brown, it needs something to make it warm, it needs something to make it sweet. This is what it means for it to be contingent. So let's look at the sky. How is the sky? What's your name? Hassan, mashallah. How is the sky? Tell me.
Blue.
Sky is blue.
Can be clear.
It can be clear. So it needs something to make it blue or clear. So a contingent thing, this thing is contingent when it needs something to make it how it is. So when I say the universe is contingent, this is what I mean. I mean that it needs, so I have to actually put aside the meaning of contingency in language and understand it in this way. Does that make sense? Okay, so the universe is contingent. So if somebody, whether God answers somebody's evil prayers or not, the universe is still contingent. It doesn't undermine this. So if somebody makes a prayer that something bad happened, that bad thing happens, then the universe is still contingent. And contingent things still depend on necessary being. So the universe still depends on necessary being. So it's unrelated. So whenever something is unrelated, so what this means is I don't have to answer every question. And this is really valuable because there's somebody comes, they have all of these problems, and solving the problems is separate from the truth of Islam. So if I want to show them why Islam is true, and they ask a question that's unrelated, it's a distraction. It takes me down a path. So I don't want to go there. So I want to say, okay, I'm not sure, but A, B, C. Do you see this? What's the next number 5? Group number 5? What's the? Yeah. Go ahead.
I think the question was along the lines of if everything is predetermined, what's the purpose of going to paradise?
Yeah.
Something along those lines.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think our immediate thought was that this is more related to wisdom and hikmah, like you were mentioning. So there's not a direct relationship in terms of what's the purpose of having a heaven. But if we were to relate this to three premises, we were thinking along the lines that would be more related to the third, in the sense that God having absolute will, qudra, and ilm is related to him being the wajib wujud, the necessary existence. So proving that, so God creating heaven or hell and putting us all there, or there, whichever one, that's related to his absolute power, wisdom, and knowledge. In terms of what the wisdom of that is, or what the benefit of that is, that's a separate discussion.
Good. So over here, what we would say is that it's actually unrelated, because the universe is contingent. Okay, let's say that everything is predestined, I have no choice, and that's it. There's no point in doing anything. Still, the universe is contingent. All contingent things need a necessary being. That's still true. And it's still true that the necessary being exists. So this, because why? So it's actually, it can never be related to the conclusion, because the conclusion follows from the premises. Does that make sense? Right? So it has to relate to another two premises, and if it doesn't, then the conclusion follows. So this is unrelated. So actually what this does is, I won't dwell on free will too much. Actually, if you look in this book, there's nothing on free will. And it's very deliberate, because the way to deal with free will objections is you say that, okay, hold on a second, like free will or no free will, a necessary being, everything depends on necessary being. Free will or no free will, the Prophet Muhammad is a messenger from that necessary being. Free will or no free will, the necessary being has said that if you pray, you go to paradise. If you disbelieve in him, you go to the hellfire. Free will or no free will, this is true, right? And you show them this. And then when you show them this, then the free will objection changes. Because it's not about, I don't have any free will, Islam isn't true. It's, I don't have free will, there's no point in me praying, even though all of this is true. And now it becomes a trivial problem, because what they're saying is, yes, it's true there's a paradise. Yes, it's true that all of these things are there. Yes, it's true that God has said this, but oh my God, like I can't pray. I don't have any choice to pray. Say, come on, have some chai. There's your free will. You can have a chai, you can pray. So it becomes like a non-issue. It goes away. And so it has nothing to do with the truth of Islam. In fact, you have to do the truth of Islam first, and then it kind of evaporates. Who was number 6?
Our group.
Your group? Okay, what was your objection?
Why Islam? Why not other religions?
Okay, you have any thoughts on that?
Why Islam? So if we say that everything contingent means a necessary being, all of the concepts and ideas of God are still contingent on a necessary being, whether that be fire or sun or a statue or Isa, they're still contingent.
That's true. And so one of the ways that you can do this is that, mashallah, that when you look at the way that Allah is described, that the conclusions that you come to about God using the mind, they are consistent with the Quran, they're not consistent with anything else. So like you said, that Sayyidina Isa is contingent, and yet people say that he's God, that means Christianity is false. Because they say that something that is created is God. It means it's false. Hinduism, same thing. Buddhists don't even believe in God. So you can actually go through all of them, you can eliminate them, except Judaism and except Sikhism, because Sikhism they took from Islam. Like it's like they were Muslim, and so there's another way that you would deal with them. But this is a good observation. However, on this argument, the only thing this argument proves is that the universe depends on a necessary being. It doesn't prove that Islam is true. So the most common objection to the contingency argument by Western philosophers is they say that, okay, fine, but why does it have to be your God? Why can't it be somebody else's God? And we say that, very good, I agree with you. We're not there yet. Stay with me. Let's do the next argument, and next argument, and next argument, and I'll show you. But all this shows is the existence of a necessary being. And it's possible some other religion also believes in a necessary being. If they are, they're right. If they're not, they're wrong. But there's 3 other arguments. Who's number 7? Let me actually, for sake of time, I think this is really good. I'll just walk through the rest of them myself. And this exercise is really important because it helps us think things through and understand what we're doing and why it is that arguments are important. So I'll go through the other things, but there's a difference between there's a difference between a rational proof and a rational explanation. So a rational explanation is like somebody says Islam is true because zakat solves the problems of all poor people. Or Islam is wonderful because when you pray, you're connected to Allah. And polygamy, it solves the problem of more women than men. And that's the wisdom of polygamy. So we have these explanations, and these explanations, they have their place. But that's not what we're trying to do here. We're not trying to explain everything. But what we're saying is, and we call this truth first. First, see that it's true, and then we can look at the explanations. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to prove rationally that Islam is true. And the first step of it is this argument from contingency, and that's what we've done so far, and I think it's time for Jai.
live as well.
This?
Yeah.
What is this a mic or what is
This
it?
is a mic.
So for them or for the camera?
For the camera.
Okay. Okay. Sorry.
So it's all it's like,
Okay. Okay, let's continue. Let's reconvene. Okay. So, Bismillah wa salatu wa salamu ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa wala. If everybody could take a seat and feel free to eat and have your chai during the class, because I will do the same. So you will make me feel comfortable if you do the same. There are. There was a question 7 which I didn't do, is important, which is that actually question 8, which is that if God created everything, who created God? And so people will often automatically say this, that if God created everything, who created God? And it's widespread. So this question, it comes from not understanding the second premise. Because what you say is everything in the universe is contingent. All contingent things need something that doesn't need anything. So if they understand the second premise, what does the second premise mean? It means that if I have a line of people, if all I have is leaning people, it doesn't do anything. I have to have it, everybody needs to be held up by somebody who doesn't need anything. That has to be the case. And so everything needs something that doesn't need anything. Something that doesn't need anything. That means the universe needs something that doesn't need anything. And so if you understand that you've proven the existence of something that doesn't need anything, you're not going to say who created him, because he doesn't need to be created. So the only reason why somebody says, if God created the universe, who created God? After you explain this, if they're saying this, then as a teacher, what you understand is they don't understand the second premise. And so you say that, okay, well, actually, let me walk you through this leaning line example again, because you didn't understand that. You didn't see that everything needs something that doesn't need anything, because if you saw that, you wouldn't ask your question. Because I've just proven the existence of someone who doesn't need anything, doesn't need to be created. So this objection, it relates to the second premise. And one of the ulama, they came and they asked me about, somebody says that, gives a simple argument, like saying that the universe, like this house, the house needs someone to make it, and so the universe needs someone to make the universe, and of course need a God. So this over here, that's if somebody says, fine, I believe in God, great, job done. But what we're doing here is we're taking that and we're breaking it into steps. So this is needed for teachers. If you're a teacher, if you're not a teacher, you read that, you're okay, fine, finished. But if you're a teacher, you have to have this deeper understanding, so that when people have questions, you know how to answer them. There's another question about what are the possible objections to these premises. So inshallah, I hope that sometime in Ramadan, I will finish a book that's coming out. It's called Kalam 3.0. And in that book, I have all of the arguments that are formally laid out like this. There's like 6, 7, or 8. And there's all of the possible objections to every premise and how to answer it. And so I hope that inshallah, you can have a look at it when it comes out. But the number of objections to each of these, they're limited. They're not unlimited. So the first premise, everything in the universe is contingent. One of the sisters, she asked, what do we do if somebody objects to it? So there's 2 situations. There's the situation of I'm in a public debate with an atheist and he says, I don't accept this. How do you refute that atheist, right? I'm not doing that. That's not the, although I'll help you a little bit, but that's not what I want to do. And I don't feel that that is what most people should be doing. The place where we want to be is we want to be with Muslim children, young Muslims in university, people who have converted to Islam, people who are interested, right? There are people who are actually, they're open, they're saying, please show me, right? And so when you're working with this person, it's so easy because they're receptive. They want to know, they feel something in their heart. They just want all of this. And so this is the area where, and when you do this from the beginning, everyone who converts to Islam, this is the first thing that they should learn after. To convert to Islam, anything that works. If they need chai to convert to Islam, give them chai, get them to say the Shahada. Then when they become Muslim, then you say, okay, first thing, let me show you why Islam is true, right? And then this is because it grounds their faith, and so this is what we're doing now. So the first premise we say is daruri. You have daruri and nazari. These are terms in mantiq. Daruri doesn't mean necessary. That's not what it means. Daruri means it doesn't need an argument. We say non-inferential, doesn't need to be proven. Nazari means it's inferential, it needs an argument. So there are certain kinds of statements that as human beings, we know that they're true and we don't need to prove that they're true. And in the science of kalam, the mutakallimun, they tell you what all of these are. And we use them in these arguments. So the first premise, it falls into that category. So I just look outside, I look at the grass, I say, I know it needs something to make it green. I know that the sky needs something to make it blue. So the first premise, it's known without needing any argument. Somebody can deny it if they want to, and they will, right? But it's known, this is the reality of it. You cannot construct a proof to prove it. But what you can do is you can show people that even that they accept it. And the best way to show this is you say that actually if you didn't believe this first premise, science would become impossible. Because what is science? Science says, why is the sky blue? Why are the plants green? Why is the sun shining? That's what it's asking, all of those questions. And the only reason why it asks those questions is because it knows that these things are contingent. Because if they weren't contingent, what does it mean? It means that the sky is blue, doesn't need anything to make it blue. This is what the sky is blue. That's it. Why is it blue? What a silly question. It's blue, that's it. Stop asking. Doesn't need a reason. Called brute fact. And nobody sees the universe in this way. And if you did, there would be no science. So science depends on the first premise. And since people, they like science so much today, so you can use this, and that's the best way to get agreement on this. And so you say, even atheists believe this, and they have to believe this, even if they don't agree. That's the first premise. And that's the most common objection. There's a couple a little bit more complicated, but we won't get into them today. And the second one, it just comes from if you set things up using the line and you show people, and then you it works. Like it's so this is a little bit about my background. I did work. I studied with I studied with teachers from Syria. I studied Ilm al-Kalam, Ilm al-Tawheed with them. And for a period of time, I worked in a think tank in the Emirates. And there was a project that involved philosophers and scientists, non-Muslims as well. So I tested all of these things with philosophers. I spoke to them, did research things with them. So like on first-hand experience, I know that they don't have anything. Like they think they do, they don't have anything, right? And everything they say, it can all be responded to. And my goal here is just to give a very simple explanation, but I want to reassure you that it can be. And by the grace of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, we've trained a couple of hundred teachers to teach this material all over the world, and there's never been a question they haven't been able to answer. Right? So this works. And it's not because of me, it's because it's in the Quran and the Prophet taught these arguments. So this is the argument from contingency. And it's a trap. If you say yes, you're in trouble. If you say no, you're in trouble. So what you do is you say, okay, well, why am I in this situation? There's an assumption. You have to identify the assumption. And when you identify the assumption, then you deny that assumption. So there's a strategy, we call it the unmasked strategy, which is that when somebody asks a loaded question, you ignore the question, you don't answer it. Because if you say yes, you're trapped. If you say no, you're trapped. You unmask the hidden assumption. You say, okay, this is the hidden assumption. And then the way that you answer the question is you deny that assumption. So how big is God? So this means, so God is great. Allahu Akbar. Like the nasheed that we began with, Allah bahut bada hai, that doesn't mean big in this sense. That means Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is great. He's azim. Allahu azimun. Right? But big here, it means, is he 5 inches or 6 feet or like a mountain, like Mount Everest? Like how big is he? How big is God? So this question is a loaded question. It makes a false assumption. What is the false assumption that it makes? Anyone? Back there, yeah? It assumes that God exists in space. That God exists in space. So space-time, so it's interesting, the universe now is mass energy in space-time. And space is actually increasing. It's getting larger. At every moment, between every 2 points, there's more space that is being created. This is what physicists believe in right now. So space is a creation of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So when we say that the universe is contingent, then it means, and that Allah is not contingent, it means that Allah is not like the universe. Because if Allah had a size, He would be contingent. If Allah had a location, He would be contingent. If Allah had a color, He would be contingent. So when we say Allah is wajibul wujud, it means the relation of Allah to the universe is not a relation of location, it's a relation of dependence. So how does Allah relate? So what's my relation to this cup of tea? My relation is it's over there and I'm over here, right? And people, they think about God in terms of a physical thing. Well, I'm here, where is God? But the relation of God to the universe is not a relation of location. The relation of God to the universe is a relation of dependence, which means that everything at every moment needs Allah to be the way that it is. And that relation, there's a closeness there that is undescribable. And that's the relation. So when somebody says, how big is God? They are making an assumption about God. They are assuming that God is contingent. They're assuming that God is contingent. So, and that He exists in space. So what we say to this is that so I see this. So I don't answer the question. I don't say, well, this big or that big. But I say that I ignore the question, I unmask the objection, the assumption, which is that God is contingent, and I deny it. I say that your question assumes that God is a contingent thing that exists in space. God is not a contingent thing that exists in space. And that's the answer to this question. This is if I'm speaking to an adult. If I'm speaking to a child, right? I don't say that, right? Say, how big is God? Bigger than you can imagine. Okay? That's the answer for a child. And you can't even imagine it. And that's it. Then when you've said bigger than you can imagine, that means you've taken their imagination. It means that you can't imagine Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and He's really great. And that's what you say to a child. Who has a question? Any questions on that? What is God made of? What is God made of? What's the assumption here? Yeah?
The evil assumption is that everything is made of something, so God needs to be made of something. Whereas we say, no, God is above it, so He cannot be made of something.
You made of something contingent. You forgot the word contingent, right? So so this question assumes that God is made of the contingent things in the universe. Because everything that I look, it is made of some element, something. And so this question is saying that God is made of the same thing, assuming that. So this question, the mushrikeen asked the Prophet this question. This is the sabab al-nuzul of Surah Al-Ikhlas. They came to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam and they said, Ya Muhammad, unsub lana rabbak, or sif lana rabbak. Describe your Lord to us. And they said, Amin hadidin hu? Is He made of iron? Or is He made of wood? Or what is He made of? Because the gods that they worshipped, which are idols, are all made of things. And this is when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala revealed Surah Al-Ikhlas. And if you look in Surah Al-Ikhlas, does it answer the question? It ignores the question. They said, what is your God made of? Surah Al-Ikhlas, Qul huwa Allahu ahad, Allahu samad, lam yalid wa lam yulad, wa lam yakul lahu kufuwan ahad. It ignores the question. It ignores the question. And what does it do? It is based on understanding. It's based on seeing that they are assuming that Allah is a contingent thing like the contingent things in the universe, which is the basis of idolatry. The basis of idolatry and shirk is that you say that Allah is a contingent thing in the universe. Right? Everything in the universe is dependent. Everything in the universe is dependent on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Allah doesn't need anything. Right? La ilaha illallah. And that's what this surah is saying. It's saying, Qul huwa Allahu ahad, Allahu samad. Allahu Samad, Allah is the one who is needed by everything and nothing, and He doesn't need anything. He's wajibul wujud. Lam yalid wa lam yulad wa lam yakul lahu kufuwan ahad. Nothing is like Him. He's not contingent. I could go into a deeper tafsir, but it's basically it's denying the assumption because it's a loaded question. Okay. So this is now how we're going to answer this question. People will say, can God make a rock that He cannot lift? Can God make a rock that He cannot lift? So people, when they ask this question, we have to see that it's a loaded question. And this is why when you say, if you say yes, God can make a rock that He cannot lift, you're in trouble because it means He can't lift something. And if you say no, you're also in trouble because it means He can't do something. So where's the problem here? The problem here is that they're loading the question with an assumption. And the assumption is that, anyone? Luca. Yeah. Yeah, so this imagines God like a physical being, like you or me, who lifts things. They're thinking of God like a man. And there's that, because why? He's lifting. God lifts things. That means He's a human being. He lifts things. And it's too heavy. It means He feels the weight of things. So they're imagining God as like a human being. And so there's another form of this question, which is also that, can God destroy Himself? Which is what actually this question returns to. And we say that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala doesn't need anything, and He's a necessary being, and He must exist. He cannot not exist. So when somebody says, can God destroy Himself, or can God make a way for Him to exist, they're assuming that God is contingent. They're assuming that it's possible for God to exist and not exist. That's what they're assuming. But Allah must exist. Allah cannot not exist. And this is why in Aqidah we learn that Allah's Qudra only relates to the mumkinat. Allah's Qudra only relates to contingent things. Allah's Qudra does not relate to Himself. So when we say Inna Allah ala kulli shay'in qadir, it means Allah has the relation of power, because power, we're going to do the second argument quickly, but power, the role of Allah's power is to bring the mumkinat into existence. It's me, I'm a reflection of the power of Allah, you are a reflection of the power. So power brings things that need to come into existence. As for Allah, Allah's power does not relate to Him, because He must exist, He's perfect. So that was a quick answer to that. Any questions on that? Anyone? Do any of the sisters have any questions? Someone is saying from the sisters that telling a child that God is bigger than they can imagine might make them start to conflate God and all the fictional things like fairies that they read about and make them think that God is something in their imagination. She's asking how you would address that to prevent that. So if you say God is bigger than you can imagine, then I would say God is bigger than you can imagine. You can't even imagine Him. He's not like anything else. So you can just make that more clear. Okay, I want to watch a video. Can you watch a video? Yeah. The second video. Before just a second. What's your question?
Obviously, you discussed that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is not from His mass or saying something like that. But in relation to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, this universe, some might say is within or out the direction.
Okay. So there's a question about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So we say Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the universe depends on Allah. Everything in the universe needs Allah to make it the way that it is. Allahu la ilaha illa huwa al-hayyul qayyum. So everything in the universe, space and time and everything, it needs Allah. And so I look at all contingent things and I see that they need Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So if I see this, then when I look at, then I'm not going to ask the question, is he inside, outside, where is he? Because all of the things that I say inside, outside are things that are dependent on him. So Allah's relation is a relation of sustaining. It's not, so inside, outside assumes space. لَيْسَ كَمِثْلِهِ شَيْءٍ. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, nothing resembles him. Subhanallah. So what we're doing here is, this is like the first step. And after the first step, when we realize these things and we clear these things in our students' minds, then when they worship Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, then you learn something about him. And that comes through realizing your dependence on him. Okay, so do I need to put the mic here? And then put the mic here? Okay. Okay, so we're now going to do science. We're going to look at science. There's a question on science and do the genetics really cause or don't cause? So we're going to go through that. And we're going to look at something, but before we do that, we're going to look at something called God of the gaps. Maybe you've heard this, God of the gaps. So what we're going to try and understand here is, we're going to try and understand, why do atheists not believe in God? And everybody has an assignment. As you watch this video, you have to tell me, why does he think that science removes the need for God? I want everybody to write it down. I'm going to ask randomly. The ladies too. I want to hear your answers. Why do scientists think that science has removed the need for God? Okay, so everybody, you have I'll give you another 30 seconds. Why is it that he thinks that scientists don't need, once you have science, you don't need God? So let's hear from the ladies. So Mariam, could you tell me what they say? Okay, so I'm going to read out the sisters' answers as they type. As they're typing, maybe some of you were a little bit uncomfortable at the way he was speaking about God and religious believers, and I think it's good, because I feel like we need to hear this. We need to hear how people are thinking and the way that they feel, because our children hear this. They watch this YouTube video. They watch this YouTube video and then they come into our classes. So there was, it's been I taught the God delusion. And then it's summary. We did Kalam and we read the God delusion. And it's a very difficult book to read, because he's very rude and he says lots of bad things that you don't want to hear. And so when we first started reading it, I couldn't read it. But you have to. We have to be able to. The insults will be there, and we have to be able to hear those insults and go beyond those insults and see that they're actually being irrational. Because what they're doing is they're saying that we are rational, you guys are stupid, and you're this and you're this and you're this and you're this and you're this. And if we get angry and we respond in this way, then we actually look like we are justifying what they're saying. So the response that we need is let them do all the insults. Let them do all the insults. And then you just kind of break down their rational thing, explain why they're wrong, and say, I just want to use my mind. And that's the best response. And so this was that was one thing. So let's look at so here's an answer from the ladies. Science replaces God because we now have explanations for how things work. Very good. Science replaces God because we now have explanations for how things work. This is what they say. And so it goes like this. It says that a long time ago, people, they didn't know how things worked. They were confused about thunder, so they invented a god named Zeus, who's the god of thunder. And they didn't know how it rained, so they said the gods did it, and they invented some god of the rain. And then they started praying to those gods. And then science came along, and it told you how the universe really works. And so now you don't need God, and that's why science replaces the need for God. Okay, so this line of reasoning, we all need to understand this. All our children in schools, this is their science education. Every single one of them. Often even in Islamic schools. In Islamic schools, it will be a Muslim teacher, they won't say this, but this is what you're teaching them. You're telling them, when you teach them science, you're telling them that it's gravity that moves the planets around. Like we saw, it's gravity. And there's this really intelligent man, Isaac Newton, invented gravity. We discovered this. Gravity makes, but what about like, إن ربكم الله الذي خلق السماوات والأرض في 6 أيام ثم استوى على العرش يغشي الليل النهار يطلبه حثيثا والشمس والقمر والنجوم مسخرات بأمره. What about that? What about that? Like it's saying that Allah is the one who makes the sun and the stars and the moon and everything. It's God. It's not gravity. Right? It's not gravity. Maybe I can discuss with you afterwards. There's no such thing as gravity. There's no such thing as gravity. Gravity is not a thing. Planets are a thing, their motions are things. There's no thing called gravity. There's nothing. Because what did they say? They say gravity is a force. Means it's a power. So in their understanding, gravity is an unseen power that's doing things. There's nothing. So the scientific equations are actually telling you something else. And I'll maybe, but this is the argument, right? And so when somebody goes and they're learning in science that this thing does this thing, and this is the equation for this, and this is the equation for that, they're saying science explains everything. Science explains everything, and you don't need God. So a lot of this is firsthand. I was doing my GCSEs. I did Bernoulli's principle of flight, and airfoils, and how low pressure and high pressure, and how planes fly, and I was like the bird wings, and I was, after that, I was reading a translation of the Quran, and أَلَمْ يَرَوْا إِلَى الطَّيْرِ فَوْقَهُمْ صَافَّاتٍ وَيَقْبِضْنَ مَا يُمْسِكُهُنَّ إِلَّا الرَّحْمَنِ. Don't they look at the birds? They outstretched and they go like this. Nobody holds them up except Ar-Rahman, except the All-Merciful. And I thought, I said, like, what about Bernoulli's principle of flight? I thought that. Now, alhamdulillah, I didn't have a faith crisis, right? I just said, oh, it doesn't make sense. Go have some fun. Go play something, And then that's how many people, most Muslims, that's how they're going to react. But the idea and the thought is there. And then what happens is, so there's a question about, do you think like when people leave Islam, it's about trauma, right? But what happens is that when they have the thought there, and then they have a traumatic experience. What's the traumatic experience? They will be, maybe in the home, maybe the parents are religious, but they're always arguing, and the husband wrongs his wife, and they're like this, and so they say, I don't like Islam, and then they go back and they hear this, and they say that actually they just make up God to explain things, and science explains everything, and then then the trauma, it drives them out. So the traumatic experiences, they amplify the unresolved questions that are on people's minds. And if we solve those questions, then the trauma, it's not going to do that. because they know that Islam is true, and you can then comfort them and give them pastoral care. You can do all those other things. So it's not just trauma. Trauma ignites something that's the source. And this is a, let me take that away. Okay. So and materialism, as you see on the slide, is the belief that the physical universe is everything that exists. So science is actually okay. There's nothing wrong with the equations and everything, but there's an assumption. And the assumption is materialism. So scientists work on the assumption that mass, energy, space-time is everything, and it explains everything. And that everything that happens in the universe is atoms, molecules bumping into each other according to the laws of nature. This is the worldview of science. So this here is I want, if you could just take a picture of this. This is important. This is 3 worldviews. This is in the online course. And this is a rule of thumb that you can actually look at everybody and you put them into 3 categories. So let's start with the last one, number 3. There's the worldview of atheism. Atheists view the world in a particular way. Atheists, they don't believe in God. That's the first thing. They say there's no God. The second thing is they believe that the physical universe, i.e. mass, energy, and space-time, is everything that exists. So physical objects, this is everything. This is nothing else exists. This is materialism. The third thing is they say that when I do scientific experiments, I discover the physical universe making things happen according to the laws of nature. So I discover Einstein's theory of relativity, F equals ma. I discover all of these equations. What am I discovering? I'm discovering contingent things, making other contingent things happen according to the laws of nature. And scientists believe that nothing can overpower the laws of nature. That's what scientists believe. Nothing can overpower the laws of nature. So these 4 things is the worldview of a materialist. So the average person on the street, most non-Muslims on the street, this is their worldview. This is the dominant worldview. This is the worldview of the Ministry of Education. So the Ministry of Education, they'll say, yeah, like you guys can have your religious freedom, do whatever you want, But for them, science tells you this. If you want to worship God, if you want to believe in fairies, go ahead, believe in a fairy. So we did that, right? What somebody says God is like fairies, what do they mean? They mean that there's no evidence for the existence of God. People just believe in God just like they believe in fairies. And the response to that is that there is evidence. Here's an argument. So this is the worldview of atheism. So we want to understand it. This is where they're coming from. So from the perspective of this worldview, when I explain everything according to science, when somebody they say that the reason why people believe in God is because they don't know how things work, and they say God did it. This is called God of the gaps. God of the gaps is there's something in the universe that I don't know how to explain, and so God did it. The intelligent design argument is a God of the gaps argument. I'll talk about this. We had a because how does the intelligent design argument work? It says that the universe is designed. You cannot explain the design through science. Therefore, God did it. And the response of the atheist is stop bringing God into the picture. Let me do my science. I might not understand it now. I'll understand it tomorrow. Let me do science. And they say that when the religious people, they come and they say God did it, that's really dangerous, because when you bring God in, now I can't even do my science, because now if I try to do my science, you're going to say I'm disbelieving in your God, right? And then we're back to Galileo, all of these things. This is terrible. So this is now this is what, and so this is the atheist, the atheist worldview. And then let's look at the second worldview. The second worldview is the worldview of Christianity and polytheism. So the mushrikeen and Christianity, they're the same. Because when Christians believe that Jesus is God, it's like they're worshiping an idol. Because the problem with idol worship is that you're worshiping a contingent thing. That's the problem. It's not that it's unscientific. That's not the problem. Sometimes Muslims will say that Muslims are scientific, we don't worship idols. No, like scientific puts you in the third worldview, right? That's not, the problem with idol worship is that idols are contingent. So the worldview of polytheism and Christianity is they believe in gods, but the gods they believe in are supernatural gods. God or gods. Supernatural. This is an important word. Supernatural means more powerful than nature. So you have a God who can overcome the laws of nature. He can intervene in the running of the universe. So supernatural, it could be contingent. So for a Christian, Jesus is God. Why is Jesus God? Because he brought the dead back to life. This is the Christian argument. That Jesus is God because he came back to life. And he brought the dead back to life. And he did all these miracles, so he's God. Right? That's what the Dajjal will say, right? The Dajjal will say, I'm God, I do all these miracles. Same argument. It's the same. So as a result, what do they mean by God? What they mean by God is a God who can do things that is beyond science. That's what they mean by God. That's really important to understand. That in their mind, God is not the necessary being on whom everything depends, but in their mind, God is a powerful, supernatural thing. And so I was talking to the intelligent design argument. I'll give a little bit, we'll do a little bit more, but just the intelligent design argument proves the existence of a supernatural God, not a necessary being. Because the intelligent design argument says there's the design in the human body is amazing. Science can't do it. A supernatural being can do it. So that's the conclusion of it. The conclusion of the intelligent design argument is not a necessary being. It's a supernatural God. That's why Christians can make this argument. A Christian cannot make the contingency argument. Because if a Christian makes the contingency argument, he disproves Christianity. Because Jesus can't be God. In fact, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, he says in the Quran, he says, مَا الْمَسِيحُ ابْنُ مَرْيَمَ إِلَّا رَسُولٌ قَدْ خَلَتْ مِنْ قَبْلِهِ الرُّسُلُ وَأُمُّهُ صِدِّيقَةٌ. So this verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, Allah says, he was speaking to the Christians. He's telling the Christians who believe that Jesus and his mother are God. He said that مَا الْمَسِيحُ ابْنُ مَرْيَمَ إِلَّا رَسُولٌ. The most that the Messiah, son of Mary, not son of God, the most that he is a Rasul. He's a messenger. Many other messengers have gone before him. And his mother is a Siddiqah. She's a great wali. So that's the most that they are. They're not God. Why? كَانَ يَأْكُلَانِ الطَّعَامِ. They used to eat food. In the verse of the Quran, they're dependent, they're needy, they're muftaqir, they're contingent. They can't be God because they're contingent. So if a Christian makes the Quranic contingency argument that we saw, there's no more Christianity. That's why Christians cannot make that argument. That's why they're not making that argument. And we need to make this argument. It's not there in the public mainstream. It has a profound effect. So Christians, they like the intelligent design argument. What's the intelligent design argument? Intelligent design argument is they say, the way that I prove the existence of God is I find something in the universe that I cannot explain, like design, and I say science can't explain it. it needs God to do it. And that was what the video that we just watched, that's what it's about. That's why he's saying this. He's talking to Christians. He's talking to Christians who are saying this, and he's saying that, well, science can't explain it now, but tomorrow it will, and then you'll be out of a job. And he's saying that, and even if I can't explain it, then let me try. Stop trying to make me stop. And that's the problem with religion. Religion gets in the way of science. I want to do science, you just say God did it. You know, so that's their thing, and that has to happen with Christianity and polytheism. So Christianity and polytheism believes in supernatural gods, and these gods are not necessary. They're not wajibul wujud, and they're not transcendent. And according to polytheism and Christianity, what does science discover? Science discovers things making other things happen according to the laws of nature. So they're the same as the atheists. So Christians are weak materialists. Atheists are strong materialists. Christians are weak materialists. That means that Christians, they believe that the gravity is a real thing. It makes things happen. And medicine cures and fire burns. But God started everything off, and he places powers into things. And he can stop these things from happening. So with Christians and idol worshippers too, why? Because when you worship an idol, you worship a contingent thing. That's what you're doing. When somebody goes to a statue and says, "Oh statue, give me this," right? They believe that there's something that's mustaqir, that can do something else. And that means that in the entire universe, they're going to believe that things make other things happen. They don't believe in la hawla wa la quwwata illa billah. But they believe in God, but their God is a supernatural being who can come and he can do miracles. He can stop things from happening. And when he does miracles, that's how you know he's God. So this is really important. This is really, really important to understand. Because this is why this is what the intelligent design argument, this is what it's doing. This is the sphere of it. Right? And this is the argument of the Dajjal. Dajjal will do miracles, he'll say, I'm God. It's not a Muslim argument, because when I do this, I'm becoming a weak materialist. Because if I say that this thing is amazingly designed, it needs God to make the design, but what about the things that aren't designed? Don't they need God? Of course they do. Design or no design, the universe needs God. So because the universe is contingent, it's intrinsically dependent. So this is the worldview of polytheism. What's the worldview of Islam? The worldview of Islam, it comes through contingency, and it believes in the God of the Quran. So we don't. Sometimes people say, I often, like when I do these sessions, I say, what does God mean to you? And people say, he's the creator, he's this, he's that. But there's a common answer that comes. They say, God is a higher power. Higher power. That's second worldview. What's a higher power? Means there's a power here and there's a more of a power. But we say there is no power except Allah. La hawla wa la quwwata illa billah. So God for us is not a higher power. God is the only one who has power. Nothing else has any power. Everything depends on him. Yeah. So in the worldview of Islam, you have the God of the Quran, who is necessary and transcendent, doesn't resemble anything. The relation of God to the universe is dependence, not location. And science, what does science discover? Science doesn't discover something making something else happen. Science discovers patterns of divine action. Science discovers contingent regular associations upheld by God. So when I do a scientific experiment, I discover that when I take this medicine, which is made by God, then God normally cures me. And so I can expect that when I take this medicine, that God will cure me. So it's the pattern with which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala runs the universe. That's what science discovers. So science does not discover something in the universe making something else happen. Science discovers patterns. And we illustrate that with Pavlov's dogs. So this is I think in chapter 5 of your book, maybe, Science and God. So Pavlov, so there was a Russian scientist. He lived in the late 1800s, early 1900s. He had a famous experiment. And what he did was, he had dogs, and he brought them food. And he noticed that when he brought them food, they drool, they salivate, they stick out their tongues, and saliva starts dripping. So he said, let me, what I'll do is, before I bring them the food, I'll ring a bell. I'll ring a bell, and then I bring them the food. I ring a bell, and I bring them the food. So I ring a bell, I bring them the food, and they start salivating and they drool. And eventually what happened was that he rang the bell, and they started salivating, even if they didn't see the food. So he would come, and he would ring the bell, and he wouldn't bring any food, and they would start salivating. So they would say, so he said that the dogs became conditioned. They became conditioned into thinking that it's called classical conditioning, that one brings about the other. They become conditioned. Right? But what do we say? We say like silly dogs, like they don't even have a mind. They think that just before something comes before something else, it makes it happen. They don't understand that outside of everything, there's a scientist who's making everything happen. It's just a pattern. Right? Silly dogs. But maybe materialists are like those dogs. I'm not saying materialists are dogs. Don't get me wrong. Okay, we don't insult people. We don't call them dogs. But they're like dogs. So this is in Balagha, like you have something called wajhu shabah, right? So you have mushabbah bihi, and wajhu shabah, and you have to identify the wajhu shabah. So when you say somebody is like a lion, how are they like a lion? They're like a lion because in bravery. But lions, they say, have very bad breath because they don't brush their teeth. So if somebody say you're like a lion, you're not saying you have bad breath, right? So when we say the materialists are like the dogs, we're not insulting them. There's a wajhu shabah. What's the wajhu shabah? What is the basis of resemblance of the materialist to Pavlov's dogs? Inference from patterns, conditional thinking, anything else? The what? Can't see the bigger picture. Can't see the bigger picture. The basis of resemblance between them is that the dog can't see that it's being orchestrated, and the materialist also cannot see that it's being orchestrated. But he should be able to see, because there's a difference between him and the dog. And the difference is he has a mind. And that's why Allah gave us a mind. He gave us a mind so we could rise above our animal instincts. Rise above our animal instincts and reflect and say that really everything depends on something that doesn't need anything. And that this is all a pattern. And it's not this that is just because something comes before it doesn't mean it's making it happen. It could also be that it's just associated. And when I use my mind, that's what I see. And so we have a natural instinct, and this is shirk. This is the origin of shirk. Because what's the origin of shirk? Shirk is like, I go to the idol, it'll give me what I want. I go here, it will give me. This thing will help me. This thing would help me. And the way that it's broken is first I use my mind, but the instinct is still there. And then I train myself through dhikr and worship and tawakkul and all these other traits. So what this means is that that laws of nature are patterns. So what I can do is, so for me, for the Islamic worldview, there's no conflict between religion and science. For me, science is like is like a cake. I eat it up. I have it for lunch. So scientists are doing all things. I just eat it all up. And all of these things, what are you doing? Go do your experiment. Discover everything. But it's just telling you a regular association. A regular association. So this is really powerful, because what this means is I don't need to find something that science cannot explain to prove God. I don't need to do that. Do everything. Explain everything. Explain what you want. Whenever you're explaining something, you're discovering a regular association. So I don't need to fight science. So what I'm telling you here, it's really profound, you know, because there's many Muslims, what they do is like they're doing masters or PhDs in the philosophy of science, and science doesn't give you certainty and how to respond to this and the details of evolution, and we'll do evolution at the end as well, and how to do this, and you're learning. You don't need any of that. It's really simple. Contingency, patterns, done. Home free. And science is great. I love science. It just means something different to me. For me, when I as a Muslim scientist, I do science, I'm discovering patterns. For him, when he's doing science, he's discovering things making other things happen. But where does that come from? That comes from the assumption of materialism. And I eliminate that assumption using the argument from contingency. Very simple argument. So, who has questions on that? Any questions? If the ladies have anything, yep. What's your question? What's the difference between regular association and cause and effect? It's just so I will still say that fire causes burning. But what I mean by cause is that Allah regularly creates burning when something is placed into the fire. And that's how I will understand when I use this language. When a materialist uses this language, he will understand it to mean that fire actually burns. We both agree that when there's fire, there's burning. We both agree with that. We both agree that if you want to get burning, you use fire. So I affirm causation, but I affirm causation as an association, not as the first thing making the second thing happen. So we say, so this is actually, my teachers, they would say that if the cause and effect, if you affirm it, it's shirk. If you negate it, you're denying the wisdom of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So it's actually, you need both, but you affirm it in a different meaning. And this is why the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alayhi wasallam, when he's making the hijrah, he's taking all of the asbab, but then when he's in Ghar Thawr, and the mushrikeen are looking, he's saying, La tahzan inna Allah ma'ana. Right? He's taking all of the asbab. So we take all the asbab. We take all the asbab because Allah has created them, and the Sharia is based on taking the asbab. We're obligated to take the asbab. We're obligated to walk to the masjid. We're obligated to, it's haram to drink poison. It's all based on asbab. So our ubudiyah to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is based on asbab. We do all of them. We affirm all of them, but there's no causation. We rely on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And this is the lived tawheed. And this is the secret that the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alayhi wasallam came with, and this is a reminder. So what we are, so what is this? This is just, like I do logic, I do kalam, I do all these things. But at the end of the day, what is this? This is just a language to help people worship Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That's all it is, right? Because at the end of the day, when we stand before Allah on the Day of Judgment, What will count is not how many logical arguments I've memorized. What will count is my ibadah to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and my worship of Him. But we live in a time when people are moved away from worshipping Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala because they imagine that if they use the mind, they'll come to a different conclusion. So we're just trying to use these things to help them along, but you bring them in and then you have to do the amal, and it will make it easier. So this changes the meaning of the du'as, right? So you say, this is why you say Bismillah. This is why you say Alhamdulillah alladhi at'amana wa saqana wa ja'alana min al-muslimin. Because it's a reality. This is why you say, Allah raised me back to life, and all of the dua, Bismillah tawakkaltu ala Allah wa la hawla wa la quwwata illa billah subhanalladhi sakharana hada. Because it's all reminding myself of these things. So this is just, I guess it's a long way of saying that we affirm cause and effect as an association. We don't deny causation, but we affirm it, but we deny that the cause brings about the effect. That's what we deny. And people think it's a contradiction, but it's not. It's not a contradiction. And yeah.
What might you say to someone who might say that, I don't know, fire is a means of Allah burning something? So it's almost a dependent causation.
So we do say it's a means, but what we mean by, let me get, so this is in terms of language. So I guess like what your question is, what do you say to somebody that God has placed a power into fire and then fire independently burns? Is that your question?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So what we say is that this actually, it goes back to the, were you here since the beginning in the morning?
Yes.
Okay. So the line of, what is, there's actually two ways to do this, the line of leaning people. And there's one way where you line up the dominoes and you push the first one. When you do that, you push the first one, it activates the next, they all fall down, right? This is the first cause argument. So Aristotle, Thomas Aquinas, they make a first cause argument, which is they say there's an activator, and then the things in the middle, they become activated, and then they do the next thing. The way that we set it up is we don't set it up in terms of forward causation. We set it up in terms of backward dependence. I'm going to tell you why we do this, right? But I want you to kind of see that if you set it up in terms of backward dependence, then you don't look at the fact that the person over here made this, caused this. What you do is you say that this thing needs something. That's what you look at. So you look at the fact that things need something, not at the fact that this thing caused it. And the whole problem, the whole confusion comes from the thing is that people, because they're conditioned, they always say, look, this thing made it happen. And that's an unproven assumption. Because you have to be, because what Pavlov's experiment shows is that you have to be open to the possibility that it's this, or it's or there's something outside that's doing this. And when they say this thing made it, they're closing the door to that. So we say to them, don't rush to a conclusion, be open to the possibility. Look merely at dependence, and then you see that dependent things don't do anything. And it's just a necessary being. Does that make sense?
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? So if we go back to the video that we saw, what we saw in the video, that science replaces God because we now have explanations for how things work. How would you respond to this? How would we respond to this? Some of the men now. So that guy was saying, science replaces God because we now have explanations for how things work. What's our response to this? You want Zakaria?
So those explanations are just explanations of regular
actually explaining necessary cause.
So there's one thing. Zakaria says that what you think are explanation. So is science replaces God because we now have explanations for how things work. In your mind, explanation means the first thing causes the second, but really it's just a regular association. That's Zakaria. Anybody else wants to give some other thing? No?
You're bringing God to the level of science. Science is contingent.
Yeah.
You're bringing Allah, God,
Yeah.
to the level of science.
Yeah. So
by association, God contingent, and God is not contingent.
good. So what they're basically doing is that when they say that science replaces God, what's in their mind about God? What's in the mind about God for everybody on the street is people believe in God because it makes them feel good. That's what most people think. Most people think that we believe in God because it makes me feel good. It makes me happy. Right? And so they say, whatever makes you happy, it's a free country. Right? So that's what, and so they say that, okay, it makes you happy, fine, but go ahead and be happy, but don't say that the fact that you can't explain something proves the existence of that being. Don't say that. And so what do we say? We say, fine, won't say it. I won't say it. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that I believe in God because science can't explain something. I'm saying that the universe is contingent. All contingent things necessary being. The universe needs necessary being. Has nothing to do with the explainability of science. So his whole thing, it is based on the assumption that I'm trying to prove the existence of God by saying that there's something that science cannot explain. So I have to deny that. And what Muslims are doing is they just get into the argument and they act like Christians. It's just like arguments and debates. But it's all like you have to clarify that I'm not like the Christian. Does anybody have any questions on that? There's a question from the ladies. What do people mean these days when they say I'm going to leave it to the universe rather than God? How does this affect how we use or not the word universe? Actually, the first time I've heard that, I'm going to leave it to the universe. Is that like a... Does people say this here? I'm going to leave... What?
College students and university students say that to the universe and for itself.
Oh.
Like the universe is some kind of force.
Yeah.
They say the same thing for nature as well. Say nature is so powerful. Nature is this.
So the people who say this, I'm going to leave it to the universe, are they materialists or are they like people who believe in magic and these kinds of things? They believe in like magic and stuff.
It could be fake, believe in a higher power.
Yeah. No, I'll have to understand this a little bit more. So before I answer this question. Do we change our everyday language to reflect our belief in contingency? In terms of cause and effect, we don't need to change our language. We can just use the same words. How do we be proactive in our curriculum? I'll talk about that afterwards, inshallah. Okay. What time will we break for Dhuhr? Yes. Okay, inshallah. Okay. Okay, so I'll stop in 15 minutes then, 5 to 1. Okay, so we'll go for 15 minutes and then we have we'll take a break and there's going to be somebody who's coming who's going to make a dua for us, inshallah. One second. We'll do. Okay. That's actually what we're going to do next, but it requires a little bit more time. Okay, let me quickly do like the two other arguments. Luca?
What about things like psychology? Would we understand it the same way?
Psychology.
Yeah.
Psychology is a big problem because it is so really the cure for all worry. So what does psychology do? Psychology is somebody, so for like, if you look at like trauma therapy, right? So somebody has a traumatic experience and they have a traumatic experience. So they're soldiers, they go and serve in the wars and they hear these explosions and they become frightened, they become conditioned. And so they come back to here and so you shout and suddenly they feel all scared because they've associated loud noises with something that's very fearful. And so they go to a therapist and he'll do something like cognitive behavior therapy and they've been conditioned to they've had this association and so you have to recondition it. So you have practical exercises that will change the association and it will change it to some other association that they deem to be quote unquote normal. And then you'll overcome this. And so this is how they also deal with emotional triggers of other kinds of abuse. You kind of recondition by putting them with something else. And this can be helpful. It can be helpful if it's a means to the real thing. And because the real thing is that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the one who created everything and we have to break free of associating cause and effect with anything else. And so what therapists do is they go from this to something that they think is normal, but that will lead to some other problems. It always leads to some other problems. So, but what happens is that when somebody has a really traumatic experience, they have an uncontrollable kind of effect. They can do this to help them calm down a little bit, but then they have to go to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam is, like I was so upset. Like I saw a slide. Somebody was saying that the Prophet was a therapist. La hawla wa la quwwata illa billah. Like it made me so upset. He's Rasulullah. But what's happening is that although therapy has a place, people are trying to take over, right? The Prophet came to purify our hearts and to set and to correct human psychology. But it has to be God-centered. It has to be worship-focused. And this is who the human being is. Allah says, وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ. This is who we are. And psychologists don't understand that. So because of that, there are some beneficial things you can take, but it's off. I'm not a therapist. Get upset at me when I say this, but it's the truth.
It's a bit of clarification on psychology. Some of it is closer to hard sciences, like the biological psychology, which deals with the chemistry of the brain.
Yeah.
I would fall under material.
Yeah.
And then on the other side, you've got Freudian psychology, which is psychiatry or something.
Yeah.
It's more of a pseudoscience.
Yeah.
They say scientific things, but it comes down to the interpretations
Yeah.
rather than a specific rule
Yeah.
that they follow.
Yeah, inshallah. Talk to psychologists too. I make lots of mistakes. But so don't, nobody's obligated to follow what I say. This is, so okay, so I'll explain two more arguments very quickly, and then we'll stop. The first argument is the design argument. So the intelligent design argument is wrong. However, we do learn something from design. The universe is designed. What does it mean for it to be designed? It means that things happen so that something else can happen. So when I look at the eye has been designed. And I do say subhanallah. Right? But what do I say, subhanallah? I say, subhanallah, Allah can do anything. So design shows that the necessary being we say, is a fa'il mukhtar, has qudra, irada, ilm. That's what design shows. Design shows the power, knowledge, and will of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It doesn't prove that Allah exists. We already know that He exists through contingency. But it tells us about the attributes of God. That's what it tells us. The problem with the intelligent design argument is that it's using this to prove the existence of God. And when you do that, things go wrong. So design proves the attributes of God. So when I look at the perfect placement of the earth from the sun, and the perfect length of the night and the day, and the perfect size of the earth and gravitational whatever, even though there's no such thing as gravity. I'll explain that a little bit, maybe like some of you. But like it explains the perfect, all of these things. I see that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has placed everything in a perfect, subhanallah. And so this comes out in verses of the Quran that He created you from a nutfa, and then a alaqa, and then mudgha, and then fakasawna al-'idhama lahma, and thumma ansha'nahu khalqan akhar. It's showing that Allah is saying that He runs everything precisely, and it's in the Quran. So we don't deny the fact that there's design, but we use design properly. Design shows Allahu ala kulli shay'in qadir. Allah knows everything. So it shows that Allah is, that He freely chooses to make everything happen. This is the design argument. So I was talking to somebody and they said that from necessary being has to have qudra, irada, ilm. That's not correct, right? Qudra, irada, ilm, these attributes, they need a separate argument. And this is from design. So the first argument you make is the contingency argument. Contingency shows the existence of a necessary being. Then you make the design argument, and it has to come after contingency. So the four arguments, they have to be made in the proper order. First contingency, then design. And so what you're doing with design is you say, I know that there's a necessary being. Does He have knowledge and will and power, or does He not? And when I see design, I see that He does. So now I know that He is a fa'il mukhtar. And design shows that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has these attributes. That's the second argument. I go through it in more detail all of you have access to the accelerated course. You can watch the lesson on design, on the design argument. This is all I'm going to say on it right now. The next argument is the argument for the oneness. So you can actually show that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that the necessary being who has qudra, irada, ilm is one. There's not many, but there's only one. And the way you do that is by showing that that one of the ways you do that is by looking at the design again, the design and harmony in the universe. If you look at the universe, it looks like it's made by one being. Because if there were many beings, then it would not be harmonious. So when you go in Istanbul, look at the Blue Mosque, look at Hagia Sophia. They're all in the same square. If you go to Hagia Sophia, it used to be a church. And then there was a Khalifa, he came, he built a minaret. And there's another Khalifa, he came, built another minaret. And you can actually look at it, you say that this one did this one did this, this one did this. It's a conglomerate. You go inside, you see old Christian stuff, you see Muslim stuff. It's very beautiful, but it's a hodgepodge. You look at the Blue Mosque, you say, it was made by one person. Made by one person, because it's just beautiful and exquisite. So in the same way as when we look at the Blue Mosque, we see that it's made by one being and not many. When I look at the universe and I see the harmony and I see that all living things have DNA and it's the same 4-letter code and it's the same elements and they're all electrons and protons and neutrons. And then you can go to subatomic particles and there's all this unity and harmony. It looks like one being. So we can get into more detail, but I won't be in this intensive. I won't be doing that. I do some more in the course, but for now I think we're going to suffice with that. Just and for most people this works. And what this shows is that everything in the universe depends on one being who chooses to do everything, and he's able to do anything. He can make the universe this way. He can make it a different way. Miracles are possible. And that sets us up to show that the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is the messenger of God. And that's what we'll be focusing on, inshallah, in the second half of today's intensive. That'll be our focus. What we'll do now is we'll take everybody stay in your seats. We have a very special guest, and we'll be hearing some words of wisdom from him and making a short dua, inshallah.
So we can finish early, inshallah. See? Sheet for Maghrib. हाँ शेख हमजा जी
जानता हूँ हमसे इंशाल्लाह इस्तिफादत अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह आपकी बहुत खुशी हुई आप आए हैं इंशाल्लाह आपसे इस्तिफादत
वसल्लल्लाहु अला सय्यिदना मुहम्मदिन व आलिहि व अस्हाबिहि अजमाइन अम्मा बाद। हज़रात उलमा, अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह बहुत मसरत और ख़ुशी हुई कि ये मजलिस इस्लाम की हक़्क़ानियत के उन्वान पर ज़िम्मेदारान की तरफ से मुनाक़िद की जा रही है। अल्लाह इसमें बहुत कामयाबी अता फरमाए। अलबत्ता इस मजलिस का जो मौजू है, इस्लाम की हक़्क़ानियत को दलाइल अक़लिया मंतिक़िया से साबित करना, इसके बारे में एक बात जहन में रखें कि ये एक मजबूरी और ज़रूरत के तहत की बात है। इस्लाम की हक़्क़ानियत को दलाइल अक़लिया से साबित करना एक मजबूरी के दर्जे की चीज़ है, वरना असल इस्लाम की हक़्क़ानियत के लिए दो चीज़ें बुनियाद हैं। हुज़ूर अकरम सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम का सबसे बड़ा मौजिज़ा क़ुरआन करीम है। क़ुरान में अल्लाह ने तमाम इंसानियत के हिदायत का सामान पैदा फरमाया है। اللہ نے قرآن کریم میں قرآن کی صفت بیان فرمائی ہدی للناس، یہ قرآن تمام لوگوں کے لیے ہدایت ہے، یہ قرآن تمام انسانیت کو راہ حق پر لانے کی صلاحیت رکھتا ہے۔ اس قرآن میں اللہ تعالیٰ شانہ نے قیامت تک آنے والی تمام انسانیت کے لیے راہبری اور رہنمائی کا ذریعہ اس قرآن کو اللہ نے بنایا ہے۔ چنانچہ جب قرآن کا نزول شروع ہوا اور مخالفین نے، مشرکین نے مخالفت کی، حج کا موقع آنے والا تھا، تو جو رؤسائے مشرکین تھے ان کی جو مجلس منعقد ہوئی کہ حج میں باہر سے لوگ آئیں گے اور حضور صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم کی بات سنیں گے، آپ سے متاثر ہوں گے، تو ہمیں ان کے بارے میں کوئی ایک بات طے کر لینی چاہیے، ہم کیا رائے دیں آپ علیہ السلام کے بارے میں۔ وہ تو خالی محمد کہتے تھے، تو بعض نے کہا کہ ہم آنے والے لوگوں سے یوں کہیں گے حضور صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم کے لیے کہ وہ کاہن ہیں، بعض نے کہا کہ ہم یوں کہیں گے کہ وہ شاعر ہیں، اور بعض نے کہا کہ ہم یوں کہیں گے کہ وہ مجنون ہیں، اور بعض نے کہا کہ ہم یوں کہیں گے کہ وہ ساحر ہیں، جادوگر ہیں۔ اس پر جو مجلس کے سردار تھا ولید بن مغیرہ، تو یہ اس زمانے کے اعتبار سے پڑھا لکھا آدمی تھا، ولید بن مغیرہ نے اپنی نجی مجلس میں ان ساری باتوں کو رد کیا اور یہ کہا کہ بھئی یہ کہنا آپ علیہ السلام کے لیے کہ وہ کاہن ہیں، تو دیکھو ان کا کلام کاہنوں جیسا نہیں ہے۔ اسی طرح سے یہ کہنا کہ وہ شاعر ہیں، تو شعر کی اصناف کو سب سے زیادہ تم میں جانتا ہوں، ان کا کلام شعر نہیں ہے، شعر سے اس کا کوئی تعلق نہیں ہے۔ اور یہ کہنا کہ وہ مجنون ہیں، تو جنون کا ان میں شائبہ بھی نہیں ہے۔ ہاں یہ کہا جا سکتا ہے کہ ساحر ہیں، جادوگر ہیں، کہ وہ اپنی جب بات لوگوں کے سامنے پیش کرتے ہیں، ہم دو بھائی ہوتے ہیں، ایک بھائی ان کے ساتھ چلا جاتا ہے اور ایک بھائی الگ رہ جاتا ہے، بھائی بھائی میں تفریق کرا دیتے ہیں، گویا کہ جادو کی بات کہی جا سکتی ہے، ورنہ حقیقت اس نے بتائی ولید بن مغیرہ نے۔ ولید بن مغیرہ کا قول ملتا ہے کتابوں کے اندر، ولید بن مغیرہ نے اپنی نجی مجلس میں حق کا اقرار کرتے ہوئے یوں کہا واللہ ان لقولہ الذی یقولہ حلاوۃ وان علیہ لطلاوۃ وانہ لیعلو وما یعلی۔ اللہ کی قسم محمد صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم جو کلام پیش کرتے ہیں اس کلام پر ایک عجیب قسم کی رونق ہوتی ہے، اس کلام میں عجیب قسم کی حلاوت ہوتی ہے، اور وہ کلام ہمیشہ غالب رہتا ہے، مغلوب نہیں ہوتا۔ یہ ان کی نجی مجلس کی باتیں ہیں۔ تو حضور اسلام کی حقانیت کے لیے سب سے بڑی جو دلیل ہے وہ حضور اکرم صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم کا سب سے بڑا معجزہ، یعنی اللہ کا پاک کلام، جس کی اثر انگیزی اور حقانیت کا مخالفین بھی اقرار کیا کرتے تھے، تسلیم نہیں کرتے تھے لیکن اقرار کرتے تھے اپنی نجی مجلسوں میں۔ اسی لیے حضور اکرم صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم نے کئی احادیث کے اندر فرمایا اعرب القرآن، قرآن کو ظاہر کرو، لوگوں کے سامنے قرآن کو خوب عام کرو، قرآن کے الفاظ کو بھی عام کرو، قرآن کے معانی کو بھی عام کرو۔ قرآن میں اللہ نے یہ تاثیر رکھی ہے، اس کے ذریعے سے ہدایت پھیلتی ہے۔ ہدی للناس، یہ قرآن تمام لوگوں کے لیے ذریعہ ہدایت ہے۔ ابھی اسی سفر میں کئی لوگوں نے ہمیں بتایا کہ بہت سے لوگ قرآن کی تلاوت سن کر ہی الحمدللہ اسلام کے اندر داخل ہو گئے۔ تو عزیز و بھائیو، اصل جو اسلام کی حقانیت بتانے کے لیے جو اور ثابت کرنے کے لیے جو ذریعہ اللہ نے بیان فرمایا ہے وہ ہدی للناس، یہ قرآن ہے۔ اسی کو ہم، اس کے الفاظ، اس کے معانی، اس کے مفاہیم کو صحیح معنی میں لوگوں کے سامنے بیان کریں، اسی جذبے کے تحت ہمارے اسلاف اور اکابر نے قرآن کریم کی تفسیریں لکھی، ترجمے لکھے، ہر زبان کے اندر لکھے، تاکہ قرآن عام ہو اور ہدایت عام ہو۔ تو اصل ہمیں لوگوں کا ذہن یہ بنانا ہے۔ دوسری چیز، دوسری چیز اسلام کی حقانیت کی جو بہت بڑی دلیل ہے وہ اسلام کی پاکیزہ تعلیمات ہیں۔ اسلام کی تعلیمات میں الحمدللہ اعتدال ہے، توسط ہے۔ وَكَذَلِكَ جَعَلْنَاكُمْ أُمَّةً وَسَطًا أَيْ مُعْتَدِلًا، اللہ نے اس امت کو متوسط بنایا ہے۔ اس امت کے لیے اللہ نے جو تعلیمات اور احکامات دیے ہیں ان میں حد درجہ اعتدال پایا جاتا ہے۔ اسلام کی پاکیزہ تعلیمات کو لوگوں کے سامنے بتایا جائے، ان کی مصلحتیں بتائی جائیں تو جس آدمی کے اندر عقل سلیم ہوگی ان پاکیزہ تعلیمات سے ضرور متاثر ہوگا۔ میں لمبی بات نہیں کرنا چاہتا، 2-3 منٹ میں بات ختم کر رہا ہوں۔ ایک واقعہ آپ کو سناتا ہوں حدیث شریف کا۔ آپ کو معلوم ہے کہ حضرت خالد بن ولید رضی اللہ تعالی عنہ غزوہ بدر، غزوہ احد، غزوہ خندق ان سب میں پیش رہے مشرکین کی طرف سے، حتیٰ کہ عام حدیبیہ جبکہ حضرت صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم صرف عمرہ کرنے کے لیے تشریف لے گئے تھے، آپ کے ساتھ صحابہ رضی اللہ عنہم تھے، تو مشرکین نے راستہ روکا جگہ جگہ، انہوں نے اپنے دستے اور جتھے بنائے اور راستے میں کئی مقامات پر انہوں نے حملہ کرنا چاہا، لیکن حضرت صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم نے راستہ بدل کر حدیبیہ میں جا کر قیام فرمایا۔ اس سے پہلے کئی مقامات پر ان مشرکین کے دستوں نے، جس بعض دستوں کی کمان خالد بن ولید بھی کر رہے تھے، انہوں نے کئی موقع پر حملہ کرنا چاہا۔ بالآخر صلح ہو گئی حدیبیہ کی، 10 سال کے لیے جنگ بندی کا معاہدہ ہو گیا، اور حضرت صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم واپس ہو گئے اور یہ طے پایا کہ عمرہ آئندہ سال کریں گے، عمرۃ القضاء جسے کہا گیا۔ اس صلح ہو جانے کے بعد میں خالد بن ولید کے جذبات دیکھیے۔ خالد بن ولید رضی اللہ تعالیٰ عنہ فرماتے ہیں کہ جب صلح حدیبیہ ہو گئی، مشرکین نے قریش نے جب صلح کر لی تو میں بہت غمگین رہنے لگا۔ میں نے سوچا قریش کے صلح کرنے کا مطلب یہ ہے کہ قریش نے اپنی شکست تسلیم کر لی۔ قریش کہاں کسی سے صلح کرنے والے تھے، ان کا صلح پر آمادہ ہو جانا یہ قریش کی شکست ہے۔ اب میرے لیے یہاں رہنا نہایت بے شرمی اور بزدلی کی بات ہے۔ تو میں یہ سوچا کرتا تھا، خالد بن ولید کہتے ہیں کہ میں یہ سوچتا تھا کہ بہت ذلت کی بات ہے اب یہاں رہنا، میں کہیں عجمی ملک کے اندر چلا جاؤں، وہاں غلامی والی زندگی میں گزار لوں، کسی جزیرے میں چلا جاؤں، وہاں روپوش ہو جاؤں۔ یہ بہت ذلت کی بات ہو گئی کہ قریش نے صلح کر لی۔ لیکن کبھی میرے ذہن کے اندر یہ آتا تھا کہ میں یہ سوچتا تھا کہ حضور صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم پر کئی مرتبہ نزدیک سے میں نے حملہ کرنا چاہا لیکن کبھی مجھے کامیابی نہیں ملی۔ خالد بن ولید کہتے ہیں اس سے میں یہ سمجھا کہ یہ شخص من جانب اللہ مامون اور محفوظ ہیں۔ یہ جذبات ملے جلے میرے دل کے اندر آتے تھے، اور پھر سن 7 ہجری میں اگلے سال آپ علیہ السلام عمرے کے لیے تشریف لائے تو خالد بن ولید کے بھائی وہ پکے مسلمان ہو گئے تھے، پہلے ہی سے آپ علیہ السلام کے ساتھ تھے۔ تو جب یہاں مکہ مکرمہ آپ علیہ السلام تشریف لائے تو خالد بن ولید مکے کو چھوڑ کر ان دنوں میں باہر چلے گئے، رسوائی اور ذلت اپنے لیے محسوس کر رہے تھے۔ تو کہتے ہیں کہ حضرت صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم نے میرے بھائی سے کہا کہ بھئی تمہارا بھائی خالد کہاں ہے؟ تو بہت عقل مند ہے، سمجھدار ہے۔ مجھے تعجب ہے اس بات پر کہ خالد جیسا عقل مند آدمی اسلام جیسے پاکیزہ مذہب اور اس کی تعلیمات سے ناواقف ہے۔ یہ تو ہو ہی نہیں سکتا، آدمی صحیح سمجھ اور عقل سلیم رکھتا ہو اور اسلام جیسے پاکیزہ مذہب سے وہ بیزار رہے، یہ بات سمجھ میں نہیں آتی۔ اور اگر وہ ہمارے قریب آتا، ہمارے ساتھ ہو جاتا خالد، تو ہم اسے اسلام میں بھی ایک نمایاں مقام دیتے۔ کہتے ہیں خالد بن ولید کہ آپ علیہ السلام اور میرے بھائی تو چلے گئے مدینہ طیبہ، تو میرے بھائی نے میرے پاس خط لکھا اور یہ لکھا کہ بھئی تم کہاں چلے گئے تھے؟ حضور صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم تمہیں تلاش کر رہے تھے، اور آپ علیہ السلام نے تمہارے بارے میں یہ بات فرمائی کہ تعجب ہے کہ خالد جیسا عقل مند آدمی اسلام جیسے پاکیزہ مذہب اور اسلام کی پاکیزہ تعلیمات سے ناواقف ہے۔ تو خالد بن ولید کہتے ہیں کہ ادھر میرے دل کے اندر من جانب اللہ یہ بات آتی تھی کہ میں نے جب بھی حملہ کرنا چاہا آپ علیہ السلام پر، آپ محفوظ رہے، ایسا معلوم ہوتا ہے اللہ کی طرف سے ان کی حفاظت کی جا رہی ہے۔ दूसरी तरफ मेरे भाई का ये ख़त और आप अलैहिस्सलाम के ताअस्सुरात मेरे बारे में, इस मजमून का जब ख़त मेरे पास पहुंचा तो मेरे दिल में इस्लाम की हक्कानियत पैदा हो गई। अरब के अंदर चंद हजरात उक़लाए अरब कहलाते थे, खालिद बिन वलीद, आमिर बिन आस रदी अल्लाह ताला अन्हु, हज़रत मुआविया रदी अल्लाह ताला अन्हु, उस्मान बिन तलहा, ये चंद हजरात उक़लाए अरब कहलाते थे। खालिद बिन वलीद कहते हैं मैंने इरादा कर लिया कि मुझे मदीना तैयबा जाना है और इस्लाम कबूल करना है। मैंने ये सोचा कि अच्छा है मैं किसी को अपने साथ कर लूँ, किसी को अपना हम जहन बना लूँ। तो मैं सफ़वान बिन उमैया के पास गया, मैंने कहा कि देखो भाई कुरैश ने सुलह कर ली है, इसका मतलब यह है शिकस्त हो गई और मोहम्मद सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम का दीन बढ़ता ही जा रहा है और ऐसा लगता है उनका दीन बरहक है, क्या अच्छा हो कि हम उनके दीन को कबूल कर लें और उनकी इज्जत हमारी इज्जत है। लेकिन सफ़वान बिन उमैया ने इनकार कर दिया कि नहीं, मैं इसमें तुम्हारी इताअत नहीं करूँगा। खालिद बिन वलीद कहते हैं कि मैंने सोचा कि इसका बाप मारा गया था ग़ज़वा बदर में, तो ये मेरी बात कबूल नहीं करेगा। फिर मैं इक्रिमा बिन अबी जहल के पास गया, उससे भी मैंने यही बात कही, उसने भी इनकार कर दिया और वही बात कही कि नहीं मैं तुम्हारी इस बारे में बात को कबूल नहीं करूँगा। मैंने सोचा कि हाँ इसका बाप भी अबू जहल मारा गया था, ये भी कबूल नहीं करेगा मेरी बात को। फिर मैं उस्मान बिन तलहा के पास गया, मैंने उनके सामने यही बात कही, उन्होंने कहा कि हाँ मेरे जहन में भी यही बात आती है और ऐसा मालूम होता है कि हुजूर सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम नबी बरहक हैं, इस्लाम सच्चा मजहब है, मैं तुम्हारे साथ चलने के लिए तैयार हूँ। ये दो साथी तैयार हो गए और चल दिए। मक्का मुकर्रमा से बाहर किसी मकाम पर पहुँचे तो देखा कि आमिर बिन आस रज़ी अल्लाह ताला अन्हु वो आ रहे हैं, इन दोनों की और उनकी मुलाकात हुई। पूछा भाई कहाँ जा रहे हो? उन्होंने इन दोनों से पूछा कहाँ जा रहे हो? इन्होंने दबे अल्फाज से कहा कि मदीना जा रहे हैं। फिर बताया कि हमारे जहन के अंदर तो ये बात आई है। तो आमिर बिन आस ने कहा मेरा इरादा भी यही है, मैं भी निकला हूँ इसी इरादे से, मेरी भी समझ में यही बात आई है कि इस्लाम सच्चा मजहब है। तीनों हजरात ये मदीना तैयबा पहुँचे हैं। आप अलैहिस्सलाम को वही के ज़रिए से मालूम हो गया था कि ये तीन अजिल्लाए कुरैश यहाँ पर आ रहे हैं। आप अलैहिस्सलाम ने सहाबा को पहले ही पेशगोई फरमा दी कि मक्के ने अपने जिगर गोशों को तुम्हारी तरफ भेज दिया है। तीनों अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह मुसलमान हो गए और तीनों ने फिर इस्लाम की बड़े पैमाने पर खिदमत की। तो इस वाक़े में ये जुमला आप अलैहिस्सलाम का कि ताज्जुब है कि खालिद बिन वलीद जैसा आदमी इस्लाम जैसे पाकीज़ा मजहब से, इस्लाम की पाकीज़ा तालीमात से नावाकिफ़ है, ये हैरत की बात है। तो अजीज़ व भाइयों, ये बात मालूम हुई कि इस्लाम की हक्कानियत की सबसे बड़ी दलील हुजूर सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम का सबसे बड़ा मौजिज़ा कुरान करीम। तो उस पर हमें बहुत मेहनत करने की ज़रूरत है। आरिबुल कुरान, उलमा को खिताब किया, कुरान को आम करो, कुरान को जाहिर करो, उसे मुखातब के सामने तुम सही तरीके पर पेश करो तो इंशाअल्लाह मुखातब ज़रूर मुताअस्सिर होगा। दूसरी चीज़ है इस्लाम की तालीमात बहुत पाकीज़ा हैं। इस्लाम की तालीमात को असल में हो क्या रहा है, लोग हमारी बदअमली को देखते हैं गैर लोग और ये समझते हैं कि इस्लाम की तालीमात यही हैं जो मुसलमानों का अमल है। हालांकि ऐसा नहीं, मुसलमानों का अमल दूसरे रुख पर है और इस्लाम की तालीमात तो अपनी जगह पाकीज़ा हैं। ये बात लोगों को समझा। अब सब मुसलमानों को सही अमल पर ले आना वो हमारे इख्तियार में नहीं, ये बात समझाने की ज़रूरत है। भाई मुसलमानों की बदअमली वो उनकी अमली कमज़ोरी है, लेकिन आप ये देखिए कि इस्लाम की तालीमात क्या हैं, क्या उनके अंदर पाकीज़गी है, क्या उनके अंदर हुस्न है। ये दो बुनियादी चीज़ें हैं इस्लाम की हक्कानियत को बयान करने के लिए। कुरान में जगह जगह ये फरमाया है अल्लज़ीना युमिनूना बिल गैब। बाकी जो ये मजलिस मुनाकिद हो रही है अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह इसका मौजू खुश आइंद इस माना कर है कि ये भी आज के ज़माने की बहरहाल एक ज़रूरत है। ख़ासतौर पर हमारे जो तलबा यूनिवर्सिटियों के अंदर जा रहे हैं उन्हें वहाँ इस्लाम के बारे में शुकूक व शुबहात सिखाए जाते हैं, तो हम उलमा को उनके जवाबात अक़ली एतबार से मालूम और मुस्तहज़र होने चाहिए। लेकिन ये मजबूरी के दर्जे की चीज़ हुई। असल जो उलमा के काम करने का है वो पहला है कुरान की हक्कानियत को समझाओ और मुखातब के जहन के एतबार से आप कुरान को समझाएंगे, इंशाअल्लाह मुताअस्सिर होगा। اسلام کی پاکیزہ تعلیمات کو سمجھائیے، انشاءاللہ مخاطب متاثر ہوگا۔ یہ دو کام پہلے کرنے کے ہیں، باقی جب مجبوری پیش آ جائے تو پھر جس کے اندر شکوک و شبہات ہیں عقلی اعتبار سے ان کا جواب دینے کی بھی ضرورت ہے، لیکن دو جو پہلی چیزیں ہیں ان کے لیے علماء کو پہلے نمبر پر تیاری کرنی چاہیے۔ ہاں یہ بھی ضروری ہے کہ شکوک و شبہات کا ہم عقلی اعتبار سے جواب دیں۔ ایک واقعہ سنا کر 2 منٹ میں بات ختم کرتا ہوں۔ ہمارے اکابر میں علامہ انور شاہ کشمیری رحمۃ اللہ علیہ دیوبند سے اپنے وطن کشمیر جا رہے تھے، واقعہ میں نے پڑھا ایک کتاب میں۔ تو ایک جگہ بس اڈے پر کھڑے تھے بس کے انتظار میں، وہاں ایک پادری آیا اور حضرت کو دیکھا، حضرت کی نورانی شکل کو دیکھا تو کہنے لگا کہ آپ مسلمانوں کے کوئی بڑے پیشوا معلوم ہوتے ہیں، اور میں ایک بات آپ سے پوچھنا چاہتا ہوں، سوال کرنا چاہتا ہوں۔ حضرت نے کہا بھی بتاؤ کیا ہے؟ فرمایا، حضرت نے یہ کہا، ہمارے اکابر میں تواضع تو بہت ہے، فرمایا بھائی میں کوئی بڑا پیشوا نہیں ہوں، میں تو ایک ادنا خادم ہوں، لیکن پھر بھی آپ بتائیے کیا پوچھنا ہے؟ اس نے کہا کہ محمد صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم کی حقانیت کی کیا دلیل ہے یہ پوچھنا چاہتا ہوں۔ تو علامہ انور شاہ کشمیری کو تو آپ جانتے ہیں، کسی کو جانے نہ جانے لیکن ہر عالم حضرت شاہ صاحب کو جانتا ہے کہ ان کا لقب تھا چلتی پھرتی لائے بریری۔ جو بات ایک مرتبہ پڑھ لیتے عام طور پر 25 سال تک وہ بات یاد رہتی تھی۔ تو حضرت شاہ صاحب نے وہیں کھڑے کھڑے بس اڈے پر فرمایا اس پادری کو کہ محمد صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم کی حقانیت کے میرے پاس 50 دلائل ہیں۔ 10 دلائل میرے پاس قرآن کریم سے ہیں، 10 دلائل توریت سے ہیں، 10 دلائل انجیل سے ہیں، اور 10 دلائل زبور سے ہیں، اور 10 دلائل عقلی ہیں۔ 10 پنجے 50 ہو گئے۔ تو پھر حضرت شاہ صاحب نے وہ 50 کے 50 دلائل، 10 دلائل توریت سے، 10 انجیل سے، 10 زبور سے، 10 قرآن کریم سے، اور 10 دلائل عقلیہ وہیں کھڑے کھڑے بہت مہذب سلیقے کے ساتھ وہ دلائل اس پادری کے سامنے بیان کر دیے۔ پادری حیران رہ گیا اور کہنے لگا کہ دیکھو جی، میں اپنے مذہب میں ایک بڑے عہدے پر قائم ہوں، اگر میں ایک بڑے منصب اور عہدے پر نہ ہوتا تو میں آج ہی اسلام قبول کر لیتا۔ تو اس لیے اس بات کی بھی ضرورت ہوتی ہے کہ ہم ایسے لوگوں کو دلائل عقلیہ سے بھی سمجھا سکیں۔ تو الحمدللہ ہمارا یہ موضوع، مجلس کا موضوع بہت اہم ہے اور آج کے زمانے کی بڑی ضرورت ہے۔ ان چیزوں کو جو حضرت مولانا سمجھا رہے ہیں ان کو آپ نوٹ کریں، ان چیزوں کو یاد کریں۔ خالی یہ جلسہ کافی نہیں، یہ مجلس کافی نہیں، جو باتیں یہاں سے بتائی جائیں انہیں سبق کے طور پر یاد کریں، اور جب بھی اس کی ضرورت پیش آوے تو پھر ان دلائل کو آپ کام میں لائیں۔ باقی یہ میں کہہ رہا ہوں کہ دین اور اسلام عقل کے تابع نہیں ہیں۔ حضرت تھانوی رحمۃ اللہ علیہ نے ایک بات بہت اہم ارشاد فرمائی۔ حضرت نے فرمایا کہ شریعت کے احکام، اسلام کے احکام عقل کے مطابق تو ہیں لیکن عقل کے تابع نہیں ہیں، اور حدیث میں بھی یہی آیا ہے۔ حضرت علی کی مشہور روایت ہے، لو کان الدین بالرائے لکان اسفل الخف اولا بالمسح من اعلاہ۔ لو کان الدین بالرائے لکان اسفل الخف بالمسح، لکان اسفل الخف اولا بالمسح من اعلاہ۔ اگر دین کا مدار عقل پر ہوتا تو خفین پر مسح نیچے ہونا چاہیے تھا، گرد و غبار نیچے زیادہ لگتا ہے، لیکن شریعت کا حکم یہ ہے کہ خفین پر مسح اوپر اور بالائی حصے پر کیا جائے۔ تو بہرحال یہ ایک مجبوری اور ضرورت کے درجے کی چیز ہوتی ہے کہ ہم دلائل عقلیہ سے مخاطب کو مطمئن کریں، یہ ایک ضرورت کے درجے کی چیز ہے۔ ضرورت کے درجے میں اس کو سمجھ کر اس کو یاد کریں، محفوظ کریں، سیکھیں، اور پھر اس ذریعے سے بھی اسلام کی خدمت کریں۔ ہم حضرت مولانا کا شکریہ ادا کرتے ہیں الحمدللہ کہ خود کنواں جو ہے گویا کہ پیاسوں کے پاس آ گیا۔ اللہ ان کو جزائے خیر دے، برکت دے، اور آپ سب حضرات کے میرے بھی اللہ علم میں، عمل میں ترقی دے، کامیابی دے۔ الحمدللہ رب العالمین، والصلاة والسلام علی سید الانبیاء والمرسلین وعلی آلہ واصحابہ اجمعین۔ یا اللہ ہماری اس مجلس کو قبول فرما، یا اللہ اس کو کامیاب فرما، یا اللہ اس کو کامیاب فرما، یا اللہ اس مجلس کا موضوع جو منعقد کیا گیا ہے یا اللہ اس کو ہمیں سمجھنے کی توفیق عطا فرما، یا اللہ اسلام کی حقانیت کو یا اللہ سارے عالم کے اندر یا اللہ ظاہر و باہر فرما، عام اور تام فرما، یا اللہ دین کو غالب فرما، یا اللہ دین کو غالب فرما، یا اللہ ہدایت کو عام فرما، یا اللہ ہم سب کو یا اللہ دین کی خدمت کے لیے قبول فرما، ہر خیر سے سب کو مالا مال فرما اور ہر شر سے یا اللہ حفاظت فرما، اس مجلس کو بہت بہت برکات اور رحمتوں سے یا اللہ مالا مال فرما۔ ربنا تقبل منا انك انت السميع العليم وتب علينا انك انت التواب الرحيم۔ سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين۔
Just one second.
نہیں یہ تو
ماشاءاللہ حضرت جا رہے ہیں، حضرت سفر میں tomorrow morning حضرت کا بھی ہوا، اللہ حضرت کا سفر آسان کرے، پھر وہاں پہ فکر پہنچائے۔ حضرت کے ساتھ حضرت مولانا صاحب کی کبھی ذرا ذرا بھی اس کے حضرت دلی سے رہے ہیں، حضرت کے ساتھ حضرت کو بھی شفا سے عطا فرمائے۔ Now alhamdulillah it's lunch time, crunch time. بریانی آ گئی ہے، enjoy بریانی آپ کی طرف دیا گیا ہے، اٹلس بھی ہے، سوجی بھی ہے، بریانی بھی ہے، آپ کھائیے آرام سے اور اپنا اپنا ٹائم کو ضرور بھی پڑھائیے۔ اگر کوئی ڈاکٹر مسجد میں جانا چاہے وہاں پڑھنا چاہے وہ بھی انشاءاللہ نیکسٹ سیشن 15 کو اگر انٹرپٹ بھی بات کریں تو وہ بہت ہے شارٹ آن ٹو 15 then ladies you can stay where you are, your toilets are on your right in front of the top, you can go and pray namaz over there as well. And all of you
اب پڑھا تعلیم کے نکال لوں
السلام علیکم۔
ایک چیز بتا دو یاد رکھو۔
now, inshallah, we have there are short nasheed and the Shaykh Hamza's presentation. और बीच में वो असर के लिए 15 मिनट की ब्रेक आपके पास आइटनरी आई थी तो 15 मिनट की ब्रेक है if you leave that break and finish off at 4:30 what do you say would that be better so 4:30 जो लोकल्स हैं वो अपने घर जाके असर पढ़ लें तो दूर वाले हैं यहाँ से असर पढ़ के जाएंगे कि रवाना हो जाए तो जल्दी अच्छा हो जाए क्या ख्याल है अच्छा हमजा ये ठीक है तो विल डू दैट इंशाल्लाह तो अभी शुरू करेंगे कंटिन्यू टिल 4:30 4:30 फिनिश ठीक है हर ये मोहम्मद मुझे खालिद जी साहब और हम से तशरीफ लाए हैं तो थोड़ा कुरान शरीफ पढ़ लेंगे तो काफी नहीं इस्माइली मशीन पढ़ लेंगे किधर गया नहीं इस्माइली गुम हो गया हां इधर अभी आगे बढ़ते हो थैंक यू सो
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إنا نحن نزلنا عليك القرآن تنزيلا فاصبر لحكم ربك ولا تطع منهم آثما أو كفورا واذكر اسم ربك بكرة وأصيلا ومن الليل فاسجد له وسبحه ليلا طويلا إن هؤلاء يحبون العاجلة ويذرون وراءهم يوما ثقيلا نحن خلقناهم وشددنا أسرهم وإذا شئنا بدلنا أمثالهم تبديلا إن هذه تذكرة فمن شاء اتخذ إلى ربه سبيلا وما تشاءون إلا أن يشاء الله إن الله كان عليما حكيما يدخل من يشاء في رحمته والظالمين أعد لهم عذابا أليما
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ya Allah, Ya Rahman, Ya Allah, Ya Rahman, Ya Rahim, Ya Kareem, Ya Allah, Ya Rahman, Ya Allah, Ya Rahman, Ya Rahim, Ya Kareem. अरफा वाला नाम तेरा, अरफा वाला नाम तेरा, कुन फयकून है काम तेरा, कुन फयकून है काम तेरा, जिक्र है सुबह हो शाम तेरा, जिक्र है सुबह हो शाम तेरा, ला इलाहा illallah, la ilaha illallah, la ilaha illallah, la ilaha illallah. Ya Allah, ya Rahman, ya Allah, ya Rahman, ya Rahim, ya Kareem. ذات है तेरी लामहदूद, ज़ात है तेरी लामहदूद, हर शे में है तू मौजूद, हर शे में है तू मौजूद। एक तू ही सबका माबूद, एक तू ही सबका माबूद। ला इलाहा इल्लल्लाह, ला इलाहा इल्लल्लाह, ला इलाहा इल्लल्लाह, ला इलाहा illallah. Ya Allah, ya Rahman, ya Allah, ya Rahman, ya Rahim, ya Kareem. Naam Muhammad, नाम मुहम्मद जब चमका, नाम मुहम्मद जब चमका, सल्ले अला का शौर हुआ, सल्ले अला का शौर हुआ। जर्रा जर्रा कहने लगा, जर्रा जर्रा कहने लगा, ला इलाहा इल्लल्लाह, ला इलाहा इल्लल्लाह, ला इलाहा illallah, la ilaha illallah. Ya Allah, ya Rahman, ya Allah, ya Rahman, ya Rahim, ya Kareem. Ya Allah, ya Rahman, ya Allah, ya Rahman, ya Rahim, ya Kareem.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. ये वाला, ये वाला, ओके, शुक्रिया।
दूसरी भी पकड़ लेगा।
ठीक है, इंशाल्लाह, ओके। ठीक है, ठीक है। बिस्मिल्लाह वस्सलातु वस्सलामु अला रसूलिल्लाह व अला आलिहि व सहबिहि व मन वाला। So what we're now going to do is we're going to look at Muhammad Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. In order for us to show that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam is a messenger of Allah, we have to set the scene. So before you can show that the Prophet is the messenger of God, you have to show that the universe depends on someone who doesn't need anything, who is a fa'il mukhtar, he has knowledge, will, power, and he's one. And this is what we went through. We spent a long time on contingency. The other two arguments, inshallah, I gave a brief explanation. You can find in the course that you all have access to. You can look at a more detailed explanation. But what we're going to start with right now is that everything in the universe is happening through the knowledge, will, and power of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Allah makes the sun rise, He makes the sun set, He makes it rain, He makes the rain stop, He gives me health, He gives me sickness, He cures me, like Sayyidina Ibrahim says, and يُطْعِمُنِي وَيَسْقِينَ وَإِذَا مَرِضْتُ فَهُوَ يَشْفِينَ. He is the one who is doing all of this. And this is the basis. Because until I see this, I can't show that the Prophet ﷺ is the messenger of God. Because what I want to show is that he's the messenger of this being. He is the messenger of this being who I know is running everything. And so this is the dalala of the mu'jiza. This is the dalala of the mu'jiza. I see a miracle, and the miracle is evidence that the Prophet ﷺ is the messenger of God. The way that it works, I'm going to give like a 1 second. Is that for the slide? Okay, I can just use this here. So the first thing that we need to understand is that a miracle on its own doesn't mean anything. So let's say Imam Ghazali, he gave this example. He said that something like this. So I say that, you know this, what color is this? Black. It's pink. Okay, I'm holding up to the women. I'm holding up a black phone. I'm claiming that it's pink, yeah, and nobody believes me. And so what I do is I take a stick and I throw it down, and the stick turns into a snake. And I hold it up and I say, look, this is pink because the stick turned into a snake. What do you say? But the stick is a snake. The stick is a snake. So this is pink. You would say, that's really amazing. But the phone is still black. Okay. I have no idea what just happened, how it happened, but the phone is still black. Right? So Dajjal comes, he does a miracle, he says, I'm God. So you can say, well, I don't know how to do that. But you're not God. You're contingent and you have one eye. Right? Innahu la'awar. But what happens is that in the second worldview, the worldview of polytheism and Christianity, when they see a miracle, they stop using their mind and they say, this thing is God. So there was a miracle that happened. I'm sorry about the idol. Like, I'll just take him away. Like, now that you've seen him, right? So that's their elephant god, Ganesh. When I was in school, I remember that there was this. It was sometime in the 90s that this happened. That Hindus were buying milk, and they were taking spoons of milk and they were putting it to the idol. And the milk was disappearing. And it was happening all over the world. And they made videos of it. And they said that here in the UK, Tesco supermarkets ran out of milk because everybody had bought milk so they could go to their idol and see the milk disappear. So, it's called the Hindu milk miracle. And what they said was, there's videos of it online you can watch. What they said was that this is God. He's showing us that he exists. God is doing miracles, and he's showing us that that he exists, and that means that this idol is God. So that was their line of reasoning, and that's the same line of reasoning as the Christians when they say that Jesus is God, because they say that he came back to life and he brought other people back to life. And this is in the second worldview. So what we want to do is we want to take the Hindu milk miracle, and I want to look at it from the perspective of the three worldviews. So I'm going to give you all like two minutes, and I want you all on a piece of paper to write down the answers to these three questions according to the three worldviews. So from the perspective of the atheist, who is a materialist, doesn't believe in God, and he says that physical things are everything that exists. There's a Hindu that comes and he says, look, there's my idol, it drank milk, it's God. That sounds so strange, doesn't it? Like, you know. Okay, so this is my idol drank milk, it's God. And so it's a miracle. So the perspective of the scientist, three questions. Are miracles possible? Yes or no? Number two, did this happen? What will he say? Did this happen or did it not happen? And number three, what does it prove?
then I want you to answer the same 3 questions from the perspective of the polytheist, and then the same 3 questions from the perspective of the worldview of Islam. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to work out these worldviews. So I want you to write the answers to these questions, and then we're going to take them up. You can discuss. And if Maryam, Sister Hajra, you can help out. Actually, if Maryam and Sister Hajra, if you could just walk around, everybody, help them with the answers, talk to them about the questions. That would be great. Yeah. How are you guys doing? So what do you think? Yeah, what will he say? We don't believe in miracles. Because he says miracles are impossible. So they're not possible. So did this happen? What would he say?
Observed it. So
He sees videos or he sees other people, or maybe he might observe it. What will he say?
it's possible it could have happened. However, we don't know how it happened yet.
Yeah.
Or actually, this is the reason why. This is the evaporation.
It has to be scientific explanation.
Yes.
There's some scientific explanation.
Kind of
Yeah.
not come to it yet. We will
Yeah.
research and find out
Yeah.
the scientific methods.
Good. Excellent. What about the second one?
Islam.
No, polytheism.
Miracles do exist. This happened. Yes, we saw it happen.
And what does it mean?
This proves that this is supernatural, gone beyond the natures of the law. Therefore, this must be God.
Exactly. What about the Muslims?
Muslims say, yes, they are possible. Did this happen? Maybe it happened. Could have happened. What does it prove? It doesn't prove it's God because that is contingent.
Yeah.
It's a contingent, so the person is dependent.
Perfect.
And
Yeah, excellent. Yeah.
God is independent.
That's it.
And
Good. Well done. Exactly. Do you have a question?
one question was, sometimes when these questions come up with or something like that, when we sort of go into the contingency, go into deeper bit, sometimes do we appear like avoiding the question? It might appear that we're avoiding the actual question.
Yeah, we're avoiding the question.
I'm trying to answer it directly.
Yeah, I'm avoiding the question.
So should we just accept that?
Yeah, I'm avoiding your question because I want you to see that necessary being exists and Islam is true. So I will avoid your question. But why? Because he imagines that in order for him to see that Islam is true, I have to answer that question. So I'm saying I don't need to answer your question to show you that Islam is true. In fact, if I try to answer your question, I'm going to go on a wild goose chase. And you're not going to see the big point. So it's a really important question. But see this first, then let's talk about it, right? So that's basically
acknowledging it.
Yeah, you could say that. Yeah, I'm avoiding your question.
I'm avoiding your question. I think sometimes that puts you on the defensive a bit.
Yeah.
You're avoiding my question, don't answer my question.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think we just need to be welcoming of that.
Yeah.
I'm not accepting.
Yeah. 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 So that means I'm not obligated to answer all your questions. And actually, this is also many times with non-Muslims. Sometimes, like they can say that, there's this hadith, the Prophet did this terrible thing. How can he be Muslim? You say, well, I don't know. It's the first time I'm hearing about it. I have no idea, right? I don't know. I have to go ask somebody. But I can show you that Islam is true. So actually, in those cases, it's a blessing to not know, because you don't have to enter into it, right? And then it's like the average Muslim doesn't know these things, and that's not how they live their life, and they're like gentle and merciful and stuff. So you say, I can.
Maybe one thing can I just request?
Yeah.
If you can sign this.
Yeah, I'd be happy to, inshallah.
Abdul Ali.
Abdul Alim.
I am. It's Abdul Alim. A-L-I-M.
2 words?
No, yeah, 2 words. Watch the past the really
22nd or 21st?
23rd.
Okay, go on.
Really like how those questions and the scenarios are incorporated within each after each video, and then the actual application.
Yeah.
And that really helped just drill the concept. Especially some of the statements that are real life statements that people usually say.
Yeah.
And sometimes just listening to it is one aspect, but then when you see its application, it just makes it, well, actually, this is exactly how they speak. This is how people pose the questions. It really presents that.
Thank you so much for that. Okay, let's go through this. So let's look at this. Let's start with the worldview of atheism. So from the perspective of the atheist, which is the materialist worldview, are miracles possible? No. Why? Because if you look at his worldview, he says there's no God, physical universe is everything that exists, science discovers things, physical things, making other physical things happen according to laws of nature, and nothing can overpower those laws of nature. So miracle is something that violates the laws of nature, so for him it's impossible. So for this to be a miracle is impossible. So he's coming from this perspective. Did this happen? So what do you think he'll say? He'll say that either it's a hoax or there's some scientific explanation that we'll discover. Right? That's what he's going to say. And what does it prove? Well, it doesn't prove anything because it's just science explains everything. So that's his perspective. Okay, so now from the perspective of the polytheist, of the mushrik, are miracles possible? Yeah, because if you look at number 4, gods can overpower the laws of nature. And as far as he's concerned, this idol has just overpowered the laws of nature. And whenever something overpowers the law of nature, it's supernatural, it's God. That's the definition of God, according to them. So miracles are possible, and it actually happened, and it proves that this idol is God. That's their line of reasoning. Now, what about us? For us, are miracles possible? Yes, they're possible. Why are miracles possible according to us? Can you prove to me that miracles are possible? What's the proof? Someone? Yeah?
As we believe in Allah created everything, so he can, even the laws of the nature are created by Allah, so he can change anything as he wants.
Let's take it back to the arguments. So let's use the argument. So the first argument is everything depends on a necessary being. That's the first argument. The second argument from design, what we show through design is that God chooses to make everything. So if I gave a quick explanation. I'll give another quick explanation. If you walk into you have IKEA here? Yeah, okay. So of course it's from Europe, right? So you walk into IKEA and you have, there's this furniture and it all looks the same. Why? Because it's been mass produced. It's being mass produced. You push a button and tick, 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 it all does the same thing. Then you go into a carpenter's shop. And in a carpenter's shop, you see a chair that's been made in a beautiful way. And then you see another chair that's slightly different. And you see something else that's slightly different. And you see a little teacup. And you see all of these. This is an artist. What's an artist? An artist is somebody who uses his creativity to choose to make things in various different ways. So when I look at the universe, I see that everything is different. It's different and it's beautiful. So the universe doesn't look like it's mass-produced all the same, but it looks like the one who made it chose to make everything the way that it is and made everything different. And that means that he has choice and he has power. And so what he's actually showing me is, I can do this, and 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 I can do this. And this is Inna Allaha ala kulli shay'in qadir. This is the argument in the Quran. If you look at the verses, that talk about all of the things that Allah has made, وَهُوَ الْخَلَّاقُ الْعَلِيمُ. This is what it's showing. So the design in the universe and the variety, it shows me Allah can do anything. And that means miracles are possible. Because He doesn't have to do things the way that they are. So the role of the argument from design is to show Allah's agency and to show that miracles are possible. And that sets the stage for us to prove that the Prophet ﷺ is God's messenger. So I can prove miracles are possible. This is how I prove it. And so miracles are possible. Because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala can do anything. And did this happen? So I'm not like the scientist. The scientist has to deny it. I don't have to deny it. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. Right? So let's say, in other words, it's possible for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to create miracles at the hands of disbelievers. It's possible. And it happens. We call this istidraj, and I'll explain that in a second. So maybe it did, maybe it happened, maybe it did, maybe it didn't, maybe it's a hoax. And what does it prove? It doesn't prove that the idol is God. Just as a miracle doesn't prove that my phone is pink, idol is contingent. What does it? It definitely doesn't prove the idol is God. What does it prove or what doesn't it prove? I can say, well, I don't know what it proves. I actually do know, I'll tell you in a second. But I can say, I don't know, but doesn't prove that it's God. So I can actually accept, what this means is I can accept the fact that this miracle happened and it's okay. It's okay. I can accept the fact that so the Christians, they say there's this miracle of the appearance of the Virgin Mary in Egypt. It's called the Lady of Zaytun. They all say it. This is why Christianity is true. I can say maybe it didn't. Okay, fine, it did. It doesn't prove Jesus is God. Jesus can't be God, right? So the problem is that people, what they do is they see a miracle and then they stop using their mind and they just say, they do everything this person says. And we're not supposed to do that. This is why miracles are not a proof of wilaya. Miracles are not proof that somebody is close to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The proof that somebody is close to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is he follows the sunnah of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And if he does, and then there's a miracle, it's a karama, otherwise it's istidraj. That's where this thinking comes from. I'm going to elaborate on it in a little bit more. But what this means is this is how I think about this. Okay? Now, in reality, all of that, idol worship is associated with jinn and it's associated with magic. And it's very widespread. And so even when you read in the books of Sirah, when the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam sent Sayyidina Khalid ibn al-Walid, we heard a beautiful story about him. I'm going to show you. It's actually, Mufti Sahib said just at the right time. We'll refer back to many of the things that he said. But Sayyidina Khalid ibn al-Walid, when the Prophet sent him to destroy one of the idols, he destroyed it, and there was a black woman that came out, and he slew the black woman. What was that? It was a jinni. So there's my wife has a friend, and she's Egyptian. And when she was growing up in America, she went to a Christian church because they had this because her friend invited her, and they all went into a trance. They have this thing called speaking in tongues. They do these strange things. And so one of them, she was a guy who she knew, he turned to her as if he was possessed, he was. And she said he spoke to me in fluent Arabic, and he doesn't speak in Arabic at all. And she didn't know him. He spoke to him in fluent Arabic, and he said her name. And she saw this happen. This is a jinn. So when people worship idols, they worship idols because they do actually see things. And it's associated with jinn, and it's associated with sihr. So these things happen, and sihr is not a miracle. It's normal. It's something that you can do. It's haram to do. It's kufr, but people can do it, and they can have effects. So all of this is what I believe it is. But if it was a miracle, it's possible. This is how we would understand it. Now we'll look at the claim of miracles in a second. But before we look at how to understand miracles, the next thing that I'm going through very quickly, and this will come in, inshallah, in my upcoming book, it'll be there. But this is very important for students of hadith, because the science of hadith is a huge miracle from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for this ummah. And the isnad is one of the unique characteristics of the Muslims that has never existed in the history of mankind. And it only exists because we are extremely concerned about preserving exactly who the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam was, what he did, and how he lived his life. So because of this, we are able to have certainty that he existed, that he claimed to be God's messenger, and that he performed miracles. And the greatest of his miracle, as Mufti Saab said, was the Holy Quran. And there were other miracles too, including his character. And I'll show you how to formalize that argument right now, inshallah. So I want to illustrate this with Surah Al-Fil. Alam tara kayfa fa'ala rabbuka bi ashabil fil. So this in this surah, Allah says, Alam tara, don't you see? Kayfa fa'ala rabbuka bi ashabil fil. The scholars of tafsir, they say that how come Allah is telling the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Alam tara, did you not see, when he didn't see it? The Prophet didn't see this. He was born after this miracle happened of the elephants. And he says, they say, the Baydawi and others, they say it's because it was mutawatir. It's mass transmitted. And when something is mass transmitted, it's as though you've seen it. So what we want to do now is we want to understand tawatur. And there's a section in there on tawatur, one of the chapters, that describes how to explain it at the level of the average person. So tawatur here, what's happening here is that there's an army that has invaded Arabia, a foreign army, and they're all black. And that's not, the Arabians aren't black. So they've come and they have this army, they're from Abyssinia, and they are marching to destroy the Kaaba. So the equivalent of that is someone comes to this country and they're foreigners, and they're not natives, and they have a huge army, and they come and they're marching on Buckingham Palace. So now when they're doing this, everyone is going to be watching what is happening. And with the Kaaba, it was even more, because it's not just Buckingham Palace, but it's the house of God. So it's sacred. Everybody comes and they make pilgrimage there. So when you have a foreign invading army and it's marching on the Kaaba, everyone in Arabia is going to know what's happening, and they're going to be watching. and they came and they tried to stop, and they're defeated, and there's this elephant. There's this strange thing. There's this elephant that's coming, and it comes into Mecca, this huge foreign invading army that's defeated everyone, and it comes into Mecca, and the Meccans, they retreat into the mountains, and then suddenly these birds come, and this huge army that came to destroy the Kaaba, they're unable to destroy the Kaaba. The Kaaba is not destroyed. And not only is it not destroyed, but thousands of these people, they're running left and right, and there's a dead body here, and there's people who survived to tell what happened, and there's eyewitnesses in the mountains. This is the nature of this event. If it's true, it has to be seen and witnessed by thousands and thousands and thousands of people. And it was, because that's the nature of this event. It's not like, like the Joseph Smith of the Mormons. He said, God spoke to me, and there are these golden plates that I found, and then I lost them, and nobody saw them, and the angel came to me. It was just between me and him, and that's it, and you have to believe in me. No, like this is something, it's the nature of it. It's a public event with the most sacred site in Arabia, with a foreign invading army. Your whole life is going to change. Everyone is watching, and it fails. So this happened. It's not possible for it not to happen, because when it's being spoken about in this way, and everybody's accepting it, and everybody is hearing it, and the Prophet is making this bold claim, and the Quran is being revealed, it's as though it's been seen. This is like the Second World War. You still have people alive today who witnessed these things happening. There's no doubt that it happened. And that's why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He said to the Prophet, Alam tara kayfa fa'ala rabbuka bi ashabil fil, because the scale of the narration, it exceeds all limits, and you are absolutely certain that it's true even though you didn't see it. This is tawatur. So mass transmission tawatur, so this kind of tawatur, Maulana Anwar Shah Kashmiri, who Mufti Sahib mentioned, he has many amazing insights. But one of his insights is he categorizes tawatur into 4 kinds of tawatur. And the scholars of the Arab world, they cite him for this as well. And so he says there's 4 kinds of tawatur. And the lowest level of tawatur is called at-tawatur al-isnadi. It has to do with counting the numbers of isnad. And that's not what we're doing here, right? This is a much higher level of tawatur. It's called tawatur bit-tabaqa. And tawatur bit-tabaqa is when you have generations and generations and generations of people who see something and they're telling everybody else. It's so obvious that you don't ask for isnad. For you to ask for isnad, it's like, why do you want a chain of transmission? So it's like somebody saying that over here, that in London people have red buses, red double-decker buses. And so somebody comes and says to you, well, who told you that? Like, I'm not going to believe you until somebody tells me. I'm not going to say that, right? Because it's so obvious. Everybody knows it. I don't ask for isnad. So isnad, you only ask for isnad when something is not mutawatir. And that's why Ibn Hajar says that tawatur laysa min mabahithi hadha al-fan. Tawatur is not from the science of hadith. And tawatur is beyond that. And that's the level at which we're saying this is true. And that's the level at which we know that the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam existed. And that's really unique, because you actually can't prove historically that the Buddha existed, or even that Jesus existed. You can prove it through the Quran, but historically you can't prove it. Moses existed, you can't prove it historically without going through the Quran. The Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, even if somebody is not a Muslim, doesn't believe in the Quran, they have to accept that he existed, because he came, the religion of Arabia is transformed. The Abyssinians, they were unable to destroy the Kaaba. The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam changed the entire religion, no more idol worship ever again. And then he dies, and then his companions, thousands of his companions, they go all over the world. And the Persian Empire ceases to exist, and the Byzantine Empire is on the brink of collapse. And Sayyidina Umar, he takes Jerusalem, and we're in Egypt, and we're here and we're there, and you have thousands of people who saw the Prophet. And the reason why they're doing this is because they want to take the message of the Prophet everywhere. And so they're telling people that I saw a man named Muhammad, he existed. And then they establish masajid and they shout on the top of their lungs, Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah, Ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah. And they teach the children how to pray. And they mention the Prophet ﷺ. They teach him his seerah, and it continues. It's been like that generation to generation. This is mutawatir. This is absolutely, you don't need an isnad to prove the Prophet existed. You need an isnad to prove how you should move your finger, right? But you don't need an isnad to prove the Prophet existed. This is mutawatir. You don't need an isnad to prove that he existed and he claims to be the messenger of God, that he fought the battle of Badr, that he fought the battle of Uhud, that there was the conquest of Mecca, that all of these big things happened. The details, you need isnad. But the fact that this happens, this is all mutawatir. And it's as though you see it. So this is not well known amongst people, because most people, they imagine that the Prophet ﷺ is something, these are stories that Muslims made up, just as the Bible, or not the Bible because it has truth in it, but other religions, these are stories that people made up. So that's the first thing we need to understand, that the Prophet ﷺ existed. He existed. And I can know that now. And the way that I know it is through tawatur. And the Quran is mutawatir. And the Quran is the greatest miracle of the Prophet ﷺ. And the greatest aspect of that miracle, as Mufti Saab mentioned, was the linguistic beauty of it. And the Quran is miraculously eloquent. And what does it mean? It's miraculously eloquent. It means that eloquence is when you say, balagha is when you say something and they're moved. They're moved to do what you want them to do. So the Arabian poets, Mutanabbi, or the beautiful nasheeds that we hear. This beautiful nasheed that we hear, when it's said, it moves us to love Allah. Mutanabbi, he would go and he would praise kings. And he would praise kings and he would say, you're so brave, you're so generous, you're so generous, the whole world needs you. You're so generous. You're a generous king. You're this, you're that. And he does it publicly, right? And so what does the king do? He says, yes, I'm generous. Take $1 million. Because if he says, thank you very much, he's humiliating himself. Because he's calling him generous and he's not even giving to the person who praises him. So Mutanabbi, he made a living out of praising, and also he died because of this, because he blamed some other people. And he was very eloquent. He moved people to give. You write somebody writes love poetry. They write love poetry to move somebody to love them. And the Quran, it's beautiful because when you recite it, it moves you to be grateful to Allah. It moves you to fear Allah. It moves you to thank Allah. It moves you to be sincere to Allah. And it does that in a really, really powerful way, if you understand the ancient Arabic. And so the ancient Arabians, they understood this. And the Prophet ﷺ said, the Quran said that if you are in doubt, bring a surah like it. And so if somebody doesn't understand, cannot appreciate it directly, then you can look and you can see that the Quran made this challenge, this is mutawatir, and they're people of poetry, this is mutawatir. And they spent money, they fought battles, they lost their lives, when the only thing they needed to do was to bring a surah like it. It means they were unable to do it. I know they were unable to do it. So even if I don't see it myself, I can infer it. And this was the greatest miracle of the Prophet ﷺ. The Quran has many other miracles. The scientific miracle of the Quran is a real miracle. Like people now, they say it's not. They're mistaken. The Quran this is a Western phenomenon, but in the Muslim world, the Arab world, in the Indian subcontinent, it's anybody who understands Arabic and understands a little bit of science. You can see that the way that Allah Subhanahu wa Taala is talking about the things in the universe, He knows what's happening. So that scientific is a true miracle, and there's other things in there as well. I won't spend much time on this because there's a lot that's been written and you're well aware of this. What I want to show you is, two things.
I want to show you, first of all, how the argument from miracles works. And this is how it works. This is the formal argument. There's a simple one, but this is the formal one. You can take a picture of it. Okay, this is a snapshot from my book that's coming out soon, Kalam 3.0, where all of these arguments are presented in this way. So these are all according to the science of mantiq. The first column here, it's the minor premise, major premise, conclusion. At the last one, if it's daruri or nadari and why. And the second last one, it has to do with something called the jiha, the modality. So we say that the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was aided by God with miracles in the context of his claim to be his messenger. This means that the Prophet said, I am a messenger from the one who is running everything. And when he did this, the one who is running everything gave him a miracle. When he did this. This is a mu'jiza. So a mu'jiza is not just a miracle, it's a prophetic miracle. He's claiming to be a messenger, and when he claims to be a messenger, Allah shows a miracle. And in this context, the miracle is sign language from the being who we know exists. So it's like the example that the scholars they give. They say that it's as though I'm in the presence of an important person, right? So Maulana Abdul Rahim, right? So I say Maulana Abdul Rahim is telling everybody right now, you have to go and eat some more food and come back, and you have 5 minutes to do it. And if you don't do it, then you have to do astaghfirullah 100 times. Okay? And so I make this claim. I say, and Maulana Abdul Rahim is over there, and I make this claim. And so you say, well, he doesn't normally do this. Like, how do I know that he's telling me to do this? He's telling you to do this. And so you say, what's your proof? I say, well, look at him, right? Look at him. He's right now, he's sitting on a chair. He's going to stand up and sit down 3 times. And he's listening to me, right? And so you turn and you look at him. Everybody looks at him, and he stands up and he sits down 3 times. What do you understand from that? You understand that he's heard me, and he is confirming to you that what I'm telling you to do is really there, is really true. So in that same way, the messenger, Allah hears him, he knows what he's doing, and he's saying that this being whose existence I've proven, who's running everything, is going to do something he doesn't normally do, and Allah splits the moon. Or Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sends the Quran. Every surah of the Quran is a miracle, right? Or Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gives him mu'jizat. And the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, there's over 1,000 mu'jizat that have been transmitted in the hadith. Imam al-Nawawi has mentioned this. There's over 1,000. And I'll mention a couple, but we aren't aware of this. We have to teach our children this. And so he did these miracles, and so this is proof that he is the messenger of God. And that's the second premise, that anyone who is aided by God with miracles in the context of his claim to be his messenger is confirmed by God to be in his claim to be God's messenger. So in other words, when somebody says, I'm a messenger from God, and God then gives him a miracle, then he is confirming him. And so what I see is that the Prophet ﷺ is confirmed by Rabbul Alameen to be the messenger of God. And he's confirmed through the miracle of the Quran, the many other miracles. And there's one more important aspect that I want to share with you today as well. But that's how the argument works. And so what I know is that the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ was confirmed by God in his claim to be God's messenger in this way. So understanding this reasoning is really important, because it's not just a miracle, but it's a miracle in this context that has evidence. And when you do this, he becomes the messenger of God. Now the Quran is from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, because he's saying it's from Rabbul Alameen. You say, how do I know? You say, well, here's a miracle. You say, okay, now I know it's from Rabbul Alameen. Now the Quran becomes a source of knowledge.
So there was a okay, let me, I'll do that in a second. But any questions on this? Any questions on this, on how the mu'jiza, what it proves and its significance? Anyone? Do the women have any questions? Does this make sense? Yeah, at the back.
I was asking about how to differentiate between sihr and mu'jiza. Would that be the claim?
Difference between sihr and mu'jiza. So there are so let's look at Sayyidina Musa, right? Sayyidina Musa. So Sayyidina Musa, he said, "Inni Rasulu Rabbil Alameen." That's interesting, right? He said to Fir'aun, "Inni Rasulu Rabbil Alameen." I am a messenger from the necessary being who runs everything, who you know exists. I'm a messenger from him. So Sayyidina Musa, this is so what I'm describing here, it's in the Quran. This is the Quranic argument. Right? This is what every messenger came with. Every messenger, لَقَدْ أَرْسَلْنَا رُسُلَنَا بِالْبَيِّنَاتِ. We sent all of our messengers with bayinat. Bayinat means miracles. So Sayyidina Musa, he said, "Inni Rasulu Rabbil Alameen." He said, "Bring me a sign." And فَأَلْقَى عَصَاهُ فَإِذَا هِيَ ثُعْبَانٌ مُبِينٌ وَنَزَّعَ يَدَهُ فَإِذَا هِيَ بَيْضَاءُ لِلنَّاظِرِينَ. So you have the stick turns into a snake and the hand comes out shining. So he said, and so what did Fir'aun say? He said, "It's magic. It's sihr. It's magic." And so he said, "Okay, let's do a contest." And so all the magicians came. All the magicians came, and when the magicians came, they did a contest, and his snake ate up all the other snakes. They all prostrated. Now, what does it mean? Now, this is now how the people who are watching, they know it's not magic. Because all the experts in magic, who they know are the experts, are saying it's not magic. So it's beyond magic. And so now I know it's a miracle, so now the proof is established. So in the same way, when I look at the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, when you look at the linguistic miracle of the Quran, if you look at the linguistic miracle of the Quran, that miracle, all of the ancient Arabians, they accepted it's a miracle. They fought, they did all these things. So if they were able to do it, they would have brought it themselves. So it's not sihr, it's a real miracle. It's really breaking a regular association. When I look at the scientific miracle of the Quran, it's not sihr. You know, these are things like somebody then 1400 years ago telling me about something that I've only discovered now. It's not, magicians don't do this. It's not something that magicians are known to do. When I look at, for example, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he was the water came out from in between his fingers. Right? This is mutawatir from the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. It happened on multiple occasions that he was with his companions and there was a small amount of water and he put his hand into the water and a whole army made wudu from it and they saw water coming out from between his fingers. It happened many, many times. So this here, like which magician have you seen done this? And magic is normally, it's an illusion. It's not real. This is real. Like it's coming out. I'm taking that water, I'm splashing it on my face, you know, I'm putting it into my mouth. It's real. It's real. And so splitting of the moon, this is also something they say, it's not something that magicians do. Magicians can do things on the earth, but they can't affect celestial events. That's why people used to worship the stars. So that goes beyond that. So if you look at the specific instances that are mentioned, you can always see that this is not the type of thing that magicians do, and it's real. It's a real miracle that's happening. Okay. There's also something else. So they say that if you read in other religions, like the Buddha, they say that the Buddha had his greatest miracle was the twin miracle. His twin miracle, it went like this.
he was calling people, he was saying that I have inspiration and, you know, I can, none of these things happened. But they say that he did this, and there were other Hindu and other mystics who came, and they tried to challenge him, do a contest. How do I know you're telling the truth? So he went up into the air, and fire came out from above and water came down from in the middle. And he's really powerful. And they all said, we can't do this. You are really the Buddha. So this is his miracle. Okay, so now, there's a hadith. It happened when the Prophet was returning from the Ghazwa of Zatul Riqa, called the hadith of Jamal Jabir. Many of you already know this. It's in Bukhari, many others. But for our own review, and because it's always a blessing to mention the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, let's recount what happened, right? So the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam is coming back from Ghazwa to Zatul Riqa, and he is with Sayyidina Jabir ibn Abdullah. And Sayyidina Jabir is poor. He's a poor Sahabi, and his father died in the Battle of Uhud. And his camel is very slow, and it's lagging behind. And so the Prophet ﷺ, he was concerned about his companions. The Prophet wasn't a king who rode in a huge stallion in the front and everybody is following along. The Prophet ﷺ is mingling with his companions. And he came back to Sayyidina Jabir right at the end. And he comes and he says, like, you know, what happened? And he says, my camel is really slow. And so he said, dismount. He dismounted it. And the Prophet, the camel sit down. The Prophet took a stick and he poked the camel. And then Sayyidina Jabir got onto his camel. And it was so fast that it went right to the beginning and he had to stop it because nobody else could keep up with it. And everybody's saying, what happened to the camel of Sayyidina Jabir? This is the miracle, right? So the Prophet ﷺ goes and he comes, he's riding with Jabir. And he asks me, how's your camel? He says, really good. And so he said, will you sell it to me? And so Sayyidina Jabir, he said, offer me a price. Let's negotiate. And so the Prophet ﷺ offered him a price. And he said, if I give you that price, Ya Rasulullah, you would be cheating me because it's a really good camel. And so the Prophet said, okay, I'll give you this much. And he said, no, I want more. And they went back and he went back until the Prophet went up to a really high price. And then he said, and then Sayyidina Jabir said, okay. And then he said, are you happy? Is it okay with you? You know, like he said, yeah, I'm happy. He said, okay, I have one more condition. My condition is that even though it's now yours, I want to ride the camel until I get back to Medina. The Prophet said, okay. This is where the difference about shart and buyur comes from. So he then came and they went back to Medina. And Sayyidina Jabir, he didn't want to give the camel because it's a wonderful camel. But he went back and the next morning he gave the camel to the Prophet. He brought the camel to the Prophet ﷺ, and the Prophet ﷺ gave him the money. And then he said, the camel is yours. Take the camel. So if you just kind of think about that, if you just look at it, right? So the Prophet he could have, if he wants a fast camel, if he can poke Jabir's camel, he can poke his own, right? So he doesn't need to poke his camel and buy it from him, right? So Sayyidina Jabir, he's poking it, and he wants to buy the camel from Sayyidina Jabir. And then as he's doing it, Sayyidina Jabir is negotiating with him. He gives him a really high price, right? But what was his intention? He was going to give him the money anyway. He could have given him the money. He could have said, take the camel, here's a whole bunch of money. But he made him feel as though it was his right. Right? And he gave him the money and he gave him the camel back, and it's like
you don't even know what just happened here, you know? So, and I want you to compare this with the miracle that they say of the Buddha, right? Where it says, how do I know you're good? Well, I'm really strong, I'm really powerful. I'm going to go up into the sky and fire is going to come out and water is going to come out underneath me. Every single miracle of the Prophet ﷺ, it is like the Jamal Jabir. There is you see in it the humility of the Prophet ﷺ. You see in it that, there's this, in Ghazwa of Zat al-Riqa, the Prophet ﷺ, this Ghawrath ibn al-Harith, where the Prophet, this is when Salatul Khawf was legislated, and the Prophet ﷺ, he went and they were traveling and they scattered and they all went underneath a tree because it's hot in the desert. And he laid down, he hung his sword, and the enemies were watching, and so one of them came, he unsheathed the sword, and he said, Ya Muhammad, man yamna'uka minni, right? And he said, the Prophet ﷺ woke up and he's standing above him, and he said, Allah. And so his hand shakes and drops his sword, a miracle. He picks it up. The Prophet picks it up. And he said, Man yamna'uka minni? Who's going to protect you from me? And he said, Kun khayra akhiz. Telling the Prophet ﷺ, ordering him. He said, be a good taker. Be a noble taker. Don't kill me. The Prophet ﷺ said, will you become Muslim? Will you say, Tashhadu an la ilaha illallah anna Muhammadur Rasulullah? He said, no, I won't. But I promise that if you let me go, I won't be with the people who will fight you. And so the Prophet let him go, and he went back to his people and he said, I came to you from the best of mankind. So this is another miracle. And the Prophet here it's not like the miracles of the Prophet are never, I'm so great, I'm so big, I'm so powerful, right? It's completely different. You see something else there, and you don't see it anywhere else. And this here, this is the, if you could take a picture of this will be in the book, right? This will be in the book, but this is really important. Because what this shows this is called the Quranic messenger argument from prophetic circumstances. So this is a formalization of Dala'ilun Nubuwah. Because the Muhaddithun, they have a kind of hadith books. Imam al-Bayhaqi has a book called Dala'ilun Nubuwah wa Ahwalu Sahib al-Sharia, something like that, right? 7 volumes. And it's a hadith about Dala'ilun Nubuwah. So what's a Dalil al-Nubuwah? Here's a Dalil al-Nubuwah. The Prophet when the Abyssinians, they came to Mecca to destroy the Kaaba. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, he sent these birds and he destroyed them. And everybody knows that. The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam also came to Mecca. He also came as a conqueror. And when he came, nothing happened. So if you are alive at that time, and you see this, and you look at it, you say that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, so you believe that everything is being run by a necessary being who's an agent. That has to be there. And you see that the Prophet is claiming to be his messenger, and then you see that he is creating this. This is sign. It's like a miracle. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. And this is the argument of Sayyiduna Khalid ibn al-Walid that we heard from Mufti Sahib. This is the argument of Sayyidina Khalid ibn al-Walid. Because what is Sayyidina Khalid ibn al-Walid seeing? He is seeing, Khalid ibn al-Walid, he knows that everything is created by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Idols don't benefit, they don't harm. Allah is running everything. He knows that. And he knows that the Prophet is claiming to be God's messenger, and he says, I'm such a good fighter, I go and kill people and they die, I've never killed this man. And this man, he was an orphan, and he stood up, and we almost killed him, and he went to Medina, and now we've had to make a truce with him. What a humiliation for us. And all of this is being created by the necessary being This is sign language from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So when you see, when you look at the circumstances, the events and circumstances around the life of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam through this light, you have to see two things. You have to know that he existed, and you have to know that everything is run by the necessary being. You have to have the three arguments. When you do that and you read this, then, and you see that he is claiming to be a messenger from this being, and this being is creating all of these events around him, all of this is sign language. It's like a miracle. The dalala is exactly the same. وَلَوْ تَقَوَّلَ عَلَيْنَا بَعْضَ الْأَقَاوِيلِ لَأَخَذْنَا مِنْهُ بِالْيَمِينِ ثُمَّ لَقَطَعْنَا مِنْهُ الْوَتِينِ. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that if the messenger of Allah, لَوْ تَقَوَّلَ عَلَيْنَا بَعْضَ الْأَقَاوِيلِ, if the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam had invented something about Allah as a false lie and ascribed it to him, لَوْ تَقَوَّلَ عَلَيْنَا بَعْضَ الْأَقَاوِيلِ لَأَخَذْنَا مِنْهُ بِالْيَمِينِ. We would have grasped him and seized him. ثُمَّ لَقَطَعْنَا مِنْهُ الْوَتِينِ. We would have destroyed him. So, but what's happening is the opposite, right? So this argument, it works like this. It says that the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was aided by God in his messenger mission with an extremely large number of events, personal qualities, personal actions, and wise guidance on proper human action. So the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam was aided. What does it mean he's aided? It means that all of these things are created by Allah. And so if the first three arguments are there, you can see this, that all of these things are created by Allah. That's why the first three arguments are so important. So he was aided by Allah with an extremely large number of events, like Fath Makkah, like his victories in all of the battles, like, you know, their inability to harm him. وَاللَّهُ يَعْصِمُكَ مِنَ النَّاسِ بَلِّغْ مَا أُنزِلَ إِلَيْكَ مِنْ رَبِّكَ وَإِن لَمْ تَفْعَلْ فَمَا بَلَّغْتَ رِسَالَتَكَ وَاللَّهُ يَعْصِمُكَ مِنَ النَّاسِ. Allah will protect you from people. This is why when the mushrik, he unsheathed the sword over the Prophet ﷺ, and he said, who's going to protect you? He said, Allah, because Allah has said he will. And Allah did. And it was a miracle. You know, so Ghar Thawr, this is what it is. He's in the Ghar. If they look down, they would see him. Nothing happened. His whole life is like that. And so these are events after event, and you see it as the action of the being. And he's saying, I'm a messenger from that being. Yeah, like he's confirmed, right? There's events, there's personal qualities. The personal qualities are like the humility that we saw. It's like his sincerity. It's like the fact that he worships for long hours. It's like the fact that all of his qualities, which you know better than I do. And these are also created by Allah within him. And then you have his personal actions, the actions that he does. And also his wise guidance. This is, Mufti Sahib was talking about the perfections in the Sharia. Because when you see that all of these things are created within him from this being, and the Prophet is unlettered. He's a Nabi al-Ummi. He didn't read anything. Nobody taught him anything. And he is telling you how to marry, how to divorce, how to buy, how to sell, how to do all of these things. And it's the best. He's aided by God. And so from this argument, it's not as, miracles is clear. So when you're talking to a non-Muslim who doesn't know that much about the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, miracles will get you home quickly. But as you learn more and more about him, and you read the ahadith and you read the seerah, then it's this argument that becomes stronger and stronger and stronger. And this is what the companions saw. They saw this in the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and that's why the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam is a bayyina. He is a bayyina. He is a clear sign himself. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave him the Quran, which is also very amazing. And so this is also an argument for the genuineness of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, because Allah is confirming him. So you can use this. You can fill in the gaps and use many incidents from the seerah, and you can tell your students about this.
Any questions on this? I want to just do evolution. That'll be the last thing that we're going to do, because there's a question on it. I wasn't going to do it, but I'll quickly do it. And any questions from the brothers? There's a question from the sisters. Okay, go ahead, Zakaria. Yeah, so David Hume's argument against miracles, David Hume, this is popular, atheists say this. He said, but he's talking about the miracle claims in the Bible. So in the Bible, it says that Jesus performed all of these miracles. So he basically says that it's more likely that people were lying or deluded when they said this than it is that these miracles actually happened. Because miracles are extremely unlikely, and it's highly likely, and people always lie and they make up things, especially about religion. So if you tell me, Christian, from the Christians, if you tell me that Jesus did all these things, I'm not going to believe you, because it's more likely that the people who are saying it are deluded or deceiving, those are his words, then a law of nature has been broken. And so that's basically it's called the Hume's problem of miracles. He says that miracles, maybe they can happen, but you can never know that they happened, because it's always going to be more likely that people are deceived or deluded than a law of nature has been broken. That's his kind of thing. And the way out of it is, we say that it's because he doesn't take into account tawatur and isnad. Because when you have tawatur, it's as though you're seeing it yourself. Tawatur as though you're seeing yourself. And so there's some miracles of the Prophet that are mutawatir, and the others are, we say mutawatir, there's mutawatir ma'nawi, meaning that there's so many miracles that we know that miracles have been transmitted in terms of meaning that has happened. And so this here, it becomes as though I'm seeing it. So it's no longer my having to depend on somebody else. The strength of my knowledge, it becomes very, very high. And I can see it with tawatur. And with isnad, because I have the ability to investigate the reliability of narrators, I can have confidence that they're not deluded and they're not lying. And so I can know this, and that's why your objection, it works against Christian claims, but doesn't work against Muslim claims, because we have a way of knowing that people were not deluded or lying. Yeah, that's the upshot of it. The ladies have a question. There's a question here. It says that since there were polytheists at the time of the Prophet ﷺ, why didn't they believe when they saw his miracles? Yeah, very good question. So what was happening in the time of the Prophet ﷺ, the mushrikun, they knew that he was the messenger of God. And they knew that the miracles, they were evidence of his genuine messengerhood. And this happened not just with the Prophet, it happened with Musa as well. Sayyidina Musa, Allah says about Fir'aun in the Quran, he says, وَجَحَدُوا بِهَا وَاسْتَيْقَنَتْهَا أَنفُسُهُم. وَجَحَدُوا بِهَا وَاسْتَيْقَنَتْهَا أَنفُسُهُم. Meaning that they denied the miracles of Musa. جَحَدُوا بِهَا وَاسْتَيْقَنَتْهَا أَنفُسُهُم. Waw is waw al-hal, means that they denied the miracles while being completely convinced that they were from God. وَجَحَدُوا بِهَا وَاسْتَيْقَنَتْهَا أَنفُسُهُم ظُلْمًا وَعُلُوًّا. Out of dhulm, wrongdoing, and arrogance. So this was like Mufti Sahib, he was mentioning that Khalid ibn al-Walid, he went to Safwan ibn Umayyah and he agreed. He said that I'll never do this, right? Or you mentioning about Maulana Anwar Shah Kashmiri and the Hindu person. He saw it. He said that if I didn't have a position, I would become Muslim. Right? If I didn't have a position, I would become Muslim.
Meaning what? Meaning he knows it's true, but it's not easy to become Muslim, because when you become Muslim, then you have a whole, so in our times over here, if there is somebody from a respectable, landed family that is well respected in British society, and they, for them to publicly say, I mean, the name that comes to mind is King Charles, for somebody to publicly say that they are Muslim, and it leads to these huge issues, it's not easy. So the reason why the mushrikeen of Mecca, they disbelieved, is not because they were confused, but it was either because they were leaders and then they would lose their position, or they were followers who didn't want to do with the social pressure that would come from being Muslim and being cut off from everybody else. So that was the reason. It was never because they didn't know it was true. And that still happens. That still happens now. And so what we do in these cases is, what do? We make it easy for them. We make it, so the Prophet ﷺ, when he went to Ta'if, we all know what happened. He was stoned when he came and he called them, and then the angels came and Sayyidina Jibreel came and he said, shall I destroy them? He said, no, because I hope that from their children will come a people who will worship Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, right? But this story doesn't end there, right? After that, they fought against him in Hunayn. There was a siege of Ta'if that was lifted. And then the 9th year of Hijrah, they came to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and they became Muslim. And the person who came was the son of, or one of the people who was involved in the stoning the Prophet ﷺ, inciting people to that. He was one of the people who came in the delegation, right? And so and he became Muslim, and the Prophet ﷺ accepted it. So what this means is that people take time. People take a long time. And there are some people, and there's some people here as well, they have very pure hearts, and they became Muslim very easily. And there are others who they take time. And so what we do is if they have arrogance, we don't say you're just arrogant, but we befriend them. We do good things to them. We are kind to them, and we show them that this is true because of this. And this is why we have this. And over time, people, we facilitate the way for them to become Muslim. And that's da'wah. But da'wah has to happen like that. You have to be able to explain to people why. And then you have this, and that's how people, they come over. Any other questions? Okay. I have a series called Discover the Prophet on YouTube. It goes through aspects of the life of the Prophet ﷺ that are not well known, that shows how he was a beautiful man. And it elaborates on this argument, and you can have a look at that. Okay. So then the last thing that I'll do, and then I'll just open it up for questions, is that I don't know why this is, okay. So the last thing that I'll do is read the final chapter. The issue with evolution is, so the first thing we need to understand is that in the mainstream right now, the debates about evolution are between the atheists and the Christians.
It's gone crazy. I need to. Need to go back. Okay. Can I pick from this?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that's good. I want that one. I want this one. Pick that one. That white one. Okay, let me. Okay, that's the one. Okay, this is the Steiner one. Okay, so right now, what is the debate about evolution? So the first thing we want to understand is, why is it that people outside, they think evolution disproves God? It's all between the second and the third worldviews. So what's happening is this. The Christians, they're saying that animals are designed. And this design cannot be explained by science. So God did it. And the atheists are saying the design can be explained by science because there's a process called evolution. It's a scientific process. And through evolution, animals evolve over a long period of time. They get more and more complex, and you get complex life from simple life. So the first thing I need to understand is that this is what's happening. What's happening is that the Christian is trying to prove the existence of God by saying that animals could not have evolved. And since they could not have evolved, God must have made them that way. And the atheist is saying that no, they did evolve, and there is a scientific explanation, so you don't need God to explain it. So it goes back to the God of the gaps thing. So this is what's happening right now between Christians and atheists. So we don't want to get into this. We don't want to get into this. And this is actually why, this is the reason why I don't think we should, this is one of the other reasons why we shouldn't make the intelligent design argument. Because it puts you into all of these situations that you don't need to be in. So what we do is, first of all, what we say is that, we say this: if evolution were true, if it's true, if it were true, it doesn't disprove the existence of God. Because what is evolution? Evolution is all about contingent things. You have mutations, you have animals evolving, but if you look at evolution in the light of contingency, if it's true, I'm not saying it's true, but if it were to be true, it's just like fire burning, medicine taking a cure. It's just like anything else. It doesn't disprove the existence of God. It only disproves the existence of God if I make the intelligent design argument. But if I make the contingency argument, I eat up science. So evolution does not disprove the existence of God. That's the first thing. In fact, Mustafa Sabri, he said that if evolution were true, it would be stronger evidence for the existence of God. Because there is more, it shows more the knowledge of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and the power of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Because not only did He create things, but He created these relations between them through which this evolution happened. So that's the first thing. The only issue with evolution is that if I extend evolution, if somebody extends evolution, it entails that human beings evolved from another animal. But it is ma'lumun min ad-dini bil-darura. It's non-inferentially known to be part of our religion that human beings were created directly by God without any ancestor. This is clearly in the Quran, and it's ma'lum min ad-dini bil-darura. You don't even need a verse of the Quran. The parents have taught their kids this from generations. Right? And so this is part of our deen. So what do? There's two options. Option one, evolution is true.
and human beings are a miracle. Just like fire burning is true, and Sayyidina Ibrahim being thrown into the fire, not burning him, is a miracle. Just as it's true that when I throw down a stick, it stays a stick, it doesn't turn into a snake. But when Sayyidina Musa threw it down, it turns into a snake. So if evolution is true, then human beings are a miraculous exception. And so the problem here now is not the scientific evidence for evolution. The problem is materialism. The problem is that the scientists are materialists, and they think that when they discover evolution, they're discovering things making other things happen. But if they were to see this as upheld by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, if they were to see, that's the first thing. And if they were to see that the Quran is from that being, right? So what this does is that when you see that Islam is true, that the Prophet is the messenger of God, the Quran now, based on evidence, I know it's from the one who made everything. Based on evidence. So the Quran, when I read it, it's a source of evidence. So when the science would tell somebody that evolution is happening, and the Quran would tell, and the Quran is also evidence. And the Quran is telling me that this doesn't happen, and I'm saying it based on evidence. And so the problem is not me, the problem is the scientist. Like, why aren't you following the evidence? Why aren't you believing why aren't you believing the creator of the universe when he's telling you that this is how he made Sayyidina Adam? What's your problem? Don't you use your mind? Like, why are you so irrational? I'm totally rational. I'm completely rational. So this is the value of showing the truth of Islam. Because now the Quran is not faith. The Quran is based on evidence. And if somebody doesn't accept it, they're being irrational. And it changes the nature of the conversation. So if evolution is, if it happened, then human beings are a miraculous exception. If it didn't happen, then human beings are created by God. So both ways, and I have the basis covered. And it's useful to allow space for Muslims to say that evolution, that they believe in evolution, but human beings are an exception based on evidence, because when our children go to medical school, it's taught as fact. And when they go, and it's very difficult. It's a very difficult situation to put our children into, to say that if you don't believe that evolution in its entirety is false, then you're disbelieving in the Quran. They're not. You just have to affirm that Sayyidina Adam is created directly. And so having this, it's practical, right? It's practical, and it can save people's iman, and this is how to do it. So somebody had a question on evolution, and so now we can take, we'll go until 4:30. We have 45 minutes, so I can take questions. So on this or on anything else, any other questions that you are curious about? Anybody have? Sisters can type. Actually, the sisters already typed a couple, so I'll go through the ones that they typed. There's a question from the sisters about, can we say that design is a sign of God's existence as opposed to being a proof of it? So design is a sign of God's knowledge and power. And the contingency of the designed things is evidence for his existence. So it's not about, so through design, so what this means is that even if the universe were not designed, we still know that God exists. And design tells us something more. But you have to go through, that's the right way to go through it. So the order is contingency, then design, then oneness, and then miracles. How did the Muslim scientists of the past view the universe and causes and effects in relation to Allah? Like the way that I described. This is they viewed it as regular associations. They weren't materialists, since they were polytheists, okay, that one is there. Any questions from the brothers? Yeah.
somebody asks that the resurrection of Jesus is supposed to be mutawatir as well.
Okay, somebody says that, how do I know that the resurrection of Jesus is mutawatir or not mutawatir? So there's something, in order for you to have tawatur, you have to have the nature of the event needs to be such that it is reported by very large numbers of people. So you need motives for mass transmission. So tawatur is discussed by the scholars of usul. And so there's something called dawa'i. Dawa'i ila naqlihi mutawatiran. Dawa'i means like motives to narrate something mutawatir. So if let's say that I went outside and somebody's selling tomatoes, and I say, how much are the tomatoes? And they say it's only 50 pence for a kilo. I say, wow, I don't know if that's a great deal, but like I say, wow, that's really amazing. And it's 50 pence per kilo for a tomato. And we all go out, and there's 100 people, we see that we have, the tomatoes are 50 pence per kilo. There's many people that have seen it. It's not going to be mutawatir. Because we're not going to say, hey, everybody, look, tomatoes are only 50 pence, per kilo. It's not like that. But the nature of the destruction of the Kaaba, in Amul Fil, or people who want to destroy it, the nature of that is you're going to want to talk about it. Because it affects the lives of millions of people. The Second World War is something you're going to want to talk about. It affects the lives of millions of people. So in order for something to be mutawatir, it needs to be, the nature of the event needs to be such that people would want to narrate it. That's number one. And number two, people need to have the freedom to be able to narrate it. So when, with the Muslims, because the Muslims were the dominant power, because they were actually conquering, they had the freedom to do tawatur and talk about it. But the Christians, after Jesus, were a persecuted minority. So Christians, so when in the time of Jesus, the Jews, they were against him, they fought against him, and the Romans were against him. Everybody was against him. And they were scared. People were scared to say that I'm a Christian. And for 300 years, until Constantine, that's the city that I came from, Constantinople, right? So that's really the birthplace of Christianity. Until he made his version of Christianity, which is a corrupted version of Christianity, until he made it a state religion, Christians were persecuted. So the Christians, they were unable to come out in the thousands and millions and say, hey, I saw this. And then 1,000 and millions of other people saying, hey, I heard 1,000. Because if they did that, they'd be killed. They'd be put to death. They were fed to the lions. So the historical circumstances of Christianity, of the early spread of Christianity, don't allow for the mass transmission of the resurrection of Jesus. And what you see is that this is something that many people are saying right now, but it's not continuously mutawatir. It became something widespread at a particular point in history, but there were times in early history when there was very few people who claimed they saw it, and they were actually, we know it's all made up, or they were lying. So you have to look at it in this way. Yeah?
So people say that, when people pray to graves and things, how come their prayers are accepted?
So when somebody, okay, so somebody says that for example, they go and they pray to Jesus, for example. Yeah, let's take same idea. Let's say a Christian praying to Jesus. Actually, this reminds me, I didn't do other miracles. I'll do that quickly. But a Christian praying to Jesus. A Christian prays to Jesus. He says, Jesus, help me pass my exams, and he gets 100%. He gets into a scholarship. He said that means Jesus is God, right? Or a Hindu says something. And so this is an argument. And so we say that, okay, before we consider this, let's look at the universe. The universe is contingent. Contingent things depend on necessary being. Universe depends on necessary being. Do you get that? I get that. Okay, next step. It is design. Necessary being is an agent. Do you get that? I get that. He's one. Get that? I got that. I see that, right? And then the Prophet Muhammad existed. He claimed to be God's messenger. He was confirmed by miracles and by all of these other things. So he's a messenger from God. You get that? You get that. Okay, that means that when I read the Quran, it's from God, right? And he's telling me all of these things. And this is telling me that that Christianity is false, or this is false, or it's false that human beings can have any kind of a power, or any. It's all of these things are false. All of these things, so I know it's false. And actually, if I use my mind, I also know that it's false. And so all I know is that he made a dua and it was answered, but that doesn't prove this. All it means is, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala can answer the prayers of people who are disbelievers. And that's a mas'ala that they, yeah. So any other questions? Luca?
So where in these free will views, where does Judaism fall?
Yeah, where does Judaism fall? So Judaism is, Judaism actually now has become more of a race than a religion. And so what this means is that in modern Judaism, what is modern Judaism? It means that you are a descendant you have a particular lineage. And so if you're an atheist, you're still a Jew. And if you're a Kabbalist who believes that, almost like in polytheism, you're still a Jew. And if you have this weird, and the age of freedom and everything, they believe all kinds of things, they're all Jews, right? So now it's kind of like that. But if you go back to Orthodox Judaism, Maimonides, for example, right? Maimonides is the representative of Orthodox Judaism. Before the Enlightenment and everything was pretty uniform. Maimonides wore a turban, had a beard, spoke Arabic, was a doctor to the Muslim ruler, and he studied Kalam with the Muslim scholars. And Sheikh Muhammad Zahid al-Kawthari, he has a book that he's published. It's a book by Maimonides on falsafa with a commentary by a Muslim, and it's very fascinating. But what that basically shows is that Maimonides, he learned from the mutakallimin, he learned from the Muslims, and a lot of his theology is like our theology, and his belief about God is very similar to our belief about God. And the greatest difference between us and him will be in the fourth argument, which is the messengerhood of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And Maimonides, he has a very interesting kind of statement, and he says that he talks about Jesus. He said that even if Jesus did perform all of those miracles, we still wouldn't accept him as a prophet, because it goes against the covenant that God made with the children of Israel. And that's their mentality. That's what they do. And this was the Orthodox ones previously. So they'll say that, and this is why the Pharisees, they disbelieved in Jesus, because they say that you're going against they call it the oral law, which is the Talmud. So they said that we have a tradition of learned people who transmitted the teachings of Moses. Of course, they corrupted it, right? And Sayyidina Isa is saying this is wrong, and I have evidence from Allah, and here's a miracle. And they're saying it's going against what our ancestors said, right? And so then it becomes just like the mushrikeen, who said that we will do what our ancestors say, even if proof comes to them. So the denial of messengerhood arguments, it then becomes taqleed, basically following the ways of your ancestors despite evidence to show the contrary. And that's the main kind of thing with them.
We see the world as the same way Muslims do with contingency and the God given
The Orthodox ones should, but what happens is that there's two things. There's one place where it goes off, which is they believe that it is God is required to take care of His chosen people, and that is an obligation upon God, and that is a whereas we believe that Allah is not obligated to do anything. So, and when you say that God is obligated to do something, that introduces an aspect of contingency. And then why would somebody turn away from clear evidence because it came to them? Why would they do that? Because they imagine that if I do this, this person will give me this, and this person will give me this, and I will get this, and I will get that. So even though with their, on paper, somebody is saying everything is dependent and contingent, that's not how they're living their lives. That's not really how they see things. And that's actually the source of how idolatry kind of comes in. And now with the dominant form of Judaism now is not that. Now with it's Kabbalah, if you read a little bit, it has you have elements of polytheism in it. There's a God of good and a God of bad. It's very very different. Anything else? Let's see if there's a question. Luca?
In conversation with Christians, how do you get them to see that what they worship is a supernatural being, not necessarily? How do you navigate that conversation?
So I'll tell you my opinion, you tell me what you think. So I think that you just focus on Jesus and you say that Jesus can't be God because He's contingent. And the necessary being like that. That's what I think. What do you think about that?
Yeah, somebody invited me yesterday, so I give some dawah in the street.
Yeah.
It's not really my thing, advice.
Yeah.
And a Christian approached me, and he was trying to give me counter dawah, but I was just trying to focus on the fact that Jesus is a contingent being. God must be beginningless, endless, transcendent, independent, all these things, right?
Yeah.
But he just couldn't see it, and I didn't know what to do at that point. So, yeah.
He didn't see what?
That God manifested Himself as a human being, but yet He's still this necessary being, but manifested Himself as a human being.
God created the human being.
God manifested Himself as a human being.
Yeah. So we say. So I would say at that point is, I said the difference between me and you is that I say that God created the human being, and you're saying He manifested Himself. So let's work out that difference. Right. So from my perspective, God created the human being, and it means that the human being is completely dependent, and it depends on Him, and He made it. What I understand from you, He manifested Himself as a human being, is that God became a dependent thing. God became a dependent thing. That's what I understand from it. And if God became a dependent thing, it means He is dependent. He is dependent because He can't be a necessary being, doesn't need anything. Because He became a dependent thing and He died. So that's the meaning of manifestation. So you have to take their expressions and bring them back to here and show them the difference between the two. What do you think about that?
Yeah. I think some people, I think it's almost as if they can't see, like even if you show up all the evidences, they just can't, like there's something blocking them from seeing that. Even if you explain it in this way, they'll just, because the Bible says this, the Bible says that, and they don't think about it rationally. So at that point, where do you take the Christian? Do you just end the conversation, or where do you take the conversation?
So I guess like on the street it's difficult, right? Because you only have that little bit of time. But I
I think, so what they say is that, the scholars, what they say is that when somebody is habituated to believing in something for a very long time, it will appear to be true to them, even though it's not. And they'll kind of, it'll seem obvious. So that's basically where they are. They're stuck. Either they're stuck or they're denying. So, so they need more time. Maybe they can you can offer them the course. We'll give it, like we can give it to them. And, but I think like it's important to have a way to be in touch with him beyond the conversation. So that would be your goal. Your goal would be, like that's, and so it could be like, it could be like and it's good to be honest, right? I'm like I said, like I'm not highly trained in this. Like this is what it makes sense to me, but I can send you some resources that will explain things better. Can we be in touch, like that, or something else? But then your goal basically becomes on the street, if you're unable to convince them to maintain contact so that you can have an extended relationship. Okay. Here's a question from the ladies. Is there a second way to answer questions about evolution besides saying it's true of everything beside humans? The second way is to say that it's not true of anything, including humans. So either it's true of everything besides humans, or it's not true of everything, including humans. And I'm not taking a position. I'm not saying it is true, I'm not saying it's not true. What I'm saying is, if it's true this, if it's not true this, and whether or not it's true, you can scientific evidence. And you can, and the mainstream view is that it is true, but there's very compelling evidence that there isn't. There's there's many reasons to suppose that there's many things that are unexplained. So somebody can, you can make that argument. Macro and micro evolution, this is if you're trying to say that evolution is not true. So the distinction between micro and macro is a Christian distinction, and people who wants to make the intelligent design argument, what they say is that I see antibacterial resistance. I accept that there is that you use antibiotics, and the bacteria that have a resistance, they survive, other ones die out. The population evolves, and it has you have resistance. This is fact. I see it. I accept it. And so the person who's saying evolution is, look, you're seeing evolution right before your eyes. You see it here. You see it in the spotted moth. You see it. There's many examples: dog breeding and horse breeding and all these other things. So you see, look, you can see it with your eye. So the Christian will say, he'll say that I accept this, and I call this microevolution. But the thing that I deny is the fact that there was one animal that became another animal. And you cannot show me that, and I think it's very far-fetched. So the micro-macro distinction, it's a distinction that is made with the goal of saying that I don't accept evolution. But if somebody goes along the path that, okay, fine, take your evolution, but human beings are a miraculous exception, then you don't need to make that distinction, because you would say that, because on that thing they would say that human beings are a miraculous creation, and this is. Does that make sense?
So accepting the non-human evolution isn't
Non-humans? No, it doesn't. There's nothing. Because it's, as long as everything is contingent, made by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and we affirm what Allah affirmed, and Allah affirmed that He created Sayyidina Adam directly, then, for the Christians it does. Because Christians, what they do is they have, in the Bible, they say that God created the heavens and the earth in 6 days, 6 literal days. And on the first day He made this, and the second day He made this, and the third day He made this, and the fourth day He made this, and they actually give an order. and they say animals are made this and plants are made here and that, and so that's why. So for although most Christians, they don't believe in the Bible in this way anymore, especially in this country. But anybody who affirms that literally, they cannot, because of that, they can't, the order that it's given there, it's completely like at odds with the evolutionary account. Yeah?
Just one question and a suggestion to the Christianity.
Yeah?
Again, just what your thoughts is. The book Introduction to Christian History,
Mhm.
Kevin O'Donnell, the Roman Catholic priest. So on the, on trying to conceptualize the Trinity, it's very difficult, as you just proved when you were trying to think it through. So would it be of merit? He highlights all the Christian wars that broke out over history, especially in the early times after the concept of the Trinity was introduced, just to merely highlight it and say that, look, you guys, you can make sense of it yourself. I also find that's a...
So tell me the name of the book again?
An introduction to, it's a pocket guide to Christian history, Kevin O'Donnell.
Okay, I'm gonna do that. Okay, so I'll read that book. Sounds like a very interesting book, but I actually think that the Quranic criticism of the Trinity is not that it's incoherent, that three are one and it's confusing and it's difficult to understand. But the Quranic critique of the Trinity is that they say that something is God besides Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That they say that they لَقَدْ جِئْتُمْ شَيْئًا إِدَّا أَنْ دَعَوْا لِلرَّحْمَنِ وَلَدًا تَكَادُ السَّمَاوَاتُ وَالْأَرْضُ يَتَفَطَّرْنَ. And so the problem is that they do shirk and they ascribe godhood to something that is created. So right now, what's happening? There's in the Dawah scene, in the Muslim Dawah scene, there's a lot of things that are the Muslims just like there's a lot of arguments. Like what you want to do is like people go and you look at somebody and you say, let me show why he's bad, and it doesn't make any sense. But that doesn't get me anywhere, because if I show that this person, it doesn't make any sense, what's going to happen is that it makes him defensive. He feels insulted. He feels his intelligence has been insulted, and then you're not making a positive argument. So I think that the way to speak to a Christian is you have to first start with common ground. And so what you do is my favorite way is like this. My favorite way I say that, I read the gospel and I love Jesus. It's so amazing. I don't believe that you really believe in this man. He's so amazing. He says, yeah, I do. I said, yeah, it's really amazing that he said that have mercy on those on earth and the one in heavens will have mercy on you. It's in the Bible. It's really amazing that he says that if you were to trust in Allah, like the bird, you would be like the birds. You go out empty and you come back. It's really amazing. It's just so beautiful. He said, yeah, it's so beautiful. Did you know the Prophet said these too? That our Prophet said these too. And so now what I've done is I have praised something about him, created something, said the Prophet is like this, and now what I do is I go down and I go through the argument. And what I would make a contingency argument, and I would say that contingent things, they depend on necessary being. That's why God exists. And most Christians, what they'll say is, yeah, that's really amazing. I believe that too. Okay? And then I'm home free. I'm home free because I've got him to say, without my having to disprove him or putting down, that he believes that the universe depends on a necessary being. So now I say that, okay, well, the only thing is that Jesus is contingent, so he can't be God. Now you have a conversation. So the conversations that we have, they have to be thought out in this way. And it's not just about like refuting or putting other people down, which is I feel like it's become. And that's why by my nature I'm not like a debate person. So I'm kind of biased, but I don't like debates. Like it doesn't make for I think it's better to make friends and share something positive. Yeah.
We won't argue with that. The question was, you know, when we come to reconcile the suffering question, I know it's touching on this morning's lesson on Tawheed.
Yeah.
To use the Asma al-Husna.
Yeah.
To try to make sense of, you know, how Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala can be more than one thing at one time in terms of his Jalali Sifat, Jawani Sifat. So, for example, somebody in an earthquake, for someone it might be Adab, for somebody it might be Rafa al-Darajat, for somebody it might be, you know, is that approach to reconcile suffering, the suffering question? What's your thoughts on that?
No, Allah doesn't change. It's not that Allah is this and then Allah is that.
No, I mean, when people ask the question, they're generally focusing on people dying for no reason in their mind.
Yeah.
But they're not actually aware of the fact that that dying is actually a positive thing for that dying person.
Yeah.
And the only way you can connect that is by using, and at least in my small little mind, is by using the Asma al-Husna to say that you're thinking of the Creator in just your one single dimension.
No, mashallah, you have a very big mind. That sounds good, mashallah.
Is that good or bad?
Sounds good to me. Jazakallah. Yeah.
And many of the conversations and arguments we're having, they're very science-based. So it seems like science has replaced falsafa within Kalam. How much of a grounding do we need in science in order to be able to practice, say, Kalam 3.0?
You don't have to be a PhD, like a high school education. A high school education in like GCSEs. GCSEs, physics, chemistry, biology are enough. Marana, I'm done. Can you close with a reminder to us, inshallah?
हम तो सिर्फ आपका शुक्रिया अदा करेंगे. Just to say thank you to Sheikh Hamza. Anybody got any questions? उमर का हाथ खड़ा था इसलिए मैंने कहा कि पूछ लो. I saw your hand when you raised it. Anybody else got any question? चलो. बस अब तो माशाल्लाह. It's very sad that I was unable to totally benefit because I had to do all the running around at the back. I wish I would have been able to stay here, sat down, take notes like you were taking notes. But anyhow, inshallah बाद में इसको YouTube पर देखेंगे. It's on YouTube, alhamdulillah. आप बाद में भी जाके देख सकेंगे इंशाल्लाह. और बहुत से लोग, many people are listening to it on YouTube. Hazrat Mufti Tahir Sahab gave that beautiful advice that we have to remember that there are two things, aql and naql. And naql takes precedence over aql. So aql is just for majburi, necessity, need. Because aql has a limit where it stops. That's where naql comes. So what happens is sometimes your aql gets to one place where another person with his aql comes and he cancels your argument out. तो वहाँ फिर हम कह देते हैं hands up, खुदा हाफिज़, अल्लाह ने ये बोल दिया है, that's enough. तो माशाल्लाह शेख हमजा ने तो बहुत अच्छा समझाया है. और as I said in the morning, ये इमाम राजी और इमाम गजाली का काम है. And they did this work, माशाल्लाह. तो philosophers, Imam Ghazali, if you study him, he's an amazing person. He studied philosophy, पूरा हजरत पढ़ा, अंदर घुसे, फिर अंदर से सब निकाला, फिर उनकी पकड़ा गई तहाफुतुल फलासिफा, ये उनके बकवासात, how they do their बकवास, क्या क्या अलल टप मारते हैं उकुले अशरा और ये सब. We studied Sharh Aqaid in Saharanpur, and for Sharh Aqaid, Mawquf alayhi was Mebzi, and Mebzi is the Sharh of Hidayatul Hikmat. So Hidayatul Hikmat is a small risala like Aqidat Tahawiyya, and Mebzi is its Sharh, and it talks about Hayula and Surat Jismiya and these istilahat and terminologies which come in Sharia Aqaid. So you can't understand Sharia Aqaid unless you study Mebzi. So we had to do Mebzi. And then at that time there was Sulamul Ulum, Sharh Tarmini, Sadra, Shams-e Bazigha. Now we never read all that. Lekin uski jo arguments hain, if somebody studies that, then he would be like Hazrat Maulana Qasim Nanotwi Rahmatullah alayh. Hazrat Maulana Qasim Nanotwi Rahmatullah alayh studied Euclid by himself. And the principal tested him and he said, you sit down in the exam and we'll give you certificate. He said, nah, I want the title of Maulvi. I want to keep my Maulvi title. I want the doctor title. I don't want it. So, ये जो हमारा जो दरस निज़ामी है, इसको everything in there. You know, Sheikh Hamza started off in the morning with that premise A, B, C. ये आपने मुइनुल मंतिक में पढ़ा था, हैं? वो अशकाल अरबा, शक्ल अव्वल, शक्ल सानी, शक्ल साली, शक्ल राबे, और मुकद्दमा, सुगरा, कुबरा, नतीजा. So you've got that knowledge. It's just how to implement it. And Sheikh Hamza has that great skill and ability to teach us how to use what you know to prove what you want to prove. So you have a way out. So mashallah, Sheikh ने बहुत अच्छे अंदाज से पूरा दिन समझाया और we getting beautiful, excellent reports. Ladies की तरफ से भी mashallah बहुत फायदा हुआ. They are saying excellent, alhamdulillah. We thank Sheikh. Take what you've gone, what you've taken from here. And you can also deliver across like Sheikh Hamza. He lives in USA. How many times is he going to keep coming here? You are in UK, or you have the ability, mashallah, you have the istidad. Go to your own areas, keep these programs there, explain it to your youngsters, or save the iman. Isme, you remember that hadith, La yahdi Allahu bika rajulan wahid, khayrun laka min humurin na'am. In another riwayat, khayrun laka min ad-dunya wa ma fiha. ये भी यहदी अल्लाह रजुलन में शामिल है कि एक आदमी का ईमान जा रहा हो और आप उसको बचा लें. You save someone's iman who's losing it. तो ये आप काम कर सकते हैं. You got a lot of ability, माशाल्लाह, youngsters हैं, बहुत काम कर सकते हैं. Take this from here. And both things, अकल and नकल. मुफ्ती ताहिर साहब talked about नकल. उसमें ये है, मुफ्ती ताहिर साहब, how he was talking to me there, he said, this story came to my mind, but there wasn't time, so I couldn't relate it. He said, this alim, Shaitan came to him, and he said, you believe Allah is one? Yes. What's your dalil? He gave one dalil, cancelled it out. 2 dalil, cancelled. 100 dalil, cancelled them all out. Now, he's got nothing to say. Shaitan said, I can cancel all your dalils out. Come with me. And he took him to the forest. And there was this old man with his pickaxe, and he was cutting wood. And Shaitan asked him, you believe Allah is one? He said, what's the dalil you've got? He said, I don't need to give dalil. Well, if I prove to you that Allah is not one, what will you do? And he took his pickaxe and smashed this on your head. And Shaitan said to that, you see, your iman is weak, his iman is stronger than yours. So you should believe, with that strong faith, Allah is Allah. There's no compromise on that. This is to give a little bit of motivation, or you can save other people's iman, but you must keep in mind what Mufti Tahir Sahib explained, that naql takes precedence over aql. If you read Muqaddamah of Ma'ariful Quran by Mufti Taqi Usmani Sahib, so he mentions there are 3 ways of knowing things. Hawas-e khamsa, they stop at one limit, then they get to aql, then aql stops at one limit, and that's where wahi starts. So wahi, you have to keep that in mind, and you have to use Quran, Hadith in the argument, both arguments. Sometimes in Sahih Muslim, when I used to teach Hadith Jibreel, and At-tashhada an la ilaha illallah and tu'mina billahi wa malaikatihi, sometimes I used to explain the dalail there about dalail wujud bari ta'ala. And we give both dalail, dalail aqliya and then dalail naqliya. Dalail aqliya, Imam Razi's quote, which Ibn Kathir has also narrated in his tafsir, from all 4 Imams, Abu Hanifa, Shafi'i, Malik, Ahmad. We give those dalail aqliya, and then we give the dalail naqliya. The Quran says this. Amma yatasaalun, Surah Nabas, first page is about wujud bari ta'ala. Surah Waqi'ah, Faraytum ma tumnun is about, a whole page is about Dalail Wujud Bari Ta'ala. 20th Sipara, Amman Khalaqa Samawati wal Ard, the whole page about Wujud Bari Ta'ala. Inna fi khalqi samawati wal ardi wa ikhtilafi al-layl wan nahar. There have been books written on this, just one ayat. इसकी तशरीह में 300-400 सफ़े की किताब लिखी गई है कि इसमें किस तरह अल्लाह के वजूद की दलील पता दी जा रही है. तो हमें इसको स्टडी करना है, तफसीर पढ़ना है. कुरान, हजरत मेंशन 2 strategies. Number 1 is to prove शरीयत, you need कुरान शरीफ. और दूसरी क्या चीज हजरत ने कही थी, सेकंड थिंग, शरीयत का मिजाज अपनाना, पाकीज़ा जिंदगी गुजारना अपने अंदर. यू हैव टू इम्प्लीमेंट शरीयत इन यू. यू नो दिस इज वेयर दी नॉट ओनली इबादत, रादर मुआमलात, अखलाक, हुस्न मुआशरा, you know, justice, integrity, honesty, your dealing with others, behavior with others. Yes, it all comes into contention that you be a proper Muslim, and your akhlaq and your kirdar, they should give invitation to others about Islam. We know that our Sahaba, Tabi'een, they went around the world, and many places they didn't even know the language of that land. They went for business, and because of their behavior, akhlaq, when people looked at them, they were attracted to Islam and they accepted Islam. So a main thing is Allah is the shaper of hearts. He is muqallib al-qulub. He is musarrif al-qulub. If we show that Islam within our akhlaq and kirdar, then these 2 things, Quran, its tafsir, tashrih, meaning, understanding, and implementing the Sharia within us, having those pakiza zindagi, the pak, saaf, sutri, clean zindagi, inshallah, these 2 will attract others as well. As for those who are stubborn, who don't want to understand, you speak to them 100 times. While you're explaining to them, they'll be daydreaming, looking up and down here and there. They're thinking of another objection. That when he finishes this, how can I object in another 3rd objection, 4th objection? So ऐसों के don't waste time with them. उनको कहोगे भाई इतनी देर में सुभान अल्लाह अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह पढ़ूं, मुझे ज्यादा सवाब मिलेगा, तस्बीह पढ़ लूंगा, तू जा यहाँ से. तो ऐसों के साथ तो मगजमारी करने का फायदा नहीं है. जो समझदार हैं, those who want to understand, you can talk to them and explain to them, and they do understand. Or agar if they have any objection, they'll come back once, twice, and then inshallah they will accept. But those who do not want to understand and who are just being stubborn and arguing for the sake of argument, you can't win over them. This is, you know, arba'un man kunna fihi kana munafiqan khalisan. Usme kya hai? Wa idha khasama fajara. So fujur fil khusumat takes you nowhere. So these people are doing fujur in their khusumat, and they're just doing it for argument's sake. So don't give time to them. A waste of time. You carry on with your life. What I needed to say, I've said it. Usse aage I can't say much. Right? I'll pray for you. And just Dr. Saab, Sheikh Hamza mentioned, you know, to my friend's question, tell them that, you know, we take number exchange, I'll give you more material, you read that, and then we'll talk from there. फिर वो आएंगे ही नहीं वापस, तो गए काम से. तो जो मानने वाले हैं वो तो मान लेंगे, लेकिन जिसको मानना ही नहीं है उसके साथ खामखा वक्त ज़ाया करने का फायदा नहीं है. तो इसलिए मेहनत करने की जितना हो सके. बाकी अल्लाह पाक दिलों को खोलने वाले हैं. रमज़ान का महीना सामने है. रमज़ान में थोड़ा दिल नरम होता है. तो अगर आपके इलाके में इफ़ यू कीप एन ओपन डे, इनवाइट देम फॉर इफ्तार, समोसा खिलाओ, कबाब खिलाओ उनको, तो उससे वो करीब आएंगे. और मैं बहुत सी इस बहाने से मुसलमान हो जाते हैं. और हमारे हजरत मौलाना रईस मुताला साहब नव्वरुल्लाह मुक़द्दो एक दफ़े दारुल में, you know, once in Darul Uloom some open day, mayor and MP and lots of people came. तो हम लोग तो भी यार है ही नहीं में उन दिनों अब्दुल्ला यूसुफ अली के कुरान के कुछ 2-4 बॉक्स आए थे. कुरान शरीफ का इंग्लिश ट्रांसलेशन वो तफसीर पड़ी थी. तो मैंने हजरत को कहा, हजरत इनको एक कुरान शरीफ दे देंगे वो. तो हजरत बेचारा ही वाज रियली सॉफ्ट. ऐसे हाँ ठीक. तो मैं तो जल्दी जल्दी लाके मेयर को एक कॉपी दे दी, एमपी को एक कॉपी दे दी, तो चले गए. फिर हजरत मुझे कहने लगी कि भाई जब ये इंटरेस्टेड नहीं है तो कुरान देने का फायदा क्या है. वो तो घर जाके कुरान की बेअदबी भी करेंगे, वो नॉवल के नीचे रख देंगे, इधर उधर रखेंगे, डस्ट लगेगा उसको, देना को नहीं. तो whoever is not interested, there is no point in giving them Quran. We should give them small booklets about Haqqaniyat Islam, why Islam is true. Like آج کا ہمارا یہ کہ why Islam is true. تو ایسی چھوٹی چھوٹی booklets ہیں. You know, there is a nice booklet about understanding Islam. It talks about embryology, about mountains, photos, dalail. You give them these dalail. And then when they feel like reading more, you give them something else. You give them some link on internet. And when they are close to Islam, then maybe you give them Quran. And then inshallah they will benefit. Because they will respect Quran. And they will then read it properly. Then they will benefit. تو حضرت کی یہ اسٹریٹجی تھی. حضرت نے مجھے بھی سمجھ میں آیا یار میں خامخواہ جلدی بھاگ کے قرآن شوق میں جذبے میں دے دیا سب کو. ایسا نہیں دینا چاہیے اور احتیاط کرنا چاہیے. تو یہ ہے کہ جو انٹرسٹڈ ہیں ان کو آپ پہلے چھوٹے چھوٹے رسالے دو, پیار سے محبت سے ایکسپلین ٹو دیم. when they come closer, اس کے بعد قرآن شریف دو ان کو بتاؤ کہ غسل کر کے قرآن پڑھنا, وضو کر کے پڑھنا, بے ادبی نہ کرنا, ادب سے قرآن کو اوپر رکھنا, اس کے اوپر کوئی چیز نہ رکھنا. You explain all this to them that this is the etiquette, this is book of Allah. اور دیکھو ہمارے نبی صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم used to respect Torah, Zabur, Injil as well. There is a hadith in Abu Dawud Sharif that once some Jews came for some discussion and Nabi Pak sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, bring your Torah, and they brought it and they were putting it on the floor. Nabi Pak sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, no, wait, bring a chair. And he put the Torah on chair. He said, don't put it on the floor. So he showed respect to Torah. So you have to teach them respect as well. That look, we respect your Torah. This is why some people sometimes on airports and services, they scribble in the Bible. This is wrong, right? Some people, take it as holy, they respect it. We should respect it as well. Why scribble in the Bible, tear pages from it? Would you like it if someone did that to Quran Sharif? So why should we do that to other religious books? We have to respect them. وَلَا تَسُبُّوا الَّذِينَ يَدْعُونَ مِن دُونِ اللَّهِ فَيَسُبُّوا اللَّهَ عَدْوًا بِغَيْرِ عِلْمٍ. So we understand from there that religious scriptures should be respected. So we teach them, I will give you Quran, but you have to respect it. And this is the respect. Ghusl karo, wuzu karo, touch it with paki safai, then the Quran will come into your heart. You will be able to absorb it, understand it, and come closer. تو یہ دعوت کے لیے بھی کچھ اصول ہیں, وہ بھی ہم نے سامنے رکھنے چاہیے, پھر لوگوں کو دعوت دینی چاہیے. Anyway, Ramzan is around the corner. Give da'wat. If Allah gives hidayah to one person through us, then ہمارے لیے یہ نجات کا ذریعہ ہے. And if اور اسلام میں آ جائیں انشاءاللہ اس سے فائدہ ہوگا. اللہ پاک ہیں, اللہ کا دین ہے. We make dua for everyone. جنت کو میرے باپ کی نہیں ہے. Jannah is not mine, it's Allah's. We want Allah to take everybody to Jannah. We want Allah to save everyone from the fire of Jahannam. And when we try, then inshallah Allah opens the way and Allah opens the hearts. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala brings people into Deen Islam. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gives us tawfiq to do khidmat of Deen and accept whatever humble efforts we are doing and forgive our shortcomings. Be pleased with us. MashaAllah, Sheikh Hamza has come for a very short trip. He's here tonight. Tomorrow he's got a return flight to USA. We make dua. Allah makes his safar easy and takes him home safely. And as Nabi Pak sallallahu alaihi wasallam said in the dua, Allahumma inni a'udhu bika min wa inna na'udhu bika min wa'tha'is safar wa ka'abatil manzar. Wa'tha'us safar, us safar mein sab tension, parishani, takleef, you're down. یہ wa'tha'us safar hai. تو اللہ پاک شیخ حمزہ کی حفاظت کرے اور عافیت کے ساتھ گھر پہنچائے, سلامتی کے ساتھ ان کا آنا قبول فرمائے. اللہ بھی ہم سے راضی ہو جائے. ٹھیک ہے, آپ دعا فرما دیں. آپ مسافر ہیں, مسافر کی دعا قبول ہوگی, کرا دو. درود شریف پڑھ لو. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك نشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت نستغفرك ونتوب إليك. اللهم لك الحمد كله ولك الشكر كله ولك الملك كله بيدك الخير كله وإليك يرجع الأمر كله لا نحصي ثناء عليك أنت كما أثنيت على نفسك. اللهم صل وسلم وبارك على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد عبدك ورسولك النبي الأمي نبي الرحمة كما تحب وترضى عدد ما تحب وترضى كلما ذكره الذاكرون وكلما غفل عن ذكره الغافلون. اللهم ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. رب اغفر وارحم وأنت خير الراحمين. ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب. اللهم ثبتنا على الإيمان وأمتنا على الإيمان واحشرنا يوم القيامة مع المتقين مع الإيمان. اللهم حبب إلينا الإيمان وزينه في قلوبنا وكره إلينا الكفر والفسوق والعصيان واجعلنا من الراشدين واجعلنا من الفائزين المهديين. يا مقلب القلوب ثبت قلوبنا على دينك، ويا مصرف القلوب صرف قلوبنا على طاعتك. اللهم اهدنا واهد بنا واهد الناس جميعا واجعلنا سببا لمن اهتدى يا رب العالمين، يا أرحم الراحمين، يا أكرم الأكرمين، يا أجود الأجودين، يا راحم المساكين، يا ناصر المستضعفين، يا حنان يا منان، يا بديع السماوات والأرض، يا ذا الجلال والإكرام، يا حي يا قيوم، يا حي يا قيوم، يا حي يا قيوم، برحمتك نستغيث ونستغفرك ونسألك التوبة. أصلح لنا شأننا كله ولا تكلنا إلى أنفسنا طرفة عين، ولا تنزع منا صالح ما أعطيتنا، فإنه لا نازع لما أعطيت ولا يعصم ذا الجد منك الجد یا ارحم الراحمین. معاذ اپنے فضل و کرم سے ہم سب کی مغفرت فرما دیجیے. اللہ ہم میں سے کسی ایک کو بھی یہاں سے محروم نہ اٹھنے دیجیے. ہمارے تمام گناہوں کی بخشش فرما دیجیے. آئندہ ہر قسم کے گناہوں سے حفاظت فرمائیے. اللہ پوری امت کی مغفرت فرما دیجیے، پوری امت پر رحم کر دیجیے، کرم کر دیجیے. پروردگار عالم ہمارے اس پروگرام کو قبول فرمائیے. یا اللہ شیخ حمزہ صاحب کو، بھائی سعید شیخ کو، اللہ پوری بصیرہ ٹیم کو جزائے خیر عطا فرمائیے. ان کے یہاں تشریف لانے اور اس پروگرام کو اتنے بیوٹیفل انداز میں ڈیلیور کرنے کا ان کو بہترین بدلہ دنیا میں بھی عطا فرمائیے اور آخرت میں بھی عطا فرمائیے. اور ان کی محنت قبول فرمائیے، بصیرہ کو قبول فرمائیے اور ان کے ذریعے سے پوری دنیا کو ہدایت نصیب فرمائیے. پروردگار عالم اور یہاں پر پروگرام میں جتنے بھی علماء کرام آئے ہیں، عالمات آئی ہیں، اور جتنے بھی یا اللہ دوست احباب آئے ہیں، پروفیشنلز آئے ہیں، یا اللہ پڑھے لکھے لوگ آئے ہیں، اور ہمارے مدرسے کے طلباء آئے ہیں، یا اللہ ان سب کو جزائے خیر عطا فرمائیے اور سب کے آنے کو قبول فرمائیے. اور سب کو یا اللہ یہاں سے کچھ سیکھ کر جانے اور پھر آگے اس کو سکھانے اور پھیلانے کی توفیق نصیب فرمائیے. پروردگار عالم جو کچھ پڑھا اور سیکھا اس کو ہمارے دل میں بٹھائی ہے، اور یا اللہ ہمارے ایمان میں مزید پختگی کا اس کو باعث بنائیے. یا اللہ ہمیں ایمان پر ثابت قدمی عطا فرمائیے، نیکی کی طرف ہمارے قلوب کو متوجہ فرمائیے، اور یا اللہ نیک اعمال میں بزی رہنے کی توفیق عطا فرمائیے. رمضان کا مبارک مہینہ سامنے ہے، یا اللہ رمضان کی قدر کرنے کی توفیق عطا فرمائیے. رمضان کی رحمت، رمضان کی برکت، رمضان کی مغفرت ہم سب کو نصیب فرمائیے، اور یا اللہ رمضان کی ایک ایک منٹ کو وصول کرنے کی توفیق عطا فرمائیے. یا اللہ ہماری ٹوٹی پھوٹی دعائیں سن لیجیے. واللہ mercy upon us, forgive us, accept our humble efforts, accept the efforts of Sheikh Hamza and Sheikh Saeed Saab and Basira team and everyone. Allah reward all the ulama kiram and everyone who is here. Accept this program, and Allah all those ulama who are here from distance and all those brothers who are here, Allah accept their coming and take them back home safely and protect them, protect us all, protect our deen, protect our iman, protect the iman of our children, progeny until the day of Qiyamah. Keep us all strong and steadfast on Sirat Mustaqim, and Allah accept our humble efforts. Be pleased with us, Allah, and fulfill all our needs. Spread hidayat around the whole world. Spread hidayat among the Muslims and the non-Muslims. Guide the Muslims and the non-Muslims. Give us all the understanding of your ahkam and your Allah, give us correct belief and iman and aqidah, firm conviction on everything that you have sent down on your Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam, on Quran Sharif and on imaniyat and aqaid. Give us strong aqidah, strong iman, and give us good akhlaq, good morals, good behavior. Allah, make us an embodiment of guidance and hidayah, and use us for the Allah spreading of hidayah throughout the world. Accept our humble efforts. Be pleased with us. Allah reward all the brothers in our Tafsir Rahimi team who have been here all day and working hard. Allah reward them them, accept their efforts, be pleased with us. Give us, Allah, and reward our Hafsif Sahib as well, the owner of this place, and all those who provided catering and food and who did all the khidmat of all the Mehman Hazrat. Allah, the ladies and the appas and everyone, reward them, accept their efforts, be pleased with us. Give us all the good things which your beloved Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam asked from you, and protect us from all those evils from which he sought your protection. ربنا تقبل منا إنك أنت السميع العليم وتب علينا يا مولانا إنك أنت التواب الرحيم وصلى الله تعالى على خير خلقه سيدنا محمد وآله وصحبه أجمعين برحمتك يا رب العالمين. You want to say something closing? Yes. जब भाई पीछे चाय नाश्ता बिस्कुट वगैरह है, खमन चाय पी करके जाएं, और जो जरा दूर से आए हैं तो थोड़े बिरयानी के कुछ थोड़े बहुत 8-10 डिब्बे पड़े हैं, जो दूर से आए हैं लंदन से, लेस्टर, बर्मिंघम से, तो एक डिब्बा बिरयानी का लेते जाएं अपने साथ. रास्ते में जरूरत पड़ी, भूख लगी, ट्रैफिक हुई तो खाने के लिए काम देगा. और have a safe journey inshallah. See you next time. Keep us in your du'as throughout Ramadan. Make dua for Sheikh Hamza as well. Allah accept his efforts. Jazakumullah. Assalamu alaikum.